Chapter 8:11. The three of them were stunned. They shook their heads helplessly. To an abnormal being like Jiang Chen, they wouldn't be too surprised no matter how miraculous it was. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen could even absorb the poison of the green hellish python. He could easily refine any kind of poison, let alone the little dark orchid. Brother Chen, that dark Lu Yun thinks that he has poisoned us. He will definitely attack us 6 hours later. What should we do then? Yan Chenyu said worriedly. After all, this was the prefecture of Dark Mulberry City. They couldn't fight with Dark Lu Yun here because it would create a huge commotion. It will be midnight after 6 hours. If Dark Lu Yun wants to come, we will make sure that he won't be able to return. It will be like catching a turtle in a jar. Jiang Chen revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Then he looked at Tyrant and said, "Tyrant, I will need your help this time." "What are you trying to do to me?" Tyrant glared at him. "I don't want to do anything to you. It's a pity that De Huang isn't here. If De Huang is here, I won't need you to take out your mystical stone tablet to help me set up the formation." Jiang Chen said, "I understand now. You want to set up an invisible formation here in advance to isolate the entire courtyard. When Dark Lu Yun comes, you will make sure that he won't be able to return. At that time, no one will be able to find out even if the sky is broken." Tyrant wasn't an idiot. He had been following Jiang Chen for a long time. He knew Jiang Chen's style very well. However, he didn't know that this wasn't the first time Jiang Chen did something like this. Back when he attacked the stronghold of Moon Pavilion with De Huang Dog, he used this method to annihilate a stronghold of the Dark Shadow Organization in one night. Jiang Chen alone was enough to set up the formation, but this was the prefecture after all. There were real experts hiding in the mansion. Jiang Chen was only a third-grade minor saint. In order to avoid any accidents, he still needed the help of Tyrant's monument. That way it would be foolproof. At least an 8th-grade minor saint wouldn't be able to detect the formation. If De Huang Dog was here, with the help of De Huang Dog's Heavenly Book of Source Formations, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog could work together. They wouldn't need Tyrant's help at all. "Chen Gij, do you think De Huang will come to Void Triangular Domain with us?" Yan Chenyu asked when De Huang Dog was mentioned. "That's hard to say. If the Demon Clan wants to send someone, given De Huang's personality, he might really come." Jiang Chen smiled. "I don't think so. If he's coming, why didn't he inform you in advance and bring you along?" Tyrant shook his head. "It's hard to say. After all, we set off early. The Demon Clan has their own passageway. Normally, they would set off later." Dan King said. Tyrant nodded. If that was the case, it was hard to say whether De Huang would come to Void Triangular Domain or not. Plus, when they returned to Xuanyu from the Western Domain, they were immediately brought here by Dan King. At that time, De Huang Dog had just arrived at the Demon Clan. Even if he knew that they were going to Void Triangular Domain, it would be too late to inform Jiang Chen. "Let's not worry about De Huang first. If he comes, we will have a chance to meet him in King City. The most important thing now is to get rid of this Dark Lu Yun. Plus, I want to get all the Supreme Grade True Metastones in Dark Mulberry City." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He had already seen the True Metastone in the garden. This kind of True Metastone was very rare. It was exactly the same as what Dan King had told him. Jiang Chen would have to rely on these True Metastones to advance to the Great Saint Realm in the future. Dark Lu Yun had used the True Metastones to build a table and a chair. It was enough to show how many True Metastones there were in Dark Mulberry City. Jiang Chen was determined to get his hands on a huge amount of True Metastones in Void Triangular Domain this time. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about Saint Elixir when he advanced to the Great Saint Realm. Jiang Chen was the king of consumption. The amount of True Metastones needed to advance from the 1st level to the 9th level of the Great Saint Realm was immeasurable. It was an astronomical figure. Therefore, he was prepared to get his hands on an astronomical figure of True Metastones. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Tyrant's eyes lit up. It seemed like Jiang Chen was going to do something big again. Dan King shook his head helplessly. He knew that Void Triangular Domain wouldn't be peaceful this time. He was afraid that Dark Mulberry City was just the beginning. After that, Tyrant took out the blood-red stone tablet and hid it in a corner of the courtyard. Jiang Chen and the stone tablet started to arrange a formation. He struck out invisible seals into the void of the courtyard. Then, he took out the 5 elemental spirits. The formation this time was different from the one he used in the Nebula sect. When the Nebula sect fought against the northern and southern dynasties, it was the 5 elemental Tajura formation created by Jiang Chen and De Huang. The formation this time was nothing special. It was just to cover up everything here. It would turn the entire courtyard into an illusory realm. Once the formation was activated, no one would be able to sense what was happening here. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was leaving countless afterimages in the courtyard, Dan King sighed and said, "Chen Er is really a monstrous genius. There's nothing he doesn't know. It's hard to imagine that a person could be so proficient in so many things. There are some things in this world that can't be judged by common sense. The existence of little Chenzi is the best miracle." Tyrant smiled and said. He had already gotten used to Jiang Chen's miraculous abilities. A person who was strong, immune to all kinds of poisons, proficient in alchemy and formations, it could be said that there was nothing he didn't know. His existence itself was a miracle. Yan Chenyu had a smile on her face. When others praised her man, it was even more beautiful than when she was praised. Soon, the entire formation was completely arranged by Jiang Chen. From the outside, it was impossible to see anything. Even Dan King, if he didn't see Jiang Chen's formation with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that the sky above the courtyard had been separated from the outside world by the formation. Dark Lu Yun wouldn't be able to see it either. Haha, now we can only wait for him to fall into the trap. Dark Lu Yun would never think that he would be buried in the pit that he dug himself. Tyrant laughed. In a blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. At this time, it was already night time. The chi of the entire void triangular domain had changed tremendously. The dark energy had shrouded everything, completely blocking the light. There was no moonlight or starlight in this place. The whole world had fallen into endless darkness. It was pure darkness. There are still 2 hours left. Dark Lu Yun will definitely come after me. You guys stay here. I'm going out for a while. Jiang Chen said. Brother Chen, where are you going? Yan Chenyu asked. I'm going to look around and see what's going on in the mansion. Jiang Chen said. Chen Er, be careful. Dan King said worriedly. This was the mansion after all. Every time the domain opened, the city would be heavily guarded. If Jiang Chen went out at this time, he would be easily discovered by the experts in the mansion. Jiang Chen's body flashed and disappeared into the night sky. Given his concealing ability, even a 9th-grade minor saint wouldn't be able to find him. He didn't believe that there was a 9th-grade minor saint in this small city. In this domain, a 9th-grade minor saint was the pinnacle of existence. All the powerful 9th-grade minor saints should be in King City. Even if there were 9th-grade minor saints in other cities, they would be located near King City. A remote city like Dark Mulberry City wouldn't have a 9th-grade minor saint. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't need to worry about anything. In the huge mansion, a ghost-like silhouette was moving back and forth. Even if it flew past the guards' faces, they would only feel a breeze and wouldn't notice it. That ghost-like silhouette was Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen came to an empty space and frowned. Why would there be such an empty space in the city lord's mansion? This doesn't match the style of the buildings. Such a large area could at least be used to build a garden, but now it's abandoned. It seems that there's something fishy going on. Jiang Chen thought to himself. He used to live in the mansion. When he was in Fragrant Sky City, he was the young master of the mansion. The mansion was the most prestigious place in the city. Of course, it had to pay attention to its quality. If there was a wasteland in the mansion, wouldn't it affect the beauty and prestige of the mansion? Jiang Chen felt that something was wrong. Immediately, he circulated the Great Soul Derivation technique. The 5 elemental soul power covered the entire wasteland. Under the probing of the soul power, Jiang Chen found out that there was a spatial zone under the wasteland. Or it could be said that it wasn't a spatial zone but a building. There is a secret underground chamber. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. There was indeed something strange about this place. However, he couldn't find any entrance after looking around. Obviously, the entrance to the underground chamber was somewhere else, a very hidden place. However, to Jiang Chen, it didn't matter if there was an entrance or not. With the earth element in his body, he could move freely under the ground just like how he moved outside. No one would notice him. Whoosh! Jiang Chen casted the spirit of earth and disappeared into the ground with a swoosh. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen had entered the underground space. The place where he appeared was right in front of a stone door. On top of the stone door, There was a sign with the words written on it. Jiang Chen frowned. He thought that this place was a treasure house. Now, it seemed that it wasn't. Even if a treasure house had a name, it wouldn't be called Fragrance Dispelling Pavilion. Moreover, there wasn't a single guard here. Even the door of the Fragrance Dispelling Pavilion didn't have a trace of a formation. Who would be so lax in their treasure house? Chapter 8:12. To put it bluntly, the Fragrance Dispelling Pavilion was an underground secret chamber. Since Jiang Chen had discovered it, he had to find out what kind of secrets were hidden in it. However, when he entered the secret chamber and saw the scene inside, his facial expression changed dramatically and was immediately filled with monstrous anger. The entire secret chamber was in a mess. There were 8 cages made of unknown materials. There was a creature in each cage. To be exact, there was a human in each cage, a woman. There were 8 cages with 8 women locked inside. These women did not have clothes covering their bodies. Some were even naked from head to toe. These women's bodies were full of scars. They didn't look very old. Some of them even looked to be only 14 or 15 years old. What made Jiang Chen even angrier was the corpses of a few women lying at the corner of the secret chamber. Most of these corpses had dried up and were naked. They were dead, yet they weren't even cleaned up. Their bodies were the same as the women in the cages. Even though they had been dead for a long time, one could still see the scars on their bodies. One of the corpses didn't even have a breast. The wound was smooth and unremarkable. It was actually cut off by a knife. Insane and inhumane. Jiang Chen tried his best to control his emotions and suppressed his anger. Step by step, he walked towards the women in the cages. Perhaps hearing the footsteps, the women who were originally lying in the cages suddenly woke up. Each of them looked flustered, and their eyes were filled with endless fear. It was a kind of numb fear. It seemed that they had long been used to this kind of scene, but every time it appeared, they could still feel the fear that came from the depths of their souls. Kill me! Kill me now! Hurry up and kill me! Beast! Bastard! I won't let you go even if I become a ghost in my next life. I beg you, kill me! When these women saw Jiang Chen, their reactions were incomparably intense. Some were begging, some were roaring, but their eyes were filled with despair that came from the bottom of their hearts. It was a kind of grief and helplessness. All they wanted was to die. Don't panic. I'm here to save you. I'm the same as you. I'm a human, a citizen of Saint Origin World. Jiang Chen said hastily and told them his identity. He could already tell that these women had the blood of humans flowing in their veins. They didn't have any dark attribute. They weren't from the dark generation. They were humans just like him. He didn't need to think too much to know that what happened to these women was related to that lascivious young master. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, these women were stunned at first. Then they looked at Jiang Chen carefully. Sure enough, they could feel the aura of a human, without the slightest bit of dark attribute. More importantly, this man didn't violate or humiliate them, which was enough to prove that he was different from the dark generation. Wow! The 8 women cried bitterly. It had been 3 years, and they didn't know how many times they had cried. They wanted to die, but they didn't even have the qualifications to do so. They lived in endless humiliation every time. Their former glory had already become the past. Prince, I beg you to kill me. As long as you kill me, Ying Heir will repay your kindness even if I have to work like a cow or a horse in my next life. The 14 or 15-year-old girl was lying on the ground. She wasn't wearing any clothes, but in her eyes, there was no longer any sense of shame. She only wanted to die now. Jiang Chen was shocked in his heart. What kind of state did a person have to be in, that they would want to die so desperately? Given Jiang Chen's eyesight, he could naturally see that these women were like him, cultivators. They were once powerful experts, but now they were controlled by the dark energy. Even their bodies weren't their own. They couldn't die even if they wanted to. They were like walking corpses. Why are you all here? Jiang Chen asked. We are cultivators from Saint Origin World, Boundless World and Black Yellow World. 3 years ago, we came here to participate in the trading event and were framed by that animal, Dark Lu Yun. He imprisoned us, controlled our cultivation base and treated us as his dolls. In his eyes, we are not even comparable to slaves. That's right. One of the women said. Her body was trembling when she thought of what had happened in the past 3 years. It had been 3 years. Their willpower had been completely obliterated. They used to be powerful cultivators, And some of them even came from prestigious families. But now, they didn't feel embarrassed standing naked in front of a man, because to them, everything was meaningless. Death was their last pursuit. 3 years. Not only did that bastard rape us, he also brought his friends to rape us. Those people who died did not commit suicide, nor were they killed by that beast. They were raped to death, and if anyone resisted, they would be beaten up. Some of them even had their breasts cut off. They are a bunch of perverts who enjoy raping us all day long. Young master, please kill us. Help us to be free. Thank you. The 8 women were talking about what had happened in the past 3 years. Just by looking at the scene, one could tell what kind of torture they had gone through in the past 3 years. Hong. A surge of intense anger erupted from Jiang Chen's body. He couldn't hold it anymore. He looked at the girl named Ying Er and asked, "How old are you?" Ying Er is 14 years old. Ying Er said honestly. Kaka. Jiang Chen clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. He felt that he was on the verge of exploding. 14 years old? Motherfucker. He was only 11 years old 3 years ago. This animal didn't even spare an 11-year-old child. It was hard to imagine how he managed to survive the 3 years of torture. Suddenly, Jiang Chen understood why these people were so eager to die. Because, to them, death was a kind of release, a real release. Even if Dark Lu Yun were to be torn into pieces, it wouldn't be enough to make up for 10% of the suffering these women had gone through. Humans were humans because they had humanity. A thing without humanity was worse than a monster. Evil, perverted, cruel. This wasn't just talking about Dark Lu Yun. The girl said that Dark Lu Yun would come with his friends. In their eyes, human women were just puppets, tools. Jiang Chen suddenly felt that if Dark Lu Yun died, the entire Dark generation wouldn't need to exist anymore. "I'll save you," Jiang Chen said. "No, Prince, we won't go. We just want you to kill us and free us from this. Even if we can get out of here alive, we don't have the face to continue living in this world. We're already incomplete, we just want to die. Prince, just kill us. We'll be happy to die in your hands. It's 100 times better than being tortured by those animals. Come, Prince, just do it. Send us on our way. You'll be our greatest benefactor." Looking at those helpless eyes and listening to those heart-wrenching words, Jiang Chen slowly closed his eyes. He thought that he was a heartless person. He had killed many people and his hands were stained with blood. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak. Life and death were normal. However, Jiang Chen had a bottom line in his heart. He was a man, a courageous man. If Dark Lu Yun had only killed these women, he wouldn't have been so angry. This had crossed the bottom line. Jiang Chen had never been so angry before. "I'll help you. There's one more thing I can do for you, and that is to avenge you." After a while, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Hearing this, the 8 women were pleasantly surprised. Ying Er was so emotional that she shed tears. "Prince, can you really avenge Ying Er? Can you really help Ying Er kill that animal?" "I promise you, I'll definitely kill him." Jiang Chen smiled at Ying Er. After that, he slowly raised his hand. This was the first time he felt that his hand was trembling. "Prince, do it. You're our benefactor." Someone said. "Stop talking." Jiang Chen didn't want to listen anymore. He suddenly struck out with his palm. Countless rays of golden light shot out like sharp swords, piercing into the bodies of the 8 women. The 8 of them died instantly. Their bodies slowly collapsed, but their eyes were closed. They didn't die in peace. Their faces were filled with satisfaction. To be able to die like this was their greatest dream. Jiang Chen looked at the corpses and set them on fire. "Your bodies are still pure and holy. I'll use the strongest flame to burn you. I'll avenge you all." After that, a tyrannical wave of qi shot out from Jiang Chen's body. The entire underground chamber was instantly destroyed. At the same time, the end of the fragrance-dispelling pavilion led to Dark Liu Yun's room. The destruction of the fragrance-dispelling pavilion didn't cause any commotion in the mansion. However, Dark Lu Yun could feel it clearly, especially the death of the 8 women. Shwa! In the next moment, Dark Lu Yun disappeared and appeared in front of the underground chamber. Looking at the messy fragrance-dispelling pavilion, Dark Liu Yun's face turned ashen. Anger erupted from his body. In Dark Mulberry City, there was actually someone who dared to destroy his fragrance-dispelling pavilion. This was simply a joke. How much courage did this person have to do such a thing? Damn it. How dare you destroy the fragrance-dispelling pavilion that I've painstakingly built? You even destroyed my doll. Dark Lu Yun gritted his teeth. He spread his divine sense, wanting to find the culprit. However, he couldn't find anything. The culprit had already left. However, Dark Lu Yun soon thought of someone. A young man in white. Zhang Chen, it's definitely you. I'll definitely make you pay a heavy price. I'll make you wish you were dead. Dark Liu Yun's eyes flashed with ferocity. Chapter 8:13. Dark Lu Yun guessed that it was Zhang Chen without much thought. Otherwise, his fragrance-dispelling pavilion wouldn't be destroyed as soon as Zhang Chen arrived. The people of the Dark Generation wouldn't do such a thing. In Dark Mulberry City, no one would dare to do such a thing. Today, the Void Triangular Domain had just opened and Zhang Chen and the others were the first batch of people to enter the city. In the courtyard, Zhang Chen had returned. His body was filled with murderous qi and his face was cold. Even though he had destroyed the fragrance-dispelling pavilion with his own hands, Zhang Chen's anger still couldn't be released. He could never forget the miserable condition of the 8 girls. Ying Er's pitiful and desperate eyes were like a steel needle piercing his heart. The only way to release his anger was to kill Dark Lu Yun and avenge them. Chen Gij, what's wrong? Little Chenzi, you don't look well. Chen, did you notice something wrong? Yen Chenyu and the other two could tell that Zhang Chen's condition wasn't right. He was like a completely different person compared to when he went out. They could feel that there was a volcano in Zhang Chen's body that was on the verge of erupting. Inhumane and insane. Dark Lu Yun deserves to die. Everyone who entered the fragrance-dispelling pavilion deserves to die. The entire Dark Generation deserves to die. Zhang Chen felt that his tone was extremely cold, and the veins on his fists were twitching. As a man who had lived 2 lives, his mind was as strong as steel, and he had seen many life-and-death situations. No matter what happened, he could always remain calm. But today, he was completely enraged, and he couldn't control his anger. Only God knew how he felt when he killed those 8 girls with his own hands. Chen Gij, what happened? Yen Chenyu asked. Zhang Chen took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself down. If it wasn't for his sanity, he would have destroyed the entire mansion. Subsequently, Zhang Chen told them everything that he had encountered. Their facial expression changed dramatically, especially Yen Chenyu. The cold qi radiating from her body could almost freeze an ancient beast to death. Tyrant and Dan King were infuriated. Even though they didn't see the inhumane scene with their own eyes, they could imagine that Dark Lu Yun had set his eyes on Yen Chenyu. If he succeeded, the consequences would be obvious. Of course, he wouldn't be able to succeed. Amit Ba. Tyrant put his palms together in front of his chest. His face was filled with sorrow. Then he started cursing, "Motherfucker! This bastard is worse than a beast. Going to the 18 levels of hell is the lightest punishment for him." Sigh. Many young masters of the Dark Generation have this kind of hobby. If I didn't hear it from Chen Er, I wouldn't have known that they treated human girls like puppets. Damn it! Dan King sighed. He could imagine how sad the families and friends of those girls would be if they knew what they had been through. Chen Gij, you must not let that Dark Lu Yun go. Yen Chenyu said coldly. Not just Dark Lu Yun. The corner of Zhang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of coldness. From the guards of Dark Mulberry City to the guards of the prefecture, everyone knew what Dark Lu Yun had done. However, their faces showed that it was only natural. Zhang Chen wanted to avenge the 8 girls. Perhaps it wasn't just the 8 girls, but also those who died in the fragrance-dispelling pavilion. Dark Lu Yun wasn't the only one who needed to be buried with them. It's almost time. There's less than an hour left. That bastard should be here soon. Tyrant said. I have destroyed his fragrance-dispelling pavilion. It's impossible that he didn't know that I was the one who did it. I reckon that he must be furious now. Once the time is up, he will be the first to appear. Zhang Chen sneered. By the way, little Chenzi, perhaps we don't need to go through so much trouble. Tyrant smiled. The physique of the Dark Generation is dark. Perhaps the edifying light will work on them. If we can edify them, won't we be able to save a lot of trouble? I didn't think of that. However, the nature of this world is different from Saint Origin World. This world is made up of dark and light elements. The dark generation is the only living beings in this world. They are not considered as devils in this world. I'm afraid the edifying light won't work on them. Jiang Chen thought. We'll know after we try. Tyrant smiled. An hour passed very quickly. The four of them were sitting in the courtyard, waiting for Dark Liu Yun's arrival. Sure enough, Dark Liu Yun didn't disappoint them. He came at the right time. Everyone, are you used to living here? Dark Liu Yun's voice could be heard even before he stepped into the courtyard. However, his tone wasn't as polite as it was during the day. Perhaps, in his opinion, there was no need to be polite anymore. To mortals who were poisoned, they were no different from ants. Dark Liu Yun's gaze appeared in the courtyard. Behind him was an old man who was a peak 6th grade minor saint. Both of them had a hideous smile on their faces. Dark Liu Yun was no longer as polite as he was during the day. At this moment, he was like a devil in the night. Swoosh! As soon as Dark Liu Yun appeared, Jiang Chen made his move. He cast out the edifying light and entered Dark Liu Yun's body. Dark Liu Yun frowned and quickly checked his body. He was relieved when he found that there was nothing wrong with his body. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was going to launch a sneak attack on him. However, Jiang Chen didn't know that Jiang Chen had already lost all of his cultivation. Jiang Chen's attack wouldn't pose any threat to him. Jiang Chen secretly withdrew the edifying light and shook his head at Tyrant. It seemed like he was right. The edifying light was useless in this strange world. This place was different from the devil world. The devils in the devil world would be restrained by the edifying light. Although the devil world was a spatial zone, it was still a spatial zone. This spatial zone was dependent on the Saint Origin world. In other words, the existence of the devil world wasn't really separated from the Saint Origin world. Naturally, it would be affected by the elements of Saint Origin world. However, Void Triangular Domain was different. It was a world of its own with its own elements and the influence of the world's origin. Dark Generation was the only existence in this domain. Therefore, the edifying light was useless. However, Jiang Chen didn't intend to use the edifying light. The best way to deal with a beast like Dark Liu Yun was to crush him with his strength. Young Master Liu Yun is so carefree. Why did you come to us in the middle of the night? Jiang Chen and the others were sitting on their seats. They didn't even have the intention to stand up. Jiang Chen, let me ask you. Are you the one who destroyed the fragrance-dispelling pavilion? Dark Liu Yun didn't bother to hide anything and asked directly. That's right. I did it. I have also promised them that I will avenge them by killing you. Jiang Chen's body was filled with killing intent. He was trying his best not to tear Dark Liu Yun into pieces. Bastard, you lowly humans. I treated you so well in vain. You killed my guards and commanders, but I didn't hold it against you and even treated you warmly. I didn't expect you to bite the hand that fed you. How despicable. Dark Liu Yun's voice was stern. He thought about how the fragrance-dispelling pavilion that he had painstakingly built was destroyed because of this bastard. Haha, Grandpa has seen shameless people, but I have never seen someone as shameless as you. Your shamelessness has already reached the level of angering both humans and gods. Don't tell me that poisoning the tea is also a sign of our warm hospitality? Tyrant scolded. Seems like you guys know about it. But now that you have lost your cultivation, you are just like ants in front of me. I can kill you with a single breath. But I won't let you die so easily. All of you will die from endless torture. But this beauty must not die. It is worth it to exchange the fragrance-dispelling pavilion for such a beautiful lady. Dark Liu Yun had completely exposed his fox's tail. Since the other party had lost their cultivation, they could only be manipulated by him. As he spoke, Dark Liu Yun walked towards Jiang Chen. He raised his palm and slapped Jiang Chen. He felt that he must not slap Jiang Chen to death. Otherwise it would be meaningless. Pah! A loud sound resounded in the courtyard. However, the one who suffered this slap wasn't Jiang Chen but Dark Liu Yun. Dark Liu Yun was sent flying by Jiang Chen's slap. He crashed into a rock at the side, shattering it. Barf! Dark Liu Yun spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face was full of shock. You didn't lose your cultivation. Dark Liu Yun's eyes were filled with disbelief. What shocked him more was Jiang Chen's strength. He was a powerful 5th grade minor saint while Jiang Chen was only a 3rd grade minor saint. Even if his cultivation was still there, he shouldn't be able to send him flying with just a slap. One should know that he was a genius of the young generation. Even though he was a 5th grade minor saint, No ordinary 6th grade minor saint was his match. Even so, he couldn't withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen. He even had a feeling that Jiang Chen had purposely held back his strength. Otherwise that slap would have killed him. Don't worry. I have the same thought as you. I won't let you die so easily because I will be sorry to those girls who have been harmed by you. Jiang Chen's tone suddenly became incomparably cold. Dark Lu Yun had already entered the courtyard. He was now like a turtle in a jar, waiting to be slaughtered by Jiang Chen. Impossible. You have drunk the Sequoia Dragon tea. Dark Lu Yun still couldn't believe it. He remembered clearly that Jiang Chen had drunk the tea in one gulp. It was absolutely not an act. There are many things that are impossible. This is just the beginning. Chapter 8:14. The scene in the fragrance-dispelling pavilion kept replaying in Jiang Chen's mind. He seemed to have seen the eyes of those women again. He must make Dark Lu Yun and the entire Dark Mulberry City pay a heavy price for what he did. Courting death. You are just a puny 6th grade minor saint. Do you think you can survive just because you weren't poisoned? This is ridiculous. How dare you hurt our young master? This is a heinous crime. The elder's body flashed and appeared in front of Jiang Chen. The chi of a peak 6th grade minor saint was unleashed. It was many times stronger than Dark Liu Yun's. However, a 6th grade minor saint couldn't intimidate Jiang Chen at all. Even if he was a peak 6th grade minor saint, the result would still be the same. Jiang Chen didn't need to transform to deal with any 6th grade minor saint. As soon as the elder's voice faded, Jiang Chen sent out another slap at lightning speed. The elder didn't even have time to react before he received a solid slap. Deng deng deng. Jiang Chen's slap made the elder take a few steps back. Half of the elder's face was swollen. He spat out 2 of his front teeth while looking at Jiang Chen in horror. The shock in his heart was 100 times stronger than Dark Liu Yun's. He was a peak 6th grade minor saint, but he was sent flying by a 3rd grade minor saint. He had never dreamt of such a scene. If Jiang Chen sent Dark Lu Yun flying because Dark Lu Yun underestimated his opponent, then luck wouldn't happen twice in a row. The only explanation was that Jiang Chen was truly powerful. Dark Lu Yun and the elder were shocked. They had never seen such an abnormal being. There were plenty of geniuses in the Dark Generation, but none of them could imagine what Jiang Chen was capable of. Brat, you have infuriated me. The elder was infuriated. His body made a cracking sound. A dark shadow appeared behind him. It was the shadow of a ferocious monster. The dark energy spread out, giving people the feeling that they were facing a devil from hell. The Dark Generation is indeed a cruel monster. Your race shouldn't exist in the first place. There's no need for you to exist in the future. Jiang Chen said lung lung. Rumble. The old man's power let out a deafening roar. He conjured a huge dark hand and struck towards Jiang Chen. Boom. Jiang Chen also made a move, flicking out the true dragon palm. Moreover, his dragon claws were covered with the flames of extreme yang. The moment these flames appeared, the elder's dark energy clearly trembled, as if it had met its natural enemy. His aura directly shrank by half. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was overjoyed. It seemed like his flame was different from the edifying light. The edifying light came from Buddha sect and its attribute was leaning towards Buddha sect. There were only 2 elements in the void triangular domain, dark and light. These 2 elements could coexist in this domain and they recognized each other. In addition to the restriction of the domain's origin, the edifying light was useless. However, Jiang Chen's flame could restrain the Dark Generation. Under this restraint, the old man was like a demon, unable to unleash his full strength. Moreover, there was a certain gap between the old man's strength and Jiang Chen's. Bang! The true dragon palm collided with the old man's dark palm, instantly destroying it. The old man was sent flying away, and one of his arms was torn off by Jiang Chen. He let out a blood-curdling screech, because when Jiang Chen's flame touched his body, it was like a bone that couldn't be shaken off no matter how hard he tried. Jiang Chen took a step forward and reached out his dragon claws again. He grabbed the old man's neck and lifted him up. The old man kept struggling in Jiang Chen's hand like a little chick. He couldn't break free from Jiang Chen's grip. Dark Liu Yun's facial expression turned even uglier after he struggled to get up from the ground. He couldn't believe what he just saw. The elder had been following him all this while. He knew very well how powerful the elder was. In the entire Dark Mulberry City, Apart from his father and another elder who was a 7th-grade minor saint, this elder's strength was definitely ranked 3rd. However, despite his strength, he couldn't pose any threat to Jiang Chen at all. Instead, he was easily controlled by Jiang Chen. Stop it, Jiang Chen. Don't forget where you are right now. This is the prefecture of the prefecture. I'm sure my father will be able to hear such a huge commotion. At that time you will still die. Dark Lu Yun said sternly. Tsk tisk. I'm really sorry. We've already set up an inescapable net here. The entire monastery has been sealed. Even if the heavens are broken, the outside won't be able to sense anything. Sir Lu Yun, you should know that from the moment you stepped into this monastery, you've already become a turtle in a jar. No, if I compare you to a turtle, wouldn't that be a great insult to the turtle? It would be better to say we've closed the door to beat the dog. That's even worse. If I compare you to a dog, my De Huang will definitely bite me to death. AI, how lamentable. A scum like you can't even find an analogy. Amit ba. Tyrant shook his head and sighed. He couldn't find any words to describe Dark Lu Yun. However, it was very satisfying to see a scum like Dark Lu Yun getting the punishment he deserved. What did you say? Dark Lu Yun exclaimed. He didn't hear a single word of Tyrant's sarcasm. All he knew was that this place was isolated by a seal. He, who knew nothing about formations, didn't even notice the existence of a formation outside the courtyard. Even the old man beside him didn't notice it at all. However, Dark Lu Yun had to believe that Tyrant was right. Otherwise, the commotion caused by the collision between Jiang Chen and the old man would have alerted the entire Dark Mulberry City. Not to mention the City Lord's mansion. The experts in the City Lord's mansion should have appeared by now. However, the entire City Lord's mansion was as calm as usual. Let me go, lowly human. You dare to kill people in the City Lord's mansion? You are dead meat. The old man was still struggling and threatened Jiang Chen. He didn't think that threatening Jiang Chen at this moment was a very unwise choice. Struggle and die slowly while struggling. Jiang Chen's tone was extremely cold. His eyes looked like a devil king from hell. He placed the old man into his domain, then unleashed the true thunder fire and true dragon flame. Both types of flames contained yuan energy, and they stabbed into the old man's body like sharp blades. In just an instant, the old man's body had turned into a sea of flames. Arg! The people of the dark generation were not afraid of flames because their power of darkness was strong enough. However, the old man only learned today that there was a flame in this world that they were truly afraid of. The old man struggled in the disaster and let out a miserable shriek. His hair stood on end. Chapter 8:15. A powerful 6th-grade minor saint was screaming and struggling in the sea of fire, but he didn't die. Dark Lu Yun felt that his soul had fallen into hell when he saw this scene. Just like that, the old man screamed for 10 minutes before he finally died. His whole body was burnt to ashes by the flames, leaving nothing behind. He had completely disappeared from this world. Jiang Chen, you are a despicable man. How dare you plot against me? Dark Lu Yun scolded at Jiang Chen. Haha, this is hilarious. You still have the face to say that others are despicable? If you didn't have the intention to harm others, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Do you know what this is called in Buddha sect? This is called karma. Those who plot against others will be plotted against by others. Today, Grandpa Monk will teach you the truth of Buddha sect. Even if you die today, it will be a worthy death. Tyrant laughed and said in a serious tone. He sounded like he was teaching Dark Lu Yun a lesson. However, his words made Jiang Chen and Dan King frown. Those who plot against others will be plotted against by others. Was there really such a saying in Buddha sect? This should be the saying of Tyrant, right? Jiang Chen, how dare you offend me and plot against me in my mansion? You are finished. Dark Lu Yun threatened before turning into a black blur, intending to flee. However, if Dark Lu Yun could still escape under such circumstances, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to stay in this world anymore. The speed of the 5 elemental sphere was even faster. It instantly trapped Dark Lu Yun and pulled him down. Dark Liu Yun's body fell heavily on the ground, creating a huge crater. Jiang Chen had exerted all his strength in this fall, causing Dark Lu Yun to be dizzy and spurt out blood. In front of me, you don't even have the chance to run away. You are just an ant. What is there to be proud of? Jiang Chen's ruthless words had stimulated Dark Liu Yun's arrogant soul. He had always been the one scolding others. He didn't expect that he would be the one scolding others today. In this dark mulberry city, he had always been the one plotting against others. The women that he fancied had never escaped from his hands. Those that he wanted to kill, whether they were from the dark generation or the outsiders, were all dead. Today's scene was something that he had never dreamt of. However, Dark Lu Yun wasn't an idiot. He should have known that Jiang Chen wasn't an ordinary person. Otherwise, how could a third-grade minor saint become the leader of the group? Even a sixth-grade minor saint alchemist had to follow his orders. However, even if he had guessed it, he wouldn't have thought that Jiang Chen would be this powerful. Dark Lu Yun could already see that the situation was extremely disadvantageous to him. There was a huge gap between his strength and Jiang Chen's. If he continued to resist, he would end up like the old man. The entire courtyard was sealed and he couldn't escape. However, he didn't want to die either. The only thing he could do was to beg for mercy. Jiang Chen, you can't kill me. Jiang Chen, you can't kill me. Killing me won't bring you any benefits. My dad will never let you go. What happened before was my fault, and I apologize to you. But, you've killed so many of my men, and you've destroyed my fragrance-dispelling pavilion. That's a great advantage. As long as you don't kill me, I'll give you endless benefits. Don't you humans need true meta stones? I have a large amount of high-grade true meta stones with me. You can have as many as you want. Dark Lu Yun chose to compromise. He believed that as long as Jiang Chen wasn't an idiot, he would know what he meant. Jiang Chen should know the consequences of killing him. After all, this was Void Triangular Domain, not Saint Origin World. He believed that Jiang Chen would agree to his terms as long as he offered a generous offer. Take out all the true meta stones, you have to show your sincerity, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Jiang Chen, you should know that with my identity, I won't carry those useless things with me. The true meta stones of the prefecture are stored in a vault. With my identity, I can enter the vault whenever I want. Dark Lu Yun said. Jiang Chen nodded. What Dark Lu Yun said was true. True meta stones were useless to the people of Dark Generation. With his identity as the young master of the prefecture, he naturally wouldn't carry these useless things with him. Swoosh. However, Jiang Chen moved all of a sudden. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of Dark Lu Yun in an instant. He struck out a seal and sealed all of Dark Lu Yun's cultivation base, giving him complete control over Dark Lu Yun. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? You've sealed my cultivation. Dark Lu Yun's facial expression changed. I will get the true meta stones. You will die too. But before that, I still have some use for you. Jiang Chen said lung lung. Jiang Chen, you. Slap. Before Dark Lu Yun could finish his words, Jiang Chen slapped him. Half of Dark Lu Yun's face was badly mutilated. Half of his teeth flew out of his mouth. From now on, without my permission, you better not say a word or make a sound. Otherwise, I will have thousands of ways to make you wish you were dead. Jiang Chen said lung lung. His eyes were like the eyes of the god of hell. They were filled with endless coldness. Dark Lu Yun felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. He knew that Jiang Chen was not joking. So he chose to shut his mouth. He had made up his mind that as long as Jiang Chen didn't kill him, he still had a chance. After all, this was the prefecture. Brother Chen, why don't you just kill him? Yan Chenyu said. Her tone was even colder than Jiang Chen's. He is still useful. I have promised those girls in the fragrance-dispelling pavilion that I will avenge them. I will kill all those who have hurt them in the past 3 years. I will let them die in peace. Jiang Chen said faintly. Yan Chenyu and the other two realized that Dark Lu Yun wasn't the only one who had humiliated those girls. Dark Liu Yun's friends had to die as well. Only Dark Lu Yun knew who they were. Dark Lu Yun was the only one who knew who they were. Father, little you, tyrant. The 3 of you should leave Dark Mulberry City now. You can go anywhere you want. This is a message talisman that I have refined. After I settle everything in Dark Mulberry City, I will contact you. Jiang Chen said. Brother Chen, I want to go with you. Yan Chenyu said. No, we will be too conspicuous if we stay together. Once we are discovered, the entire Dark Generation will hunt us down. At that time, there will be no place for us in the entire Void Triangular Domain, let alone King City. If I go alone, they won't be able to find us. We still have to go to King City to participate in the large-scale trade fair, Jiang Chen said. Dan King and Tyrant exchanged a glance after hearing what Jiang Chen said. Based on their understanding of Jiang Chen, they knew that Jiang Chen wanted to send them away. It meant that Jiang Chen was going to do something big. They were afraid that the entire Dark Mulberry City would be in trouble. They believed that Jiang Chen had the ability to do so. They could see Jiang Chen's anger. He must vent his anger. What Dark Lu Yun had done was inhumane. He must be punished. All right, we will leave now. Chen Er, be careful. Dan King patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Don't worry. Jiang Chen smiled. He already had a plan in his mind. This time, he was going to turn Dark Mulberry City upside down and reap the benefits that belonged to him. After that, Dan King and the other two left the courtyard. With their cultivation base, it was easy for them to leave the prefecture undetected. The guards of the prefecture couldn't stop a minor saint expert. As for the experts of the prefecture, who would have thought that someone would dare to cause trouble in the prefecture? After the three of them left, Jiang Chen looked at Dark Lu Yun and said, "You have to answer every question I ask you truthfully because you can't hide a single word from me. If you don't tell me the truth, I will cut off a part of your body. First, I will cut off your lower body." Jiang Chen's eyes unintentionally glanced at Dark Lu Yun's lower body. Dark Lu Yun was so scared that his crotch tightened and his soul almost left his body. If a man, especially a sex fiend, had his lower body cut off, it would be worse than death. Moreover, he absolutely didn't believe that Jiang Chen was joking with him. This was a man who was more ruthless than him. Let me ask you, how many people have entered the fragrance-dispelling pavilion in the past 3 years? Jiang Chen asked. His eyes were like the eyes of a devil, staring at Dark Lu Yun. Dark Liu Yun's back was already sweating. He had no doubt that the only thing he could do was to answer Jiang Chen's question truthfully. Even if he tried to hide anything, he would be discovered by Jiang Chen. Then, what awaited him would be endless torture. Dark Lu Yun didn't want to die. At least he wasn't dead yet. He felt that he still had hope. 10. 12. Dark Lu Yun answered honestly. Hong. Hearing the number, a surge of anger burst out from Jiang Chen's body. This group of animals were worse than animals. Jiang Chen resisted the urge to slap Dark Lu Yun to death on the spot. He gritted his teeth and said, "Including you, that's 13. Yes. Dark Lu Yun didn't dare to hide anything. Jiang Chen had made up his mind. He wanted to destroy the entire Dark Mulberry City, but before that, he wanted to find these 12 people and kill them one by one. He believed that the dark souls of those women in the fragrance-dispelling pavilion were watching him. Even if it was just an illusion, he wanted those dark souls to witness the death of all those who harmed them. None of them would have a good ending, so that those women could rest in peace. Are they all in Dark Mulberry City? Jiang Chen asked. Yes, they are my friends. They are the descendants of the nobles in Dark Mulberry City. Dark Lu Yun said. He didn't dare to show any neglect in answering Jiang Chen's question. He had never seen a third-grade minor saint with such a powerful qi. It was the qi that came from the soul. Let's go. Bring me to them one by one. Jiang Chen said in a flat tone. Chapter 8:16. The night in Void Triangular Domain was very dark. The void was filled with cold qi, giving people a very uncomfortable feeling. 2 silhouettes suddenly appeared above a mansion. There were no ripples in the void. They were like ghosts that merged with the void. These 2 silhouettes were none other than Jiang Chen and Dark Lu Yun. Dark Lu Yun was under Jiang Chen's control. He could not do anything. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was too scary. Even though he was in Dark Mulberry City, he did not even have the chance to seek help from his father. This is a noble family in Dark Mulberry City. Dark Huiguang and his 2 brothers are here. Dark Lu Yun pointed at the mansion and said honestly, 3 brothers. It seems like all the young masters of Dark Generation have this kind of fetish. Damn it. Jiang Chen looked at Dark Lu Yun and Lang Lang. Dark Lu Yun was just a noble family, but there were 3 young masters who hooked up with Dark Lu Yun. The first person that Dark Lu Yun mentioned must be a frequent visitor of Fragrance Dispelling Pavilion. There was no need for such people to live. Let's go. Find them. Don't play any tricks. No tricks will work in my domain. It will only bring you painful punishment. Only I can hear what you are saying. Even if you want to shout for help, no one else can hear you. Jiang Chen's tone was flat, but it made Dark Lu Yun feel a trace of despair. It was a very sad thing to fall into Jiang Chen's hands. He had thought of many ways to ask for help along the way, but none of them worked. That's where Dark Xueguang lives. Dark Lu Yun pointed to a secluded courtyard. It looked extremely luxurious from the outside. It was already late at night, but the courtyard was still brightly lit. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen dashed towards the courtyard. At this moment, in the garden of the courtyard, 3 young men were sitting around a table, drinking to their heart's content, talking loudly and boisterously about some women's problems. Boss, young Master Lu Yun, the women in the fragrance dispelling pavilion have already been played by us for 3 years. It is time to change them. That's right. Now that the void triangular domain is open again, young Master Lu Yun will definitely not let go of such a great opportunity. Let's wait until he gets his hands on another top-notch beauty. We brothers will be able to enjoy ourselves again. That's right, those women are much more fun than the women of our dark generation. Haha. As the 3 of them drank, they talked about some obscene things, and these words just happened to be heard by Jiang Chen. All 3 of them are here. Dark Cloud said to Jiang Chen. It couldn't be better. Jiang Chen sneered. It seemed like his luck wasn't bad. He didn't need to look for them one by one. Sure enough, there were 3 like-minded people. They were having a discussion even in the middle of the night. However, the difference between their strength and Dark Liu Yun's wasn't small. 2 of them were first-grade minor saints while the other was second-grade minor saint. Shua! Suddenly, 2 people appeared beside the table. One was a white-robed youth and the other was a purple-robed man. The purple-robed man looked very miserable. His body was full of injuries and half of his face was smashed. Dark Xueguang and the other 2 were stunned. They didn't expect that there would be an uninvited guest in the middle of the night. They looked at the newcomer. Although Dark Lu Yun had been beaten up badly by Jiang Chen, they could still recognize him at first glance. Brother Lu Yun, what happened to you? Dark Xueguang stood up from his seat and asked. Who are you? Another young master pointed at Jiang Chen and shouted. The one who wants your life. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. The 5 elemental sphere spread out in a swoosh, instantly shrouding the 3 of them. Their facial expression changed dramatically. They could only feel an invisible pressure coming from all directions, immobilizing them. Who are you? Do you know what you are doing? Bastard, you are exuding the aura of a human. This is Dark Mulberry City. You dare to attack us here. You are doomed. The 3 of them roared instantly. Jiang Chen snorted at such a meaningless threat. It seemed that the 3 of them were stupid. He even dared to attack Dark Lu Yun. What were they? Whoosh! Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with them. He didn't want to waste time either. Flames rushed out like sharp swords and pierced through the bodies of the 3 of them. However, they didn't die immediately. Instead, they were engulfed by the sea of fire. They screamed and fell into the same situation as the old man. I'll let you die knowing. My name is Jiang Chen. I'm killing you to avenge the women in Fragrance Dispelling Pavilion. Jiang Chen said coldly. Ah! The screams of the 3 of them lasted for a few minutes before they were completely burned to ashes. The screams that lasted for a few minutes didn't affect the mansion at all. This was the place where the 3 of them gathered. Normally, no one would dare to come in. After burning the 3 of them, Jiang Chen left the mansion with Dark Lu Yun and went to the next target. Dark Lu Yun was completely scared when he thought about the miserable situation of the old man and the 3 princes. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was a bloodthirsty devil king. He couldn't imagine what would happen to him in the end. 12 people, only 3 were killed. There were still 9 left. However, with Jiang Chen's speed, he would soon kill all of them. In the next residence, Jiang Chen and Dark Lu Yun barged into a young master's room. The room was filled with an incomparably erotic scene. A man and a woman of the dark generation, naked. Anyone would be enraged if they were to be interrupted while they were doing that. However, the poor prince just jumped off the bed. He didn't even see who the intruder was before he was slapped and turned into a blood mist. The whole room was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Ah! The woman screamed. She looked at Jiang Chen with a terrified expression, and her body was trembling. The people of the dark generation deserve to die. Jiang Chen was ruthless. He threw out a light and directly cut off the woman's head. Then, he and Dark Lu Yun went to the next location. This night was a disaster for all the noble princes in Dark Mulberry City. It was a hellish night. Jiang Chen didn't go anywhere. There would be blood everywhere. In just 10 minutes, the 12 princes who were identified by Dark Lu Yun died in the hands of Jiang Chen. Not even a complete corpse was left. This was the revenge of the human race. This was Jiang Chen's bloody method. It was a bloody lesson for them. I have avenged you. I will kill this Dark Lu Yun last. You can rest in peace. Jiang Chen looked at the dark night sky and said in a sad tone. Chapter 8:17. All the people who had entered the fragrance-dispelling pavilion had been killed. Jiang Chen's anger had finally been vented a little. Of course, this matter wouldn't end here. Since he was already here, he would turn the entire void triangular domain upside down. Dark Lu Yun was not killed yet because he was still useful to Jiang Chen. It was time to consider the benefits. Jiang Chen, you have killed all of them. You have avenged those women. As long as you don't kill me, I promise you that I will give you the benefits you want. Dark Lu Yun said in a trembling tone. No one wanted to die. The better their life was, the more afraid they would be of death. Dark Lu Yun was the young master of the city lord. He had never thought that he would die one day. Let's go. Bring me to the treasury of the city lord. Jiang Chen said faintly. Dark Liu Yun's facial expression changed. Jiang Chen was really ambitious. How dare he set his eyes on the treasury of the city lord? The treasury was his trump card. If Jiang Chen could get it easily, he would not have the capital to negotiate with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, the treasury of the city lord is sealed by my father. Only my father can enter it. Let me go. I will ask my father to open the treasury for you. You can have as many true metastones as you want. Dark Lu Yun said. Bring me to the treasury. I don't want to say it for the third time. Jiang Chen looked at Dark Lu Yun Leng. Dark Lu Yun did not dare to make eye contact with Jiang Chen. He immediately brought Jiang Chen to the treasury. Although Jiang Chen did not let him go, Dark Lu Yun was secretly delighted. The treasury was sealed by his father. If Jiang Chen tried to force his way in, he would definitely touch the seal. At that time, his father would be able to sense it and he would be saved. Unfortunately, Dark Lu Yun seemed to have completely forgotten about Jiang Chen's matter in the courtyard. Jiang Chen casually arranged a formation outside the courtyard and blocked everything. For an array master like Jiang Chen, ordinary seals were basically impossible to stop. The treasury of the city lord was the same as the fragrance-dispelling pavilion. It was an incomparably huge underground chamber. Jiang Chen had the earth spirit, so he could casually travel underground. He didn't need to use the passage to enter the treasury. He brought Dark Lu Yun underground and soon arrived at the location of the treasury. Dark Lu Yun was extremely shocked by Jiang Chen's endless abilities. At this time, he was filled with regret. Why did he have to provoke this malefic star? If he didn't provoke Jiang Chen, perhaps he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. This is the location of the treasury. Dark Lu Yun pointed at the stone door in front of him. The stone door was 2 meters tall and very thick. Dark Lu Yun looked at the stone door in front of him. This was the only way to enter the treasury. The entire place was sealed by his father. If someone tried to enter the treasury, his father would be able to sense it instantly. Moreover, if someone tried to break the seal, it would be useless. Once the seal was broken, his father would be able to sense it instantly. In other words, if Jiang Chen wanted to enter the treasury, his father would be able to sense it. At this time, Dark Lu Yun finally felt the hope of survival. His father was a peak 7th grade minor saint. He would definitely be able to rescue him from Jiang Chen's hands in one piece. Dark Lu Yun looked at Jiang Chen from the corner of his eyes. He wanted to see how Jiang Chen was going to enter the treasury. Dark Lu Yun, I know what you are thinking. Unfortunately, you are destined to be disappointed. Jiang Chen smiled at Dark Lu Yun. Then, he disappeared with Dark Lu Yun. In the next moment, they appeared at the other side of the stone door, entering the treasury. What? How is this possible? Dark Lu Yun exclaimed. He could clearly sense that Jiang Chen didn't touch the seal at all during the process of bringing him into the treasury. That was to say, in Jiang Chen's eyes, the seal that was set by his father didn't exist at all. He could go in and out whenever he wanted. Jiang Chen didn't care about Dark Liu Yun's surprise. The current him was dumbfounded. The entire treasury was filled with dazzling light. True meta stones the size of a fist were piled up into 3 small hills. All of them are top-grade true meta stones. It looks like there are at least 50 million of them. Jiang Chen's eyes were sparkling. He couldn't help but lick his lips. The wealth that had just flown into his hands was just too abundant. Not only that, there were also some herbs and rare treasures in the vault besides the supreme-grade true meta stones. However, there weren't many of them left. These treasures should have been exchanged with the humans 3 years ago, but after 3 years of consumption, there weren't many left. Of course, Jiang Chen wasn't interested in these medicinal herbs. What he was most interested in were the top-grade true meta stones. One should know that a top-grade true meta stone was equivalent to a saint elixir. 50 million top-grade true meta stones was too amazing. You're right. There are exactly 50 million top-grade true meta stones here. Take them and let me go. Dark Lu Yun said. Jiang Chen ignored Dark Lu Yun. He made a grabbing motion towards the treasury. With a crashing sound, countless true meta stones drilled into Jiang Chen's body like a tide. Jiang Chen's body was like a bottomless pit. No matter how many things there were, it would be able to hold them all. With Jiang Chen's current cultivation, his qi had expanded to an extremely vast extent. It was no different from a small world. Not to mention 50 million top-grade true meta stones. Even 100 mountains could be easily contained within. In the blink of an eye, the entire treasury was swept clean by Jiang Chen. 50 million top-grade true meta stones along with those medicinal herbs were all collected by Jiang Chen. After that, the huge treasury seemed empty. Dark Lu Yun had the urge to vomit blood. If his father knew about this, he would probably vomit blood as well. Jiang Chen, you've already gotten what you wanted. I advise you to let me go. Killing me won't do you any good. Dark Lu Yun only wanted to live. Since I've already gotten what I wanted, you're no longer valuable to me. Isn't it better for me to kill you now? A cruel smile was revealed at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. Dark Liu Yun's facial expression changed dramatically when he felt Jiang Chen's killing intent. He hastily said, Don't kill me. I still have benefits for you. Tell me, let's see if your benefits are worth your life. Jiang Chen retracted his qi. It seemed like there was an unexpected harvest. There are a lot of hidden ores in the void triangular domain. These unique ores can absorb the light energy and condense true meta stones. The reason why we have an endless supply of true meta stones is because of these unique ores. 1,000 miles away from the dark mulberry city, there is a small mine. The true meta stones that our city lord got from there. As long as you promise to let me go, I will bring you to the mine. As far as I know, although the mine is small, it should be able to dig out 50 million true meta stones. Dark Lu Yun said hastily. In order to survive, he had to risk his life. One should know that the mines in void triangular domain were very well hidden. Plus, they were connected to the origin of the world. From the outside, the mines looked no different from ordinary mountains. Only the people of Dark Generation could find them easily. Humans would never be able to find them. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. He had already guessed that the source of true meta stones was the existence of a mine. Now it seemed like he was right. Since there was such a mine outside the dark mulberry city, he would not miss it. Bring me there now. If I am in a good mood, I will consider sparing your life. Jiang Chen didn't want to talk nonsense with Dark Lu Yun. He brought Dark Lu Yun and disappeared, leaving behind an empty treasury. Originally, the treasury was very bright because of the existence of true meta stones. But now it was completely dark. The reason why Dark Lu Yun brought Jiang Chen to the ore mine was naturally because he had other plans. This was his last chance to survive. The ore mine was under the complete control of Dark Mulberry City and was guarded by many experts. Unless Jiang Chen could kill all of them in an instant, the news would be sent to the prefecture. Even if no one sent the news, Jiang Chen would still create a huge commotion if he wanted to touch the ore mine. His father could also sense it. Given his father's strength, it would only take him a blink of an eye to reach the ore mine from the prefecture. Very quickly, Jiang Chen and Dark Lu Yun arrived at the designated location. There was a short mountain in front of them. It didn't look conspicuous at all. It looked like a bumpkin, but this bumpkin was the ore mine that Dark Lu Yun mentioned. Jiang Chen stood there and circulated the Great Soul Derivation technique, but he couldn't sense any difference between this bumpkin and the other mountains. It seemed like it was impossible for humans to find the ore mine. At this time, Jiang Chen thought of Big Yellow. If Big Yellow was here, he would definitely be able to find the ore mine given his ability. It's here, Dark Lu Yun said. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the dark sky. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He stretched out his arms and felt the cold wind in the dark. It's time to end this. Next is the last step of the plan. Tonight is destined to be an extraordinary night. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, his body began to transform. Cracking sounds were heard from his bones. In the blink of an eye, his body had doubled in size, turning into a half-human and half-dragon existence. A pair of blood-red dragon wings flapped casually, emitting a cold aura. His sharp claws glowed with blood-red light. His pair of merciless eyes looked like they came from hell. Hiss. Chapter 8:18. Dark Lu Yun could see that Jiang Chen was using some kind of transformation technique. He had no idea why Jiang Chen would suddenly transform. Given Jiang Chen's ability, he wouldn't even need to transform to deal with the ore mine. However, Dark Lu Yun wasn't an idiot. It was obvious that Jiang Chen had a plan. He didn't know what Jiang Chen was planning, but he could feel the fear that came from his soul. He had never seen anyone who could be this abnormal. There was a huge entrance to the ore mine, but Jiang Chen didn't bother to look for the entrance. His action was simple and barbaric. His body floated above the ore mine and punched down. It was imaginable how powerful Jiang Chen's punch was. The surface of the ore mine, which was the size of a country bumpkin, was smashed by Jiang Chen's punch, creating a huge crater. The ores inside the crater were exposed. Those true metastones were extremely bright. The radiance they emitted could even illuminate the night sky. These were huge ores which belonged to the ore mine. In order to turn them into true metastones, they would need to be mined out. However, it was unnecessary for Jiang Chen to do so. He could absorb the ores regardless of whether they were mined or not. Without saying a word, Jiang Chen struck out his dragon claw again. The dragon claw was conjured by his Yuan force. It was 300 meters long and it grabbed the entire ore mine. Who is it? Who dares to create trouble in the ore mine? Someone is attacking the ore mine. He must be courting death. Not good. The ore mine is moving. Someone is going to take the entire ore mine away. Who is it? Exclamations were heard from below. Then, black silhouettes flew out from the ore mine. In just a blink of an eye, there were more than 100 of them. All of them were powerful experts. The weakest among them was a combat emperor. There were more than a dozen of them who were minor saints. The leader was an old man who was the strongest among them. He was a 6th grade minor saint. According to Dark Lu Yun, these were the people from the Dark Generation who were guarding the mine. Usually, there weren't so many people here. Now that the void triangular domain had been opened again, they had to increase the number of guards to guard the mine. Dark Lu Yun was stunned. He didn't know why Jiang Chen, who had always been cautious, suddenly made such a big noise. It was too big. He was thinking about how to send a message to his father, but now it seemed that he didn't need to do so. If his father couldn't find out about such a big noise, he wouldn't be able to live in this world anymore. Stop. Where did this evildoer come from? He actually dares to have designs on the mine. The 6th grade minor saint elder saw a dragon man covered in bloodlight enveloping the entire underground mine. All the guards widened their eyes as if they had seen the most unbelievable scene. There was actually someone who dared to rob the mine? He must be courting death. Void triangular domain had existed for a very long time. Even though it only opened once every 3 years, none of the human experts had ever dared to rob the mine. Today, they met a crazy monster who dared to rob the entire mine. It was truly abominable. Hong long long. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Jiang Chen didn't bother to hide his actions. The entire underground mine was pulled up by Jiang Chen. Third uncle, save me. Dark Lu Yun yelled at the elder. He looked at his own people as if he was looking at a life-saving straw. He had forgotten that Jiang Chen could kill a 6th grade minor saint as easily as killing a chicken. If Dark Lu Yun was still sane, he would definitely warn these people to stay away from Jiang Chen and wait for the experts of the City Lord's mansion to arrive. Unfortunately, he was desperate to survive. Although the time he was under the control of Jiang Chen wasn't long, he felt like he was walking in hell. He could lose his life at any time. The elder was stunned when he heard the voice. Then, his eyes fell on Dark Lu Yun. When he recognized Dark Liu Yun's identity, his facial expression changed dramatically. Liu Yun. When the old man saw Dark Liu Yun's miserable state, he was infuriated and rushed out. How audacious of him! Someone actually dared to attack Dark Liu Yun in Dark Mulberry City. How could this be? Dark Liu Yun wanted to say something, but Jiang Chen had already sealed him with his domain. Even if he screamed until his throat broke, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to hear him. Hong Long. The earth within a few hundred miles was shaking. An entire mine was uprooted by Jiang Chen. His eyes glowed. Although the mine wasn't big, it was just like what Dark Liu Yun had said. It wouldn't be a problem to extract 50 million high-grade true meta stones from it. Including the 50 million he got from the City Lord's treasure vault, he now had 100 million high-grade true meta stones in his hands. This amount of wealth was too shocking. Even the 8 families would be tempted if they knew about it. Stop. Stop him. Many of the guards of the Dark Generation exclaimed. Seeing that the Dragon Man was about to take away the entire mine, they finally couldn't bear it anymore. All of them moved, forming a huge encirclement, trapping Jiang Chen in it. Facing the attacks from so many people, Jiang Chen's expression didn't change at all. He didn't even look at these people. The huge dragon claw formed from Yuan energy had completely uprooted the entire mine, and with a swoosh, he stored it into his chi sheath. Bastard, he took away the mine. Damn it, kill him. Be careful. Don't hurt the young master. Someone shouted. The scene in front of them was simply too shocking. Guarding the mine could be said to be the easiest job, because no one dared to have any ideas about this place, unless the 2 cities went to war. However, the relationship between Dark Mulberry City and the neighboring city was still relatively harmonious. They each had their own mines, and they usually minded their own business, so there were no conflicts. Hong Hong. Everyone unleashed their chi. The minor saints took out their combat weapons. Those were the weapons created by human beings. However, they were just ordinary emperor weapons. Perhaps in Void Triangular Domain, a minor saint with an emperor weapon was already a very good thing. Everyone die. Jiang Chen was cold and merciless. He wouldn't show any mercy to the people of the Dark Generation. Before these people attacked, he had already spread out his 5 elemental sphere, instantly enshrouding all the guards, regardless of whether they were minor saints or combat emperors. What's going on? I feel like I'm being confined. This monster is very powerful. I feel like I can't move at all. How could this happen? I'm a 5th grade minor saint, but I can't control my body. The moment they entered the 5 elemental sphere, they were terrified because they found out that they couldn't even control their bodies. Eternal Immortal Wind. Jiang Chen didn't give them any chance. He immediately casted the Eternal Immortal Wind. The terrifying wind was like a dragon-shaped sharp blade, turning into a sea of wind. For a moment, all the people of Dark Generation were trapped in the storm created by the Eternal Immortal Wind. Arg arg arg, shrill screams resounded through the night sky. The Eternal Immortal Wind was like a meat grinder. Everyone who entered it was instantly crushed into pieces. The dark souls of those dead people automatically flew to Jiang Chen, and all of them were taken away by him. In just a blink, all of them except for the 6th grade minor saint were killed. Not even the 6th grade minor saint was able to withstand the power of the Eternal Immortal Wind. Half of his body was destroyed. No. How could it be so? Arg. The 6th grade minor saint died and turned into a mist of blood. Even his flesh and blood vanished into nothingness under the ravaging of the Eternal Immortal Wind. More than 100 people vanished into thin air just like that. Not even their bodies were left behind. It was an extremely miserable siege. The Eternal Immortal Wind was one of Nan Bei Chao's most powerful skills. It was obtained from the Immortal Vault Mountain, and could be considered as an inherited immortal art. Now that it was unleashed by Jiang Chen, its power was unimaginable. Even a 7th grade minor saint would be instantly killed by the Eternal Immortal Wind. Voila! Under Jiang Chen's control, the Eternal Immortal Wind was retracted. The dark sky returned to its normal state. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood, but there wasn't a single corpse left behind. Dark Liu Yun, who was standing beside Jiang Chen, was completely dumbfounded. He would never forget the scene of Jiang Chen's massacre for the rest of his life. More than 100 people were killed in an instant. That terrifying storm had reached a horrifying level. Dark Liu Yun had never seen such a brutal person or such a brutal killing method. Hong Long, just as Jiang Chen was about to kill all the people here, 7 to 8 powerful qi emerged from the direction of the prefecture. In a blink, they arrived at the scene. Jiang Chen knew that these were the experts of the prefecture. Even if they didn't come, Jiang Chen would still go and find them. Now that he had obtained so many benefits, he could start killing without restraint. 8 Qi, 8 people. The leaders were a middle-aged man and an old man. Their cultivation grade was the strongest among them, a 7th grade minor saint. The remaining 6 were all 6th grade minor saints. This was the strength of the entire Dark Mulberry City's higher echelons. Such a group and combat power posed no threat to Jiang Chen. The 8 of them were enraged when they saw the tragic scene and the hollowed-out mine. When they saw Dark Lu Yun in Jiang Chen's hand, their facial expression changed. Dark Lu Yun! The city lord of the City Lord Mansion exclaimed. Dark Lu Yun was his most beloved son, and also his only son. Normally, he was like a treasure to him. Now that he saw his son in such a pitiful state, his heart ached and his anger burned through the roof. I don't know which world you are from, but our Dark Mulberry City has never offended the demon race. Release my son now. Chapter 8:19. Dark Lu Yun was extremely excited when he saw his father. It was as if he had seen his savior. Tears flowed down from his eyes. He shouted loudly, but no one could hear what he was shouting because he was under Jiang Chen's control. It seems like your father isn't a good person to have such a son. All of you will die today. Jiang Chen looked at the prefecture lord and said to Lang Leng, Bastard! How dare you talk to the prefecture lord in such a manner? Hurting the young master, killing the guards and stealing the ore mine. This is insane. Prefecture lord, kill this monstrous monster. The experts of the prefecture were infuriated. Void Triangular Domain was the territory of the Dark Generation. Dark Mulberry City had existed for so many years, but they had never been challenged like this. What this dragon man had done had touched the bottom line of Dark Mulberry City. It was intolerable. He must be eliminated to defend the dignity of Dark Mulberry City. A puny 3rd grade minor saint dares to boast shamelessly? Courting death. The prefecture lord was infuriated. He immediately struck out with his palm. In his opinion, he was confident that he could deal with a 3rd grade minor saint. He had already locked onto Jiang Chen. Not only could he imprison Jiang Chen with this attack, he could also save his son. Unfortunately, he had thought too much. The prefecture lord thought that he could restrain Jiang Chen in an instant. Unfortunately, his strength wasn't strong enough in Jiang Chen's eyes. With a sway of his body, he shattered the energy that was restraining him. After that, he grabbed Dark Lu Yun and threw him away. Everything happened too quickly. In just an instant, Dark Lu Yun, who had lost his cultivation base, had collided with his father's attack. The consequences were obvious. Bang, father! Og! Dark Lu Yun let out a miserable cry. His body was smashed into pieces and he died on the spot. Just like the others, nothing was left of him. The only thing that was left was the dark spirit which was kept by Jiang Chen. Lu Yun! The prefecture lord roared as if he had gone mad. He had killed his own son with his own hands. How could he kill his own son with his own hands? Ha ha! You heartless bastard! Even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. How could you kill your own son without leaving his body behind? You are really ruthless. I have promised Dark Lu Yun that I will let him go after I get the ore mine. I never thought that he would die in the hands of his own father. Ha ha! Jiang Chen laughed hysterically. Dark Liu Yun's way of dying should be the cruelest way of dying in the world. God knows what Dark Lu Yun was thinking when he died in the hands of his own father. This way of dying was 100 times crueler than being burned alive. At the last moment, Dark Liu Yun's will was destroyed. Ever since he fell into Jiang Chen's hands, he had been trying his best to get in touch with his father because he knew that only his father had the strength to save him. But now, when his father finally came, he died in the hands of his father. Even if it was because of Jiang Chen's intention, he still died in the hands of his father. This was an indisputable fact. For a moment, the master was filled with anger, hatred, sorrow, regret. All kinds of emotions filled his soul, causing him to fall into a state of madness. Both of his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Jiang Chen. It was all because of this bastard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have killed his own son. Kill him. Kill him. No. Imprison him. I want to torture him with all kinds of torture. I want to avenge Dark Lu Yun. The master was enraged and roared. Dark Liuyun's death was caused by this dragon man. 2 7th-grade minor saints and 6 6th-grade minor saints. Such a combat strength wasn't weak, but it was nothing to Jiang Chen. When he annihilated Tianyi Gate, the formation was even bigger than this. Swoosh! Jiang Chen moved. His steel-like dragon wings brought out a blood-red whirlwind. These people wanted to kill Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen wasn't going to let them go. Even if they didn't attack him, he would take the initiative. Pu Chi along with 2 whales, 2 6th-grade minor saints were cut into half by Jiang Chen's dragon wings. They died on the spot. His dragon wings were indestructible weapons. They were many times stronger than the weapons of ordinary minor saints. Killing 6th-grade minor saints was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Not good. This monster is very powerful. Everyone, join hands. The master's attack missed and allowed the dragon man to kill 2 of their experts. He wasn't an idiot. Given his eyesight, he could immediately tell how powerful this dragon man was. He could easily kill 6th-grade minor saints. It was truly terrifying. Ugh. However, just as the master was speaking, the other 4 6th-grade minor saints died in Jiang Chen's hands. The whole process was horrifying. It was too cruel and horrifying. 2 of the 6th-grade minor saints were cut in half by Jiang Chen's dragon wings. The other 2 had their heads pierced by Jiang Chen's sharp claws. In the blink of an eye, there were only 2 7th-grade minor saints left in the group of 8. Now, their facial expression changed dramatically. They looked at the terrifying dragon man in front of them with disbelief. Even though they were very powerful, they could feel a trace of invisible pressure from this dragon man. Putting everything else aside, none of them could kill 6 6th-grade minor saints in a blink of an eye if they were in his shoes. Dark World. The Palace Lord didn't dare to be careless. He unleashed his most powerful attack. An illusory world appeared above his head. The entire world was pitch black. Apart from the darkness, there were no other colors. However, it gave off an incomparably heavy feeling. It was so oppressive that it made it difficult for people to breathe. Dark frenzy tide. The other elder was enraged. He struck out a ferocious dark frenzy tide. The boundless dark energy was like a vast ocean, making a whistling sound. Behind the elder, a huge shadow of a monster appeared. The monster's body was incomparably huge. Its body was covered with black scales, like the King of Darkness. So, this is your origin? You guys are indeed a bunch of monsters. Jiang Chen and Lung Lung said. Both of their attacks were very powerful. They were the strongest combat techniques of the Dark Generation. Because it was night time, they could borrow the boundless dark energy to increase their combat strength. However, Jiang Chen didn't care about it at all. He was the nemesis of this dark energy. No matter how strong their combat strength was, they would still be suppressed by Jiang Chen. Eternal immortal wind. True thunder fire. Jiang Chen roared. A terrifying eternal immortal wind gushed out from his body once again. This time, the storm was even more violent than before. That was because the eternal immortal wind contained raging flames. Those were terrifying thunder fire and true dragon flames. The immortal wind and flames turned into the silhouettes of dragons and thunderbolts. The entire scene was extremely mysterious, causing people's hearts to tremble. Feeling the terror of the flames and the storm, the dark world and frenzy tide unleashed by the Palace Lord and the Elder instantly dimmed. It was as if they had met their nemesis. What kind of flame is that? How can it suppress our power? It's like the flames of the heavens and earth. We, the Dark Generation, are not afraid of flames. However, this kind of flame is extremely terrifying. It's the nemesis of all darkness. Our power is suppressed by it. We won't be able to unleash our full power. The expressions of the 2 of them changed drastically. However, they didn't have the time to care about that. Even if their opponent had a method to suppress them, their cultivation base was still very high. They weren't afraid of Jiang Chen. The powerful dark world and frenzy tide of darkness attacked at the same time towards Jiang Chen. At the same time, Jiang Chen's eternal immortal wind, true thunder fire and true dragon flames also rushed out, colliding with the attacks of the 2 of them. Rumble. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth caved in. The mountains within a radius of 1,000 li were destroyed. The originally dark night sky became incomparably bright because of the collision of energy and the impact of the flames. The destructive power of the eternal immortal wind was absolutely boundless. Everywhere it passed, nothing was left behind. All the mountains were destroyed and turned into dust. The dark world and frenzy tide of darkness were torn apart by the eternal immortal wind. Such a powerful attack couldn't even withstand a single blow from Jiang Chen. The entire process was as easy as crushing rotten wood.
Wah wah. After the storm passed, the city lord and the old man spat out blood.
Both of them looked extremely miserable. Their bodies were cut by the eternal immortal wind from top to bottom. Blood was gushing out crazily. They stood in the sky, tottering and on the verge of falling down at any time. Even though they weren't dead yet, they weren't far from it, let alone fighting. Their current appearance was like an arrow at the end of its flight. They didn't have the slightest bit of combat strength left. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. The city lord shook his head. He couldn't believe that this was true. They were too confident in their own cultivation base. However, they didn't expect that they would be so vulnerable in front of their opponent. Swoosh! Jiang Chen's body flashed and appeared in front of the two of them. His sharp dragon claws directly grabbed the heads of the two of them. Without any superfluous words, Jiang Chen exerted a bit of force and twisted their heads off. At this point, all the experts of the City Lord Palace were dead. However, after doing this, Jiang Chen still didn't have the intention to stop. His eyes once again looked at the dark Mulberry City. Because of the huge commotion here, people kept coming out of the dark Mulberry City to check on the situation. As I said, the dark generation shouldn't exist. Let them perish along with this world, starting from the dark Mulberry City. Chapter 8:20. This was destined to be an extraordinary night. It was a night of bloodshed. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in the sky above dark Mulberry City. This gust of wind was incomparably terrifying. Every hurricane carried a strong destructive force. Wherever it passed, all living things would be torn apart. The next day, the entire dark Mulberry City disappeared. It disappeared from the void triangular domain overnight. All of the buildings were destroyed. Only the debris of the buildings could be seen. However, the people of Dark Generation had survived for such a long time. They were well prepared to deal with emergencies. They had places to hide. Many of them were still alive. However, the number of people of Dark Generation who died in this gust of wind was uncountable. Most of the nobles were killed along with their buildings. The gust of wind seemed to treat the nobles specially. After the gust of wind passed, everything was destroyed. That gust of wind was too strong. It had never happened in the history of Void Triangular Domain. Obviously, the people of Void Triangular Domain weren't idiots. They knew that it was an attack by someone. The gust of wind that destroyed a city in a short period of time sent chills down their spines. Someone saw a dragon man excavating the mine last night and killed the experts of the city lord's mansion. Then, he unleashed a gust of wind that turned the entire city into nothingness. However, no one knew the origin of this dragon man. No one had ever seen him before. Dark Mulberry City had been destroyed. The Dark Mulberry City had been destroyed. A big city that had existed for a long time had vanished overnight. This was a great shock to the entire Dark Generation. The news spread across the entire Void Triangular Domain at the fastest speed. The Void Triangular Domain was very small. It wasn't even half the size of a domain in the Divine Continent. At best, it was the size of the Western region. The number of cities in the Void Triangular Domain wasn't that many. The destruction of a city was definitely a historical event. Almost in a short period of time, everyone in the Dark Generation knew about it. This was only the first day of the domain's opening. Such a huge incident had already happened. The neighboring cities of Dark Mulberry City felt a sense of crisis. They began to send a distress signal to King City. According to the witnesses, the Dragon Man was very strong and ferocious. Even a 7th grade minor saint couldn't withstand a single strike from him. King City. The huge King City was the biggest city of the Dark Generation. It was also the most luxurious and honorable city because the royal family of Dark Generation lived here. They controlled the entire Void Triangular Domain. At this moment, many experts of the royal family had gathered in the main hall of the Dark Generation King City. The destruction of the Dark Mulberry City had alarmed the royal family. Even the king of the Dark Generation couldn't sit still. A middle-aged man with a black crown on his head was sitting in the main hall. He had a strong body. His body was emitting a trace of qi. His cultivation was at the peak of 9th grade minor saint. He didn't have a name. He only had a title, the Dark King. The King of Darkness was the king of the Dark Generation. Every generation of kings in King City had only one title, the King of Darkness. The King of Darkness here was equivalent to the Emperor of the Martial Saint dynasty. The Dark Generation was equivalent to a country, ruled by the King of Darkness alone. This is too abominable. That dragon man must be from the other three worlds. This is only the first day of the domain's opening, and such a huge incident has already happened. I suggest that we close the domain and cancel the trade. A powerful 9th-grade minor saint said.
He was a noble of the royal family and had a very distinguished status in the Dark Generation.
As a matter of fact, any 9th-grade minor saint was like a pyramid in the Dark Generation, incomparably honorable. No. Our resources are running low after 3 years. We have stored a large amount of true meta stones for this trade. We can't close it just because of a dragon man. Someone objected. Void Triangular Domain would only open once every 3 years. Although it had brought benefits to the 3 major powers, they were the biggest beneficiaries. They couldn't just close it just because of a dragon man. I wonder where did that dragon man come from? He might be from the demon race. The demon race in the Boundless World and the Black-Yellow World aren't that strong. Only the demon race in Saint Origin World is stronger than the 7 major families. Could this dragon man be from the demon race in Saint Origin World? Someone guessed. I don't think so. The major powers like the 8 major families have their own passageways that lead directly to Void Triangular Domain. There is still half a month before the trade fair starts. They won't come so early. They will only come after a few days. Plus, the spatial passageway of the demon race hasn't been activated yet. We can rule out the possibility that the dragon man is from the demon race. Someone said. King of Darkness, no matter what, destroying a city is something that has never happened before in the history of the Dark Generation. This is the greatest humiliation in the history of the Dark Generation. This is an open challenge to the Dark Generation. We must find that dragon man. Someone said sternly. Dark King waved his hand, gesturing for everyone to be quiet. The trade fair can't be cancelled. A puny dragon man won't be able to do anything. Pass down my order. Increase the security in every major city and pay close attention to the dragonman's movements. Also, send someone to Dark Mulberry City to see if we can find any clues. Dark King ordered. In the eyes of the royal family of the Dark Generation, the dragon man wouldn't dare to show up again after destroying the Dark Mulberry City. The major cities had already increased their security unless the dragon man didn't want to live anymore. However, what happened next plunged the entire Void Triangular Domain into a state of panic. On the 3rd day of the opening of Void Triangular Domain, the dragon man who had been silent for a day had reappeared. The treasuries of the 2 cities that were adjacent to Dark Mulberry City were robbed overnight. Apart from the treasuries being robbed, there were also many murders happening in the 2 cities. The victims were all young masters of the aristocratic families. These young masters were similar to Dark Lu Yun. They had a high status and were quite talented. However, they were all arrogant and had committed many crimes in their daily lives. Not only the 2 major cities were in chaos, the entire Dark Generation was in a state of panic. Although no one saw the faces of the robbers and the young masters, they were sure that it was the dragon man who did it. The others didn't have the guts to do it. However, compared to Dark Mulberry City, the 2 major cities were in a better state. After all, they only lost their treasuries and a few young masters of the aristocratic families. The cities were still intact. The overall strength of these 2 cities was similar to Dark Mulberry City. Zhang Chen could come and go as he pleased. No matter how tight the security was, it wouldn't be enough to stop him. The ones who were most affected by this incident were the princes in the cities of the Dark Generation. Many of them started to feel threatened. They were not fools. From what happened in the 2 cities, they could tell that the dragonman's target was not only their wealth but also their lives. Chapter 821. The Dark Ghost City was considered as a medium-sized city among the many cities in Void Triangular Domain. There were a few 8th-grade minor saints in the city. A city like this wouldn't be afraid of the dragonman's sneak attack. Even so, the destruction of the Dark Mulberry City, the looting of the treasuries of the other 2 cities and the killing of the princes of the noble families had set off an alarm in the city. Even though there were many experts in the city, they didn't dare to be careless. Above the city, there were 8th-grade minor saints scanning the city with their divine sense. Once they found any suspicious person, they would immediately take action. The ones who worried the most were the noble young masters in Onyo City. Even though some of them were powerful, they were so scared that they didn't dare to step out of their houses when they thought of the miserable ending of those young masters. Even if they stayed at home, they would be accompanied by a few experts. It should be known that those young masters had died silently in their own homes. That dragon man was just like a ghost. His means were too terrifying. As the time of opening of Void Triangular Domain was getting longer and longer, the cities were filled with people from the three great worlds. They couldn't expel these people from the city. So, they had to be extra careful to avoid the appearance of the dragon man. At this moment, in an inn in the city, Dan King and the others had booked a courtyard. They knew everything that had happened in the past 3 days. The others might not know what happened to the dragon man, but they knew it very well. Tyrant was extremely excited when he thought about the earth-shattering things that Jiang Chen had just arrived in Void Triangular Domain. Ever since he came to Dark Ghost City, he had been regretting that he couldn't fight side by side with Jiang Chen. Looking at his irritable face, it looked like he was in pain. He didn't have the calmness that a Buddhist cultivator should have. Yan Chenyu behaved calmly. She wouldn't be too shocked even if Jiang Chen did something earth-shattering. In her heart, her brother Chen was an omnipotent being. Plus, ever since she knew that Dark Lu Yun had created the fragrance-dispelling pavilion and many of the young masters of the Dark Generation had that kind of hobby, she didn't have a good impression of the Dark Generation at all. On the contrary, Dan King was worried. He had been here once and he knew how scary the Dark Generation was. This was the territory of the Dark Generation. Jiang Chen's unscrupulous behavior was worrying. The Dark Generation had existed for a long time but they had never encountered such a big incident. Oh yes, little Chenzi had transformed into a dragon when he was fighting against the northern and southern dynasties in Xuanyu. Although the people of the Dark Generation didn't see it, I'm afraid those who came from Saint Origin World would know about it. Wouldn't it be dangerous if little Chenzi's identity was exposed? Tyrant started to worry. Don't worry about this. You don't have to worry about this. Most of the people who came to Void Triangular Domain are from the Pure Land. Although the incident in Mysterious Domain was big, it only spread Chen Er's name to the Pure Land. Not many people would care about the details of the battle. Plus, it hasn't been a long time and he has only used his draconic form once. Not many people saw it in the Western Domain. Plus, the forces of the Pure Land rarely care about the affairs of the 8 domains. I'm afraid that only the 3 of us know that Chen Er is a dragon man. Chen Er must have noticed this as well. That's why he didn't have any scruples. However, his method is too sharp. There has never been such a big event in the history of the Dark Generation. I'm afraid that only the 3 of us know that Chen Er is a dragon man. Chen Er must have seen this before. You know what happened in Dark Mulberry City. Dark Lu Yun wanted to kill us. He even poisoned the tea. If it wasn't for little Chenzi, we would have fallen into Dark Liu Yun's hands. Guess what would have happened to us? And those women who died in the fragrance-dispelling pavilion. I'm afraid that there isn't only one Dark Lu Yun and the fragrance-dispelling pavilion in the entire Dark Generation. Why should we be merciful to such an inhumane race? Tyrant said earnestly. After the incident with Dark Lu Yun, he didn't have a good impression of the Dark Generation. Of course, I know that the people of the Dark Generation deserve to die. But in this domain, the Dark Generation is the absolute ruler. The 3 cities that Chen Er dealt with were the weakest cities here. Now, the Dark Generation has been completely enraged. How can I not be worried? Dan King sighed. Of course, he didn't disagree with what Jiang Chen did. He was worried about Jiang Chen. Father, don't worry. Brother Chen can handle everything. Yan Chenyu said with a smile. She had more confidence in Jiang Chen than herself. Dan King nodded. He believed in Yan Chenyu as well. What Jiang Chen had done was not something an ordinary person could do. Conquering the 4 domains and annihilating the Tianyi Gate. Each of these were earth-shattering things. However, confidence and worry were 2 things. Only family members would worry all the time. Dan King had already regarded Jiang Chen as his family member. He didn't want anything bad to happen to Jiang Chen. After all, he was the one who brought Jiang Chen to Void Triangular Domain. The ancient people, Wu Ningzhu, still needed Jiang Chen. Buzz. At this moment, a buzzing sound was heard from Dan King's body. He quickly took out a golden talisman. It's little Chenzi's messenger talisman. Tyrant's eyes sparkled. Chen Er. Send a message asking for our location. Dan King said. After getting the news from Jiang Chen, Dan King's face was filled with joy. Immediately, he sent out a divine sense to inform Jiang Chen of their location. Not long after, a figure appeared in the courtyard like a ghost. He was wearing snow-white clothes. He seemed to be in his 20s.
He had a handsome face and a bright smile on his face. He looked like a young master of a wealthy family.
Who else could it be if he wasn't Jiang Chen?
Haha.
Who would associate you with a dragon man like this? Tyrant laughed. Jiang Chen's image was too alluring. Even if King of Darkness was here, he wouldn't be able to see any trace of Jiang Chen.
Who would have thought that this smiling young man was the god of death who could easily destroy a city?
Brother Chen. Yan Chenyu was pleasantly surprised to see Jiang Chen. She went up to Jiang Chen and gave him a big hug. Father, Xiaoyu, Tyrant. I'm sorry for making you worry. Jiang Chen smiled. Little Chen, what you've done is really satisfying. I heard that you've taken away the treasuries of 3 cities, and even excavated an ore mine. You should have gotten a lot of true metastones, right? Tyrant asked. That's right. I have at least 200 million high-grade true metastones in my hands. Jiang Chen said. He had obtained 100 million from Dark Mulberry City and 50 million from the other 2 cities. Hiss. Dan King sucked in a breath of cold air. 200 million high-grade true metastones. This was a huge amount of wealth that he had never thought of. Furthermore, their purpose of coming to Void Triangular Domain was to participate in the trade fair. To put it bluntly, they were here to exchange their pills for the true metastones of the Dark Generation. However, it seemed like Jiang Chen wasn't going to take the path of exchange. Because of Dark Lu Yun, Jiang Chen had to resort to extreme means. Obviously, this method of exchange was much faster than exchanging for true metastones. If they were to exchange for true metastones, all of their pills wouldn't be enough to exchange for so many true metastones. 200 million? That's amazing. Little Chenzi, why don't you dig out the other 2 cities as well? Tyrant asked. You think I don't want to? Unless De Huang is here, I won't be able to find the location of the ores. I can't just destroy the other 2 cities, can I? Jiang Chen shrugged. The reason why he destroyed Dark Mulberry City was because the incident in Fragrance Dispelling Pavilion had left a huge shadow in his heart. If he didn't get rid of this shadow, it would greatly affect his mentality and cultivation in the future. Therefore, he mercilessly destroyed Dark Mulberry City to avenge those girls who died in the Fragrance Dispelling Pavilion. That's right. Of course, it wasn't because Jiang Chen was merciful that he didn't destroy the other 2 cities. It was because he felt that it wasn't necessary. He would never do anything that wouldn't bring him any benefits. Killing those young masters with special fetishes was enough. Chen Heir, what are you going to do next? The royal family of Dark Generation will definitely pay attention to you. I think all the major cities will have to strengthen their security. Dan King asked. It doesn't matter. If they want to find the Dragon Man, they won't be able to find him even if they die of exhaustion. Next, we will go to the major cities and participate in some trades like normal people. After that, we will go to King's City to participate in the final trading conference. Of course, we can also kill a few princes for fun. Jiang Chen smiled. The Dragon Man was equivalent to an extra incarnation of him. The difference between his appearance and his original appearance was too big. Even those who had seen the Dragon Man with their own eyes would not be able to recognize him. I think those noble princes of Dark Generation are all feeling insecure. They are all afraid that the Dragon Man will secretly find them. Tyrant said with a smile. That is to make them afraid. They must be punished for what they have done. Jiang Chen's eyes revealed 2 rays of cold light. Little Chenzi, you have obtained 200 million true metastones, but there are more here. Don't tell me you are going to stop here? Tyrant asked. He was also a guy who wanted to see the world in chaos. Of course not. I don't mind telling you that I have a bigger plan. I want all the wealth in the entire Void Triangular Domain. Chapter 822. Tyrant laughed. He knew that wherever Jiang Chen went, there would be no peace. Void Triangular Domain was destined to become a stepping stone for Jiang Chen. Dan King sighed at the side. He had to admit that Jiang Chen was born with the chi of a king. It was as if he was born with that overbearing chi. Moreover, Jiang Chen was a man with great luck. No matter where he went, he would be blessed with luck. This time,
The void triangular domain was destined to be chaotic because of Jiang Chen's arrival. Jiang Chen had already made his preparations. Tomorrow, they would go to the merchant house in Dark Shadow City to do some business. This way, it would look normal and wouldn't arouse the suspicion of the people of Dark Generation. Then, they would leave Dark Shadow City and head to King City. Moreover, according to the time, the experts of the 8 families of Pure Land should be arriving soon. However, their spatial passageway would lead them to King City. Given their status and identity, they wouldn't normally appear in a small city. The next day, Jiang Chen and the others left the inn and headed to the city center. On their way, they heard a piece of news that was related to Jiang Chen. Have you guys heard about it? That dragon man disappeared after he did something bad. It seems like he is afraid. But now, the third prince is going to deal with that dragon man. I have also heard about it. The news has spread out from King City. The third prince is the top genius of our Dark Generation. He has already reached the 8th grade minor saint in his 30s. Because of the dragon man, the third prince is furious and has decided to execute the dragon man himself. Is that so? But if that dragon man doesn't show up, I'm afraid that even the third prince won't be able to do anything. The third prince isn't an ordinary person. That dragonman's target is obvious. He has robbed the treasuries of 3 cities for the true meta stones. However, he only kills the young masters of the noble families. I have no idea how these young masters have offended him. But I'm sure that the target of the dragon man is these young masters. The third prince has already gathered all the young masters in the cities to discuss how to deal with the dragon man. The entire Dark Shadow City was filled with discussions about the third prince. One should know that if the third prince was going to deal with the dragon man personally, it would mean that the King City was going to deal with the dragon man. Do you know the location of the gathering between the third prince and those young masters? It has already been announced. It seems to be on the Black Dragon Mountain. The Black Dragon Mountain is not far from Anyo City, only a few thousand miles away. The reason why the third prince announced the location is to lure the dragon man. There might be powerful experts lying in ambush. As long as the dragon man appears, he will definitely die. You are wrong. With the third prince's pride, he won't allow any experts to ambush him. Plus, many of the young masters of the noble families are geniuses. They will settle the grudge between the young masters and the dragon man themselves. Besides, with the third prince's cultivation, if he needs experts to ambush him to kill a dragon man, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the third prince's reputation? That is the truth. The third prince is an arrogant person. He is a true member of the royal family and has the powerful bloodline of the Dark Generation. Since he wants to deal with the dragon man himself, he won't rely on external help. Those young masters that he invited are just bait. Even if they are just bait, there will be many young masters who will be willing to participate. This is a great opportunity to build a good relationship with the third prince. Who would be willing to let it go? Plus, with the third prince around, they won't have to be afraid of that dragon man. The discussions were so loud that it was hard for Jiang Chen and the others to not hear them. Hee little Chenzi, it seems like things are getting more and more interesting. I wonder if you are going to take action this time? Tyrant said with a smile. Chen Air, the princes in King City aren't easy to deal with. Their techniques are very powerful. Plus, the third prince is an 8th grade minor saint. It will be too dangerous if you show yourself. Dan King said worriedly. Jiang Chen was now a 3rd grade minor saint. It wouldn't be a problem for him to kill a 7th grade minor saint, and he could even fight an 8th grade minor saint. However, an 8th grade minor saint like the third prince wasn't someone that any ordinary 8th grade minor saint could compare with. Geniuses like these were all geniuses with powerful trump cards. If it's an 8th grade minor saint genius from the 8 families, I certainly won't be able to deal with him. But if it's an 8th grade minor saint genius from the Dark Generation, I have nothing to fear. Jiang Chen smiled. Chen Air, don't underestimate the Dark Generation. Their geniuses are no different from the geniuses of the 8 families in Pure Land. They are all very powerful. Dan King said. That's right, but I happen to have a technique that can restrain the Dark Generation. What they use is dark energy, and my flame is the true thunderfire. It is the nemesis of their dark energy. Under the restraint of my true thunderfire, even an 8th grade minor saint wouldn't be able to unleash its full power. Jiang Chen said in a relaxed manner. Jiang Chen had already experienced this technique in the previous battle. So, he was very interested in this third prince. Brother Chen,
Are you really going to show yourself? Yan Chenyu asked. Of course. I don't have a good impression of those princes. So what if I kill them? Plus, if I can capture one of them as a hostage, he might be of great use in the future. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. It would be a waste if he didn't accept this offer. But what if there's an ambush in the Black Dragon Mountain? Dan King was still worried. Although the third prince wouldn't ask for help due to his pride, it was better to be safe than sorry. Don't worry. With my dragon form, I can easily escape even if I encounter a 9th grade minor saint. If there's an ambush, I'll just run away. My identity won't be exposed. Jiang Chen said that he would never fight a battle that he wasn't confident in. He wouldn't do things that he wasn't confident in. Later, Jiang Chen stopped a dark cultivator who was talking excitedly and asked with a smile. Brother, I wonder when the third prince will invite the princes to the Black Dragon Mountain. I think it's tomorrow. But I think that dragon man won't dare to show up. The third prince is a very powerful existence. If he dares to show up, he will surely die. That person said arrogantly, as if he was the third prince. Of course. The Three Emperors dynasty is very powerful. That dragon man will surely die. Jiang Chen smiled and went along with the flow to flatter the third prince. After that, Jiang Chen and the other three went to the biggest merchant house in Dark Shadow City to trade like normal humans. They used pills to exchange for a lot of true meta stones. However, it was only a small amount compared to the 200 million that Jiang Chen had. Participating in the trade was considered as a formality. The people of the Dark Generation were talking about the Dragon Man everywhere, but they didn't expect that the Dragon Man was right beside them. The next day, the Black Dragon Mountain became the focus of attention. But because of the order given by the Three Emperors dynasty, no one was allowed to approach the Black Dragon Mountain except for the princes who were going to deal with the Dragon Man. Even so, there were still a lot of people paying attention to the Black Dragon Mountain. Many of them saw the princes flying towards the Black Dragon Mountain. Chapter 823. The Black Dragon Mountain stretched for a few hundred miles. It was shaped like a dragon. Looking from afar, it looked like a black dragon was spiraling up and down, giving people a strong sense of oppression. In the center of the Black Dragon Mountain, there was a spacious square. The square was extremely flat. It wasn't man-made but natural. It could be considered as the work of the gods. Currently, the sky was already bright. The power of light had replaced the darkness. Dozens of tables were placed on the flat square. All of them were made of high-grade true meta stones. This kind of wealth didn't show how powerful the Dark Generation was. It only showed that true meta stones were very common in this world. At this time, there were already many people sitting at the tables on both sides. Every one of them was a young noble. They were wearing luxurious clothes and their faces were full of arrogance. Today, they were personally invited by the third prince. Of course they had to show up. Putting aside whether or not they could lure the Dragon Man out, they had to show respect to the third prince. These young nobles came from different cities in Void Triangular Domain. In the Dark Generation they were equivalent to the nobles. They were respectable existences. They were the geniuses among the geniuses. Their cultivation grade was also the best among their peers. There was a table in front of them. It was the main seat. However, the main seat wasn't occupied yet. The third prince hadn't shown up yet. There were more than a dozen young nobles present and more young nobles were coming. Very quickly, the number of young nobles had risen to more than 30. All the tables were occupied. Among these young nobles, there were 2 7th-grade minor saints, 4 to 5 6th-grade minor saints and the rest were all minor saints. One had to admit that the Dark Generation had produced many geniuses due to their unique bloodline and cultivation environment. These geniuses were comparable to the top geniuses of the 8 major families in Saint Origin World. If it wasn't because of the influence of the world law in Void Triangular Domain, the overall power of the Dark Generation wouldn't be weaker than any of the 8 major families. Everyone, do you think the Dragon Man will dare to show up today? A 5th-grade minor Saint Young Master said. His cultivation grade was the same as Dark Lu Yun. I'm afraid he wouldn't dare, right? Although the Dragon Man was strong enough to kill a 7th-grade minor saint, the third prince was an 8th-grade minor saint. Did you all notice that the Dragon Man only went to Dark Mulberry City and the 2 neighboring cities? These 3 cities were the weakest in our Dark Generation. The strongest among them was only a 7th-grade minor saint. As for the cities with 8th-grade minor saints, they didn't encounter any trouble at all. Why is that? It's because the Dragonman's strength isn't enough to defeat an 8th grade minor saint. That's why he didn't dare to show himself. However, since it's the third prince's invitation, we naturally have to give him face. Plus, if that Dragonman shows up, we can get rid of him. That way, we won't have to worry about our future. That's right. The third prince should be arriving soon. This is a rare gathering. At that time, regardless of whether the Dragonian appears or not, we can use this opportunity to build a good relationship with the third prince. It will be beneficial for us in the future. Come, brothers. It's not easy for us to gather together. Since the third prince hasn't arrived yet, let's drink to our heart's content. This is a fine wine that I've been keeping for a long time. Today, I will share it with all of you. One of them waved his hand, and immediately, a wine cup made from top-grade true meta stone appeared on every table. Then, an exquisite wine pot that didn't look too big automatically floated above and poured a cup for every noble young master. Everyone, please. The young master took the lead and raised his cup, swaying it around. Good wine. Good wine. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared in the sky above Black Dragon Mountain. Those young masters who had already brought their wine cups to their mouths abruptly raised their heads and saw a dragon man whose entire body was glowing with blood-red light had appeared out of nowhere. Even with the strength of so many of them, they had not sensed him at all. Dragon man. What a monster. How dare you show yourself? You sure have guts. Dragon man, you are finished. How dare you kill the nobles of our dark generation? You will die even if you have 100 lives. Seeing the appearance of the Dragon Man, all the young masters on the scene threatened loudly. However, Jiang Chen treated their threats as farts. He descended from the sky and strode to the table in front of him. This table belonged to the third prince. Unfortunately, the third prince wasn't here yet. I don't have 100 lives. I only have this one life. But do you think you can kill me? Jiang Chen's merciless eyes swept across the crowd. Those young masters couldn't help but shiver in fear. Only now did they remember that the third prince wasn't here yet. With their strength, they were afraid that they wouldn't be a match for this dragon man. One should know that this dragon man was an existence that could kill a 7th grade minor saint. A bunch of fools. How dare you call yourselves nobles? The third prince has invited you all to deal with me. In order to flatter the third prince, you all have come to this Black Dragon Mountain in advance. Unfortunately, I have come before the third prince. But this is fine too. When the third prince arrives, he can collect your corpses. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. Jiang Chen was right. According to the time, it wasn't the appointed time yet, but they couldn't let the third prince sit here and wait for them because of the third prince's noble status. Therefore, each of them ran as fast as they could, fearing that they would be a step slower than the third prince. However, they didn't expect that the Dragon Man would appear before the third prince. Jiang Chen's words stunned those princes for a moment, then their facial expression turned ugly. As a matter of fact, most of the young masters didn't even think about the Dragon Man. In their point of view, this was a great opportunity to befriend the third prince. As for the Dragon Man, he wouldn't dare to show up after hearing the third prince's name. Now it seemed like they were wrong. Humph. Everyone, don't be afraid of him. He is alone. We have 2 7th grade minor saints here. Plus, we are all geniuses. Those 7th grade minor saints that were killed by him can't be compared to us. With our combined strength, we can definitely hold him off. Once the third prince arrives, he will be killed. A 7th grade minor saint young master harumphed coldly. Now that the third prince wasn't here, they had to deal with the Dragon Man themselves. They couldn't just stand here and let the Dragon Man kill them. That's right. I would like to see how strong this Dragon Man is. Take my dark palm. A 6th grade minor saint young master who seemed to be hot-tempered struck out with his palm. The horrifying black palm wind was like a sharp blade, slapping at Jiang Chen. The speed of the palm wind was extremely fast. It reached Jiang Chen in a blink. This was the terrifying attack of a 6th grade minor saint. However, Jiang Chen's movement was very simple when facing such an attack. He raised his dragon claw and slapped forward, shattering the palm wind. After that, Jiang Chen attacked. He wouldn't show any mercy to these young masters. Putting aside the fact that he didn't have a good impression of these young masters, he wouldn't show any mercy to these people who wanted him dead. Jiang Chen would never show mercy to those who wanted him dead. Hung Long. The true dragon palm struck out. The two young masters were enveloped by the terrifying dragon claw. They let out a shrill scream and turned into a mist of blood on the spot. Attack! The two 7th-grade minor saints were infuriated. They joined forces with the other 6th-grade minor saints. They struck out the most powerful attack of the Dark Generation. The terrifying energy exploded on the Black Dragon Mountain. It was like the end of the world. The combined attack of the young masters formed a black wave, pressing down on Jiang Chen's head. Humph! Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. He didn't take this attack seriously at all. He suddenly unleashed the fire dragon seal, unleashing a fire dragon that was more than 30 meters long, and it carried a terrifying flame with it. The fire dragon looked very real, as if it was alive. It opened its huge mouth and bit towards the huge black body. Hung long. The fire dragon swallowed the black wave. Then, the wave exploded inside the fire dragon's body. Due to the fire dragon's innate ability to suppress the dark energy, the combined attack of these young masters didn't display its full power. Dang dang dang. Wah! Many of the young masters were pushed back by the strong repulsive force. Some of them spurted out blood and looked at the dragon man in shock. Not good. The flame in this bastard's hand has a strong ability to suppress our dark energy. Under this kind of suppression, we won't be able to unleash our full power. Someone exclaimed. They had all underestimated the dragon man. The attack just now was enough to prove that even if all of them joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for Jiang Chen. They could only hope that the third prince would appear as soon as possible. Otherwise, many of them would die in the hands of this dragon man. It's my turn. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. The 5 elemental sphere spread out like a tide. In a blink, it had trapped all the young masters. The 5 elemental sphere was too terrifying. It wasn't something an ordinary sphere could compare to. The 5 elemental spheres were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. It was equivalent to the combination of 5 different spheres. Once someone was trapped in the 5 elemental sphere, it would be extremely difficult for them to escape. These young masters were trapped by Jiang Chen's sphere. It was like a turtle in a jar. It would be hard for them to escape. Not good. He has imprisoned us. Someone shouted. His face was filled with fear. Swoosh. Jiang Chen didn't care about the panic of these young masters. He spread his dragon wings and rushed out. Poo-chee poo. Chapter 824. Screams could be heard incessantly. To those princes, the Black Dragon Mountain had undoubtedly become an Azura hell. Such a horrifying scene was something they had never experienced before in their lives. The people outside the mountain had already noticed the huge commotion and battle waves that erupted from the Black Dragon Mountain. Today, the Black Dragon Mountain was destined to be the focal point. However, because the third prince had given the order to forbid anyone from getting close to the Black Dragon Mountain, they could only feel the battle waves from the Black Dragon Mountain. They didn't know what was going on inside. Look, that's the battle waves. The battle in the Black Dragon Mountain has started so quickly. That dragon man has really appeared. This is unbelievable. How audacious. He is too audacious. He knew that the third prince had invited those princes to capture him, but he still dared to show himself. This courage alone is admirable. This commotion is really huge. Judging from the situation, I think the third prince has already made his move. All the princes are fighting with the dragon man. Who do you think will win? Is there a need to ask? The third prince is a powerful 8th-grade minor saint. There are also powerful existences among those princes. Even if that dragon man has 3 heads and 6 arms, he won't be a match for the third prince. It's a pity that although the dragon man is strong, he has a problem with his intelligence. He is just a brute. He couldn't see that the trap of the Black Dragon Mountain was specially made for him. It's really sad. The princes in the king's city are constantly fighting against each other. After the third prince killed the dragon man today, his status in the imperial family will certainly rise. Many people were discussing about it. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the third prince who was incomparably powerful in their hearts hadn't appeared yet. The Black Dragon Mountain was a miserable scene. It was the doomsday of those princes. Arg. There was basically no chance of survival after entering Jiang Chen's 5 elemental sphere. Jiang Chen, who was in his dragon form, turned into a bloodlight, rushing back and forth in the 5 elemental sphere. In just a few breaths' time, half of those princes were killed. He is too ferocious. Everyone, don't panic. We have to work together. Quick, let's attack together. They had never seen such a scene before, it was too frightening, they had never seen such a savage existence before. At this moment, these noble young masters felt a little regretful. No, it should be extremely regretful. Some of them regretted coming to Black Dragon Mountain today, some of them regretted coming early. At least they should have calculated the time and waited for the third prince to come. If the third prince was here, they would not have ended up like this. Rumble. The cultivation of these noble young masters was not weak, and the power and threat they could cause when they joined forces was also great. However, that was only relative. For Jiang Chen, they were basically no threat. In a battle, in addition to strong combat strength, momentum was also an important factor. If one's momentum was weak, they would have lost to the opponent. Just like now, these noble young masters were not only weaker than Jiang Chen, but their momentum was also completely crushed by Jiang Chen. Arg! The screams continued. Those noble young masters couldn't match up to Jiang Chen even if they joined forces. Under Jiang Chen's crazy attack, they died one after another. They couldn't even withstand a single blow, but they weren't useless. To Jiang Chen, their dark spirit was a rare treasure. Soon, only 2 of the 30-plus noble young masters were left. The last 2 7th-grade minor saints were still holding on, but they looked extremely miserable. Their bodies were covered with blood. It was hard for them to even stand. It was imaginable how bad their condition was. Both of them looked at Jiang Chen with fear in their eyes. Only despair and regret were left in their eyes. Don't kill us? One of them said. Don't kill you? Let me ask you, if I am in your hands today, will you kill me? Jiang Chen asked. The 2 of them were stunned at first, then shook their heads helplessly. There was almost no need to answer this question. If the situation was reversed and Jiang Chen was in their hands, he wouldn't just die. He would have to suffer a lot of torture before he died. If that was the case, what reason did they have to beg for mercy from Jiang Chen? Could it be that only they were allowed to kill Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen wasn't allowed to kill them? In this world, there was no real reason. The one with the biggest fist was the reason. Stop! At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out from the sky above Black Dragon Mountain. A man dressed in black embroidered clothes appeared. This man was incomparably muscular, with a tiger's back and a bear's waist, but he was very handsome. His brows were filled with a noble aura, causing people to be unable to help but feel respect. The man who came was none other than the third prince. His eyes were looking at the bloody corpses and the 2 noble young masters who were under Jiang Chen's control. He knew both of them and one of them had a good relationship with him. Boom! A torrential rage suddenly burst out of the third prince's body. This scene almost made him spit out a mouthful of blood. He never thought that he would cause such a tragedy because he was half a step too late. Third prince, save us! One of them saw the third prince and immediately cried for help as if he had seen his savior. Bastard! I order you to let them go. The third prince stared at Jiang Chen. His eyes were filled with blood. His anger had reached its peak. Today, he had gathered these princes to the Black Dragon Mountain in order to lure the Dragon Man here. He had never thought that the Dragon Man would come before him. This was out of his expectation. The third prince took the initiative to deal with the Dragonians because he wanted to show off in front of the King of Darkness and increase his reputation among the princes. However, he didn't expect that he would lose so many noble young masters before he could kill the Dragonians. One should know that most of them had an extraordinary background. Even the royal family would have to show respect to them. Now that they were dead, those noble young masters would definitely vent their anger on the third prince. In this way, not only did the third prince fail to achieve a good result, but he had also brought trouble to the King of Darkness. Moreover, this was happening in the Void Triangular Domain. Even if the third prince could kill the Dragonians today, he wouldn't be able to make up for his mistake. At the same time, the third prince couldn't help but scold those young masters for coming so early. He scolded himself for not coming earlier. Even if he was just 1 step earlier, this tragedy wouldn't happen. However, the third prince's thought was wishful thinking. Facing Jiang Chen, even if he came earlier, the outcome would still be the same. As long as Jiang Chen was willing, these young masters would also die. Order? What a joke. What right do you have to order me? Just because you're a prince? Jiang Chen sneered. It seemed like the third prince was used to being in a high and mighty position. It was a pity that he couldn't see the situation clearly. Jiang Chen didn't put him in his eyes. In Jiang Chen's eyes, princes were just prey. Third prince, save us. Both of them looked sad and pitiful. Only the third prince could save them now. However, they were under the control of Jiang Chen and they were severely injured. They were like an arrow at the end of its flight. They couldn't even move under Jiang Chen's control. Puff! However, as soon as their voices faded, 2 bloody holes appeared on their chests. Jiang Chen's sharp claws had pierced through their chests. They could feel the energy in their bodies disappearing rapidly. It was an incomparably cold feeling. Roar! Seeing this, the third prince was immediately enraged. He let out a roar, and his body suddenly expanded. His entire person underwent a great change. From the appearance of a human at the beginning, he instantly turned into a monster that was 30 meters tall. That monster was incomparably majestic. Its entire body was covered with black scales that emitted a faint light. Its 2 claws were incomparably sharp and its face was ferocious. It was much more terrifying than ordinary beasts. Just its appearance alone was enough to frighten people. Bastard, you've angered me. I'm going to tear you into 1,000 pieces. You lowly, stupid human. The third prince spoke. His voice was buzzing. Humph. The royal bloodline of the Dark Generation can directly transform into your original form? So this is the origin of the Dark Generation? It looks disgusting. 100 times more disgusting than the devil's. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. After seeing the true form of the Black King family, he didn't feel any burden in his heart to kill the people of the Dark Generation. This race was no different from the Devil race. They were cruel and merciless. If the people of the Dark Generation really went to Saint Origin World, he was afraid that it would be a disaster for the entire Saint Origin World. Die! The third prince spat out a word. Suddenly, he struck out his sharp claws, crushing the void. His speed was so fast that he appeared in front of Jiang Chen in a blink. The bloodline of the Black King family was incomparably strong. It wasn't something an ordinary Dark Generation could compare to. The 8th grade minor saint third prince was destined to be very powerful. Just in time, Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. His dragon form physique was much stronger than the true form of the Black King family. However, due to the difference in strength, Jiang Chen didn't dare to be careless. This was his first time fighting against an 8th grade minor saint, and a powerful one at that. Both the void trembled. Jiang Chen made his move. He didn't use any extra tricks. He just threw out a simple punch. The speed of the punch was so fast that it looked like a bloodlight. The power of this punch was enough to shatter a mountain. Hung long. Jiang Chen's dragon claw collided with the third prince's sharp claws, producing a loud bang. The place where the claw collided created a large amount of sparks. Dang dang dang! Under such a powerful collision, Jiang Chen was pushed back 3 steps before he could stabilize his body. Chapter 825. The true form of the Black King family is truly powerful. An 8th grade minor saint. I'm no match for him even if it's a physical collision. Jiang Chen thought to himself. However, he wasn't too surprised by the result. Or perhaps it was within his expectation. After all, the third prince was an 8th grade minor saint. Not an ordinary 7th grade minor saint could be compared to him. Although he was forced back by the third prince's attack, Jiang Chen didn't panic at all. He had the restraint of the flames, which was enough to close the gap between him and the third prince. Moreover, he was excited to meet such a powerful opponent. What a good human, to be able to block a punch from this prince and not die. Looks like this transformation skill of yours has some ability. However, it's a pity that the mistake you've made is unforgivable. Today, I'll definitely tear you into pieces. The third prince said loudly. He was surprised that Jiang Chen was able to withstand his punch. In his point of view, Jiang Chen was only a 3rd grade minor saint. There was a gap of 5 grades between them. Although the transformation technique could increase one's combat power, it shouldn't be able to increase the gap of 5 grades. The third prince was shocked. At the same time, he was cursing himself in his heart. He regretted coming a little later. If he came a little earlier, he could totally destroy this dragon man with his current strength. Those princes wouldn't have to die, and he would be able to kill this dragon man successfully, which would greatly increase his reputation and make him proud in front of the other princes. It was because he was late that everything became imperfect. Even if he killed this dragon man, it wouldn't be enough to make up for the death of those princes. Damn it! The more the third prince thought about it, the angrier he got. His body made cracking sounds. His body swayed, and the terrifying sharp claws struck at Jiang Chen again. It was all because of this bastard that he had fallen into such an embarrassing situation. He must make this dragon man pay a heavy price. He must make him die 100 times or even 1,000 times more miserable than those princes. His strength was too strong. A casual move from him was enough to tear the void apart. The third prince had unleashed his true form of the Black King family. It was unimaginably powerful. His body was filled with dark energy that could destroy everything. Good timing. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He was not afraid of the third prince's attack. He clenched his dragon fist, which was covered with dazzling flames. These flames rippled out like a fire dragon. Not only did it wrap around Jiang Chen's dragon arm, but it also covered his entire body. What? Upon seeing this, the third prince exclaimed, because he could feel the strength of the flame on the surface of Jiang Chen's body. This kind of flame had a strong restraining effect on the origin of the dark generation. Under the suppression of the flame, the third prince could clearly feel that the dark energy in his body couldn't be fully unleashed. His chi was weakened instantly. In other words, he couldn't exert his full combat strength under the suppression of the flame. Bang! The two of them collided fiercely once again. The powerful force directly shattered the void. Everywhere was filled with flames. The battlefield above the Black Dragon Mountains seemed to have become a world of ocean. Thud, thud, thud. Jiang Chen and the third prince retreated 3 steps at the same time under such a huge collision of energy. It seemed that they were evenly matched. Roar! The third prince roared angrily. How could he stand such a situation? He was at the upper hand just a moment ago. His opponent wasn't even able to withstand a single strike from him. In just a blink of an eye, his opponent had already reached a draw with him. This was truly unbelievable. The third prince knew very well that his opponent was relying on that kind of powerful flame. The flame was of the purest yang attribute. It had the innate ability to suppress his dark force. Because of this, he was unable to display his full strength. Because of this, his opponent was able to reach a draw with him. How could the third prince, who already had the victory in his hand, accept this? Despicable! If you have the ability, don't use your flame. Let's have a fair fight. The third prince shouted. This is really funny. A dignified prince dares to say such idiotic words. It's unfair for me to use my flame. Do you think it's fair for you, an 8th grade minor saint, to fight me, a 3rd grade minor saint? This is a life and death battle. What I want is your life. Whatever means you have, just use it. Jiang Chen sneered. The third prince actually said the word fair in a life and death battle. This was really hilarious. Humph. I will let you know how powerful I am. So what if you have the ability to suppress my flame? I want to tell you that all means are useless in front of absolute power. Have a taste of my dark hand. The third prince shouted. The dark energy swirled around his body and instantly condensed into a large hand. It was a dark palm with a radius of 30 meters. It was as black as ink. There were lines on its surface that looked like the lines of a palm. It was an incomparably real hand. A casual movement of the hand could set off a wave of dark waves. How can your dark hand be compared to my true dragon palm? My dark hand is the true purest yang existence. Jiang Chen's chi was even stronger than the third prince. His body was boiling with combat intent. It wasn't easy for him to meet a powerful opponent. A fierce battle was inevitable. He struck out the true dragon palm. The huge blood-red dragon claw was even bigger than the dark hand. The true dragon palm was a true dragon combat technique. When Jiang Chen used the true dragon palm in his dragon form, its power was much stronger than when he used it with his true body. Furthermore, the true dragon palm that was struck out by Jiang Chen also contained the true dragon flame. The two of them merged together perfectly and collided with the dark hand. Hung Long. The heavens and earth shook. Hei Longshan was completely destroyed. This was no longer a competition of physical strength. This was a powerful battle skill. Compared to the true dragon battle skill, the Hand of Darkness was weaker. Under the ferocious attack of the true dragon palm, the Hand of Darkness was instantly destroyed. The third prince suffered a great shock and was sent flying backward. He was only able to stabilize his body after flying for 10 meters. Impossible. The third prince was shocked. There was no way he wouldn't be shocked. He had fought with Jiang Chen 3 times. The first time he had the upper hand. The second time it was a draw. The third time, he was suppressed by Jiang Chen. He couldn't accept such a drastic change. All of this was within Jiang Chen's expectation. If the third prince wasn't a member of the Dark Generation, but an 8th grade minor saint genius from the 8 families, Jiang Chen wouldn't be a match for him given his current strength. He would only be able to run away if he encountered him. However, it was a completely different story when fighting against the third prince. The suppression of the flames had provided Jiang Chen with a great advantage. The gap between the two of them had been reduced. Furthermore, the powerful combat technique that Jiang Chen casted was able to suppress the dark combat technique. Under such a double suppression, it was impossible for the third prince to remain undefeated. In other words, Jiang Chen had a great advantage over the Dark Generation. I won't be defeated. Dark Torrent. The third prince was infuriated. He didn't believe that he would be defeated by a third-grade minor saint. Just like what Jiang Chen had said, even though his opponent had the suppression of the flame, he had a great advantage in terms of cultivation grade. There was a gap of 5 grades between them. If he was defeated, wouldn't it be unfair? Hung Long. Berserk waves of darkness surged out, wanting to drown everything. Pitch-black power was everywhere, and the entire scene was like a world of darkness pressing down. The boundless coldness and invasion caused people to feel boundless terror. Fire dragon in the sky. Naturally, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of the third prince's attack. The more he fought, the more courageous he became. Immediately, he struck out a powerful fire dragon. After the completion of the 5 elemental combat dragon seal, the power of each of the 5 elemental combat dragon seal had increased a lot. In addition to that, Jiang Chen was using his dragon form to cast the fire dragon seal. The power of the seal was unimaginable. Roar, roar, roar. 3 earth-shattering dragon roars suddenly sounded. 300 meters long bright fire dragons were struck out by Jiang Chen. The 3 fire dragons drilled into the dark torrent from 3 different directions. The terrifying power and the flame itself suppressed the dark energy, instantly tearing the dark torrent apart. The dark torrent that was torn apart by the 3 fire dragons had its attacking power greatly reduced. Explode! Jiang Chen bellowed once more. The 3 fire dragons exploded amidst the boundless waves of darkness. The terrifying energy and impact instantly blew away and destroyed all the dark energy. Wah! The counterforce was too strong. Even the third prince couldn't withstand it. Immediately, he spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. Both of his eyes glowed with a bloody light. He couldn't believe what he had just experienced. Even with his cultivation grade, he was defeated by the Dragon Man. No, I won't be defeated. Royal blood, burn for me. The third prince was completely enraged. He was high and mighty and couldn't accept his own failure. Immediately, he resorted to extreme measures. He ignited his royal bloodline in exchange for more power. Roar, roar. The third prince roared. His body grew stronger once again. Just from his physique alone, he was much stronger than before. His aura also grew stronger. This was the power of igniting his bloodline. Igniting your bloodline? I won't give you the chance to do so. Jiang Chen sneered. How could he give the third prince the chance to become stronger? Immediately, he executed the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Every step he took would leave a huge hole in the void. Beneath his feet was a raging fire. His speed was extremely fast. When he arrived above the third prince's head, he had already taken the last step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Bang! This step of Jiang Chen was as heavy as a mountain. It landed squarely on the third prince's head. The third prince had ignited half of his bloodline, but it was forcefully broken. Chapter 826. The powerful Azure Dragon's 5 steps was even more ferocious than the true dragon palm. When Jiang Chen used it, its power was unimaginable. The void space was crushed into pieces. However, although the third prince's bloodline ignition was forcefully interrupted, he had already burned half of his bloodline ignition. Therefore, his combat power was much stronger than before. Facing the attack of Jiang Chen's Azure Dragon's 5 steps, the third prince's reaction was extremely fast. The terrifying dark energy condensed into a black shield and blocked Jiang Chen's attack. Crack! However, how could a shield condensed from the dark energy withstand Jiang Chen's Azure Dragon's 5 steps, which was the 5th of the ultimate steps? The shield, which should be indestructible, was crushed into pieces under Jiang Chen's foot. The third prince suffered another huge attack. His huge body was sent flying 10 zhang away. Cracks appeared on his body. They were densely packed and looked like a spider web. Blood flowed out from the cracks. It looked incomparably terrifying. However, the third prince was still alive. The burning of his bloodline ignition was supporting him, allowing him to still have extremely strong combat power. However, it could be imagined that this kind of power obtained by burning his bloodline ignition wouldn't last long. When the power dissipated, the third prince's situation could be imagined. Even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be able to recover to his previous powerful state. Bastard! You damned bastard! You ruined my life. Today, I will definitely kill you. I will kill you. The third prince roared. His voice had become hoarse because of his anger. He originally had a bright future. However, a single mistake could cause everlasting sorrow. He wanted to get rid of the Dragonians for no reason. Now, even if he could kill Jiang Chen now, his bloodline ignition would be the end of him. What awaited him in the future would be endless darkness. What other moves do you have? Jiang Chen's aura was soaring. Today's battle with the third prince had made him more confident in himself. Especially against the people of the Dark Generation. He had a unique advantage. Swoosh! The third prince waved his arm, and a powerful black shield appeared in his palm. This shield was different from the previous one. The previous one was condensed by the third prince with the dark force, but this one was a real shield. It was a real battle weapon, and there were many patterns carved on it. It was incomparably mystical. Jiang Chen's eyes fell upon the black shield. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that this shield was a genuine minor saint weapon. The Dark Generation didn't have any blacksmith and lacked the materials to forge a weapon. So, this minor saint weapon must have been exchanged from the other three great worlds. However, the surface of the shield in front of them was completely covered by dark energy. It was also fused with the bloodline of the third prince, and the chi of the third prince. Jiang Chen couldn't help but nod his head when he saw this. He had to admit that the third prince was a rare genius. He had used his bloodline to refine the combat weapon and fused it with his own chi, making it almost equivalent to a natal combat weapon. A combat weapon like this would be much more powerful when used. I still have my ultimate attack. Let's see how you're going to resist it. The third prince gritted his teeth and shouted again. Ultimate Dark King Shield. As soon as the third prince finished speaking, the shield in his hand soared into the sky and floated above his head. Boundless power of darkness surged out of the third prince's body and poured into the king's shield of darkness like a tidal wave. The shield of darkness, which was already extremely huge, became even bigger. In the blink of an eye, it had more than doubled in size. This was the strongest attack that the third prince had condensed, and it was stronger than any of his previous attacks. This was a move that he had created himself, and he named it the Ultimate Dark King's Shield. This move had always been his trump card, and it was his proudest move. Die! Ultimate Dark King's Shield. Attack! The third prince roared again. The Dark King's shield was like a small mountain, pressing down on Jiang Chen crazily. In the face of such a terrifying strike, Jiang Chen didn't dare to neglect it. Of course, he wouldn't put it in his heart. The third prince had lost his confidence after being beaten by him. Although the Dark King's shield was a powerful minor saint weapon, it wasn't on the same level as his heavenly saint sword. There was no comparison at all. A deafening howl of a sword was heard all of a sudden. Then, a dazzling sword light rushed into the sky. A long sword appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. It was an incomparably mystical long sword. It was a dragon sword, and its surface was covered with dazzling and terrifying scorching flames. After the heavenly saint's sword had fused with the four fragments, its power had become many times stronger than before. Right now, the heavenly saint's sword was covered with the true dragon flame and true thunderfire. Jiang Chen raised it up high and slashed it toward the Dark King's shield. Bang! The dark energy collided with the sword chi emitted by the heavenly saint's sword, setting off a wave of energy. This wave quickly turned into a sea of fire. Countless dark energy rolled in the sea of fire and was completely incinerated. The heavenly saint's sword and the Dark King's shield collided. The Dark King's shield couldn't resist the sharpness of the heavenly saint's sword and was split into two halves on the spot. What? The third prince's eyes widened like a copper bell. He couldn't believe what had happened in front of him. His Dark King's shield was a powerful minor saint weapon. It was extremely sturdy, but now it was destroyed. What kind of powerful force was needed to destroy it? That sword was just too sharp. However, Jiang Chen didn't give the third prince any time to be shocked. The heavenly saint's sword pierced through the void like a dazzling waterfall, reaching the third prince in a blink of an eye. When the Dark King's shield was destroyed, the third prince had already suffered a great backlash. How could he resist the ferocious Jiang Chen now? In desperation, he could only raise his sharp claws to resist. However, using his body to resist Jiang Chen's heavenly saint's sword was an extremely stupid thing to do. Chila! Arg! Along with a wail, one of the third prince's arms was severed into two halves by the heavenly saint's sword. The third prince kept wailing. The injuries he suffered were too severe. Adding the fact that the power of his bloodline was almost depleted after using the ultimate Dark King shield, he couldn't even support his body anymore. He had reverted back to his human form. Currently, he looked extremely miserable. His body was full of wounds and blood. One of his arms had been severed by Jiang Chen's sword. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He no longer had any combat strength left. The third prince was disheartened. Today's defeat had given him a huge psychological blow. The dignified third prince, an 8th-grade minor saint, a peerless genius of the imperial family, had been defeated by a man he didn't even put in his eyes. The feeling was no different from being pushed down from the top of the pyramid. That's right. The third prince's body swayed, flying towards the outside of the ruined Black Dragon Mountain. Since he had already failed, he still needed to keep his life. At this moment, running away was the wisest choice for him. However, Jiang Chen wouldn't allow him to run away. Jiang Chen grabbed the third prince like a little chick. What a joke! The third prince was already in his mouth. How could he let him run away? Damn it, you dare to kill this prince? Do you know what the consequences are? The third prince issued a threat. Don't worry. I won't kill you now, Jiang Chen said with a smile. I don't think you dare. If that's the case, hurry up and let me go. The third prince was still incomparably arrogant. Even though his life was in someone else's hands, he still spoke in a commanding tone. I won't kill you, but it's even more impossible for me to let you go. Jiang Chen smiled coldly. He didn't want to talk nonsense with the third prince anymore. He struck out a seal, sealing the third prince completely and putting him into a spatial ring. This was a prince. Even in the imperial family, his position wasn't ordinary. Jiang Chen had a bigger plan in the future. It was inevitable that he would fall out with the imperial family. At that time, this third prince would be a high-grade hostage. After dealing with the third prince, Jiang Chen didn't stay any longer. He immediately left the Black Dragon Mountain. It had only been a few minutes since he appeared. However, the shockwave from the battle was too big. Now that the battle had ended, there would definitely be experts coming to check. It was better for him to leave as soon as possible. Although he could kill an 8th-grade minor saint of the Dark Generation, it would still be very difficult for him to do so. Killing the third prince had taken a lot of effort. With his current strength, it was still far from enough for him to travel unhindered in Void Triangular Domain. Look, the battle in the Green Dragon Mountain has ended. I wonder what the result is. The battle just now was too intense. That dragon man is really powerful. He could actually fight against the third prince for such a long time. However, I'm sure that he won't be a match for the third prince in the end. He is destined to be killed by the third prince. That's right. I think the Dragon Man has been killed by the third prince. From now on, the third prince's position in the imperial family will rise again. Many of them could feel that the shockwave from the battle had disappeared. It meant that the battle had ended. In their minds, the one who died was the Dragon Man. The third prince was a powerful 8th-grade minor saint. How could he lose to a Dragon Man? Not long after Jiang Chen left, two silhouettes appeared in the sky above the Black Dragon Mountain. They were two elders. They stood there as if they didn't exist. They had completely merged with the void. They didn't make any sound when they appeared. They were like ghosts. It was obvious how powerful their cultivation was. Chapter 827. The two 9th-grade minor saints couldn't remain calm anymore. Looking at the corpses that were scattered everywhere, the completely destroyed Black Dragon Mountain, and the pungent smell of blood, even with their composure, they couldn't help but feel their chest heaving up and down. What exactly happened? One of them said with a trembling voice. These are the corpses of the princes. All of them have been killed. It must be the doing of that Dragon Man. Where is the third prince? What is he doing? Is he just going to let them be killed by the Dragon Man? The other one was shocked. The scene was too shocking. So many corpses of the princes. This was a provocation to the Dark Generation. Suddenly, one of them looked at the black shield that had been cut into half. His facial expression changed dramatically. The man clenched his hand and 2 black shields flew into his hand. This is the combat weapon of the third prince, his ultimate Dark King shield. How could it be destroyed? It seems like the third prince is in danger. A powerful minor saint weapon has been destroyed. The strength of that dragon man is much stronger than we have imagined. The third prince has miscalculated this time. Look over there. That's the main body of our imperial family. It's the arm of the third prince. It has also been cut into half. Not good. The third prince might have been killed as well. No, I don't feel the chi of the third prince's death. We all have the bloodline of the imperial family. If the third prince was killed, the chi of the imperial family wouldn't disappear so quickly. We should have sensed it. Damn it. There are only 2 possibilities now. Either the third prince has run away or he has been imprisoned by the dragon man. It's impossible for him to have run away. If he did, we would have found him. He must have been taken away by the dragon man. This dragon man is so powerful. This is our mistake. Stop talking. The ripples of the battle have just disappeared. That dragon man can't have gone far. Let's go after him. The 2 experts of the royal family were infuriated. This dragon man was too arrogant. Void triangular domain had existed for such a long time, but nothing like this had ever happened before. It had only been a few days since Void triangular domain was opened, and there were already so many incidents happening. They didn't know where this dragon man came from, but it seemed like he was purposely going against the Dark Generation. Stealing a city's treasury and killing a noble young master was one thing. But now, he even dared to offend a member of the royal family, even daring to touch a prince. This was simply intolerable. The 2 experts locked onto a direction and chased after it as fast as they could. However, even after chasing for a long time, they still could not find any trace of the enemy. In the end, they could only reluctantly stop. Something has happened to the third prince. We have to inform the Dark King as soon as possible. That dragon man is much harder to deal with than we had imagined. Not even an 8th grade minor saint is his match. One of the old men said with a frown. How strong do you think that dragon man is? Could it be that even a 9th grade minor saint can't take him down? Not really. If that dragon man really has the strength to fight a 9th grade minor saint, he wouldn't have chosen to run away. He also wouldn't have done things in such a sneaky manner. He did it because he was afraid that we would find him. In my opinion, this dragon man is so strong that even an 8th grade minor saint wouldn't be a match for him. However, he definitely wouldn't be a match for a 9th grade minor saint. One should know that there is only 1 grade difference between an 8th grade minor saint and a 9th grade minor saint, but the gap between them is too huge. The 2 of them roughly estimated the strength of the dragon man, then flew towards the direction of King City. One had to admit that their judgment of Jiang Chen's cultivation was very accurate. On that day, after the ripples from the battle on the Black Dragon Mountain disappeared, many people did not see the third prince and the noble young masters walk out. They all had a bad premonition in their hearts. Many people stepped into the Black Dragon Mountain, and after seeing the miserable scene, they were immediately shocked out of their wits. Very quickly, the news of what happened in the Black Dragon Mountain was spread to every corner of Void Triangular Domain. My God! This is too cruel. Although we didn't see the battle with our own eyes, all the noble young masters were killed. Their corpses weren't even complete. It's really bloody. It must be the dragonman's doing. I didn't expect him to be so scary that he could kill all the noble young masters. Where's the third prince? Didn't you see the third prince? Could it be that the third prince was also killed by the dragon man? With his cultivation, I don't think he would lose to the dragon man. I have no idea. We didn't find any trace of the third prince or his corpse. It's too scary. It's too scary. Everyone was talking about the dragon man. The name of the dragon man had once again spread across every city. The incident in the Black Dragon Mountain was too cruel. It was hard to not know about it. King City. The King of Darkness was enraged when he heard the news. He smashed a palace with his palm. However, the jade slip of the third prince's soul was still intact. This meant that the third prince was still alive. King of Darkness, this dragon man didn't dare to kill the third prince. It means that he is afraid of the royal family. I think he has imprisoned the third prince. Someone said. Go and investigate. Send the experts of the royal family. Even if we have to turn the entire void triangular domain upside down, we must find this dragon man and eliminate him. The dignity of the royal family is not to be challenged. The King of Darkness was enraged. Compared to the time when the Dark Mulberry City was destroyed, the dragon man had already provoked the royal family. He was the public enemy of the entire Dark generation. If he was not eliminated as soon as possible, every city would fall into a state of panic and fear. Many people of the Dark generation, especially the noble young masters, would be traumatized. The Dragonman's incident had escalated again. On this day, a lot of experts were coming from King City. It seemed like they were going to turn the entire void triangular domain upside down. The King of Darkness had given the order to find the Dragon Man and the third prince at all costs in order to restore the dignity of the royal family. The next day, the news spread across the entire void triangular domain. Everyone was shocked when they heard that the third prince had been kidnapped by the Dragon Man. Every major city was boiling with excitement. They were still guessing the whereabouts of the third prince and the Dragon Man. They had never thought that the third prince would be defeated by the Dragon Man in the end. Not even the powerful third prince could defeat the Dragon Man. My God! How strong is that Dragon Man? Not even the 8th grade minor saint third prince is a match for him. This man is too daring. Hei Longshan killed dozens of noble young masters, and that's nothing. He even kidnapped the third prince, challenging the dignity of the royal family. He is the public enemy of the entire Dark generation. We must kill him. Otherwise, we will lose our face. Hei Longshan is the Dark generation's leader. He is the Dark generation's leader. The King of Darkness is infuriated. He has already sent countless experts to search for the Dragon Man. Even if the Dragon Man has 3 heads and 6 arms, void triangular domain is only so big. There is no place for him to hide. A lot of people were panicking, especially those cities that only had an 8th grade minor saint. They thought that as long as they had an 8th grade minor saint, they would be able to rest easy. However, it seemed like that wasn't the case. Even the powerful third prince had fallen in the hands of the Dragon Man. If the Dragon Man were to strike again, these cities wouldn't be any better. Not only would the treasures be stolen, many people would also die, especially those princes who lived in these cities. None of them felt safe. They all knew about the tragedy of the Black Dragon Mountain. They didn't want to end up like the Dragon Man because it was just too miserable. However, this situation had already been predicted by the royal family. The King of Darkness had ordered every city that didn't have a 9th grade minor saint to send a 9th grade minor saint to guard the city. As long as the Dragon Man dared to appear, he would be killed without a doubt. With the protection of a 9th grade minor saint, all the major cities felt relieved. Those princes finally felt relieved, but even so, they didn't dare to step out of their houses. Even if they were locked in their houses, they still felt unsafe with a dozen experts protecting them. This was the first time they had ever encountered such a crisis in their lives. Great Saint! Great Saint! While the search for the Dragon Man was going on, Jiang Chen had already returned to the inn in Dark Shadow City. He met up with Dan King and the others. Many people in the inn knew this white-robed youth who had a warm smile on his face. He looked like an elegant young master. No one would associate him with the ferocious and overbearing Dragon Man. Haha, little Chen, this is really satisfying. Those beastly princes wanted to kill you, but now they are all killed by you. I wonder how many nobles of Dark Generation want to eat you right now. Tyrant laughed when he saw Jiang Chen. It was hard for them to not know what had happened in Hei Longshan. Now, everyone was talking about Jiang Chen and the Dragon Man. Chen Heir, Godfather was worried about you. But now, I feel relieved after thinking about your capability. Dan King laughed. He no longer had any worries about Jiang Chen. Given Jiang Chen's capability, he wouldn't be able to find him even if all the experts of the Black King family came down to search for him. What surprised Dan King the most was that Jiang Chen was only a 3rd grade minor saint, but he had defeated the 8th grade minor saint third prince. Even with the suppression of the flame, it was still terrifying. He was afraid that only Jiang Chen could achieve such a heaven-defying feat. Little Chenzi, what did you do to the third prince? Tyrant asked. This was what he was most interested in. He has been imprisoned. He might be useful in dealing with the Black King family in the future. After all, he is a prince. He is a high-class hostage. Jiang Chen smiled. Haha. It seems like Void Triangular Domain is going to be chaotic because of your arrival. Tyrant laughed. Chapter 828. Tyrant's words were right. Dan King absolutely agreed with him. Ever since he knew Jiang Chen, wherever Jiang Chen went, there wouldn't be any peace. He was bound to set off a storm. Yan Chenyu was leaning on Jiang Chen. She didn't speak much. In her eyes, one could always see her confidence in Jiang Chen. She was leaning on Jiang Chen, but she didn't rely on Jiang Chen. She wasn't a burden nor a burden. In her heart, it was the greatest happiness to be able to stay by Jiang Chen's side. Chen Heir, what's your next plan? Dan King asked. Go to King City. According to the time, the major powers of the three worlds should have arrived by now. King City is the most bustling place. We can travel slowly and go to the major cities to trade. Just like the other human cultivators, I won't be using my Dragonman identity for the time being. I will let the people of the Black King family to search for the items. Jiang Chen smiled. He had a plan in mind. Plus, he had caused enough trouble in Void Triangular Domain. Now that the Imperial family was infuriated, the entire domain was filled with experts. As long as he showed himself as a Dragonman, he would be noticed immediately. Given his current strength, he wouldn't be able to deal with a 9th-grade minor saint. All right, let's go to King City. Tyrant nodded. His eyes were filled with excitement. He didn't know why, but when he saw Jiang Chen, it was as if he could already see the scene of Jiang Chen wreaking havoc in King City. On the same day, Jiang Chen and the others left the inn and the Dark Ghost City, heading towards King City. Along with the opening of Void Triangular Domain, the number of human cultivators from the three worlds had increased. Most of them were scattered in the major cities, carrying out their main purpose of coming to King City, which was to trade. Jiang Chen's group of 4 also joined such a trading army. Along the way to King City, they, like other human cultivators, would enter every city to trade, exchanging elixirs they had prepared in advance for top-grade true essence stones. Yan Chenyu's appearance was too stunning. After what happened in Dark Mulberry City, to avoid unnecessary trouble, under Jiang Chen's suggestion, Yan Chenyu put on a veil to cover her beautiful face. For the next few days, Jiang Chen and the others spent their time in this kind of dull trading. The news about the Dragonman could still be heard in every major city. The Imperial family had sent out many experts to deal with the Dragonman. Unfortunately, the Dragonman seemed to have vanished into thin air and never appeared again. What was even more infuriating was that the experts of the Imperial family had almost flipped the entire Void Triangular Domain open, but they still couldn't find any traces of the Dragonman. Looks like that Dragonoid is really afraid and has gone into hiding. I wonder where he is hiding? That's right. Even the 9th-grade minor saints of the Imperial family couldn't find any traces of the Dragonman. It's like the Dragonman has vanished into thin air. It's unimaginable. Don't you understand? That Dragonman must be a human who has cultivated a transformation technique. He used the form of a Dragonman to commit evil deeds and then changed his appearance to that of a human. Of course, it's hard to find him. The people of the Dark Generation weren't idiots after all. After a few days of hard work, they still couldn't find any traces of the Dragonman. The experts of the Imperial family had concluded that the Dragonman was a human. Because he had cultivated a transformation technique, it was possible that he was mingling with the human trading army in one of the cities. When they thought of this, the people of the Dark Generation became even more nervous. They had to be very careful when they were trading with the humans. They were afraid that the other party was a Dragonman. However, there were powerful 9th-grade minor saints in each of the cities. In addition, the Dragonman hadn't made any movements for a few days. It meant that he was afraid of the Dragonman. This made the people of the Dark Generation feel relieved. Void Triangular Domain had been opened for 10 days. There were only 5 days left before the large-scale trade fair in King City. Just yesterday, the experts of the 3 major worlds had gathered in King City. In order to receive these experts, the people of the Black King family had to put aside the matter of the Dragonman for the time being. Anyway, the Dragonman wouldn't dare to show himself anymore. The Royal Dark family wouldn't dare to slight the 8 great clans. In their eyes, these great clans were their landlords. They wanted to use true metastones, which were considered cheap in their eyes, to exchange for their precious elixirs and battle weapons. Therefore, the Royal Dark family had to treat these great clans warmly. In the huge King City, the Black King family had specially divided the 3 major worlds into 3 different areas. These areas were also known as the VIP area. It was used to receive the experts of the 3 major powers. There were still 5 days left before the trade fair. The geniuses of the 8 major families wouldn't be of good quality. These disciples would be free during this period of time. They would go to different cities to exchange for the items they wanted. In other words, after the arrival of the 8 major families, Void Triangular Domain would be bustling with activity. The power of light filled the entire Void Triangular Domain. Tyrant had benefited greatly from such an environment. He had already advanced to 2nd grade Minor Saint. At this moment, they had arrived at Dark Surge City. It was the closest city to King City. It was also the 2nd largest city in Void Triangular Domain. Its scale was much bigger than Dark Mulberry City and Dark Shadow City. The huge city gate alone was filled with a noble cheetah. Dark Surge City is the largest city in Void Triangular Domain other than King City. Before the trade fair, this city is the most crowded place. Many of the geniuses of the 8 major families would come here. As far as I know, there will be a trade fair in Dark Surge City before the trade fair. Although it isn't as big as the one in King City, it's still not bad. We might be able to get some treasures. Dan King said. Let's go in. Jiang Chen strode forward, heading towards the city gate of Dark Surge City. He could already see people of all shapes and sizes. Some of them were dressed differently. They should be the people from the other 2 great worlds because the origin of the world flowing in their bodies was different from Jiang Chen's. Basically, people from different worlds could feel the origin of the world in Void Triangular Domain. Jiang Chen saw a silhouette after a few steps. The silhouette also saw Jiang Chen at the same time. Their eyes met. Jiang Chen was stunned. Hung immediately, a wave of qi burst out from Jiang Chen's body, bringing with it an incomparably cold killing intent. Jiang Chen's sudden change had attracted the attention of Dan King and the others. They followed Jiang Chen's gaze and saw 3 people standing not far away from them. The leader seemed to be in his 20s. He was wearing a dazzling golden robe and had golden hair. His face was resolute and carried a domineering aura. His qi gave people the feeling that he was the only one in the world. Northern and Southern dynasties. Tyrant and the other 2 exclaimed at the same time. They finally knew why Jiang Chen could burst out such a powerful qi all of a sudden. Who else could this young man be if he wasn't from the Northern and Southern dynasties? How is this possible? His body and soul have been destroyed by Chen Air. How could he appear here unscathed? Judging from his qi, he has already reached the 7th grade Minor Saint. How did this happen? This isn't right. The origin of his world is different from ours. He isn't a native of Saint Origin World. Dan King and Tyrant were shocked. Tyrant could feel the difference in the origin of the golden-haired man's world. He could tell that the golden-haired man wasn't a native of Saint Origin World, but his appearance and qi were exactly the same as those of the Northern and Southern dynasties. One should know that the Northern and Southern dynasties cultivated the Tyrant absolute art. Their qi wasn't something that ordinary people could imitate. When the golden-haired man heard the names of the Northern and Southern dynasties, he frowned and said indifferently, "How did you know my name?" Sure enough, he was also called the Northern and Southern dynasties. Presumptuous. Who do you think you are? How dare you call senior brother Nan Bei's name? That's right. Senior brother Nan Bei is the top genius of Boundless World. You are courting death by calling his name. And you, a puny 3rd grade Minor Saint, how dare you unleash your qi in front of senior brother Nan Bei? You are courting death. The 2 geniuses who followed the Northern and Southern dynasties shouted at Jiang Chen and the rest. Their qi was extremely arrogant. The Northern and Southern dynasties of Boundless World? Dan King and Tyrant were dumbfounded. Could it be that the Northern and Southern dynasties and the Northern and Southern dynasties that they were dealing with weren't the same person? The Northern and Southern dynasties waved their hands, gesturing for them to keep quiet. He came to Jiang Chen and said indifferently, "I don't know you, but you give me a familiar feeling that makes me want to kill you. However, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you go. Remember, don't unleash your ridiculous qi in front of me next time. It doesn't matter which world you are from, you will only have one ending, that is death." Arrogant. Domineering. Domineering. Even the tone of their speech was the same. Could there be 2 people who were so similar in this world? Or were they actually the same person? Moreover, Jiang Chen could also feel the qi of the Tyrant absolute art from him. Let's go.
The northern and southern dynasties put their hands behind their back and strode towards Dark Surge City. The two geniuses who followed them, Lang Lang, looked at Jiang Chen and the rest and let out a disdainful harumph. Jiang Chen refrained himself from attacking them. First of all, this was Dark Surge City. If he attacked them, he would probably expose his true strength, which would make people associate him with the Dragon Man. Secondly, if this guy was really the same as the northern and southern dynasties, he would be no match for him given his 7th grade minor saint cultivation. Most importantly, this guy was from Boundless World. If he was from the northern and southern dynasties of Saint Origin World, he wouldn't hesitate to attack him. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with shock and doubt. Back when he was in Nebula Sect, he had personally killed the northern and southern dynasties, leaving no trace behind. Now, there was another guy who was exactly the same as the northern and southern dynasties. It was impossible for Jiang Chen not to think about it. Chapter 829. Little Chenzi, what's going on? He looks like he doesn't know us. Tyrant came to Jiang Chen's side and said in shock. The appearance of the northern and southern dynasties had disrupted all their plans. He's indeed not from the northern and southern dynasties that we know, but have you noticed that not only is his name from the northern and southern dynasties, his appearance is exactly the same as the people from the northern and southern dynasties. Even his tone, qi and the monarch heaven art that he cultivates are exactly the same as the people from the northern and southern dynasties. He's the same person. If it wasn't for the difference in the origin of this world and the way he looked at me, I would have suspected that the northern and southern dynasties are still alive. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. Nanbei Chao had always been his archenemy. He had finally gotten rid of him. He had never thought that he would meet another one in Void Triangular Domain. Nanbei Chao was his archenemy. How could this be? Could it be that there are many northern and southern dynasties in this world? Dan King was also shocked. He wouldn't believe it if he didn't see it with his own eyes. Brother Chen, can you guess the relationship between the northern and southern dynasties and the northern and southern dynasties in Saint Origin World? Yan Chenyu asked. Jiang Chen lowered his eyebrows. Now, he had started to doubt the identity of the northern and southern dynasties. He was sure that the people from the northern and southern dynasties weren't the same people that he had killed. However, there must be some kind of connection between them. When Jiang Chen killed the northern and southern dynasties, he had a feeling that they were still alive. At that time, he didn't pay much attention to it. Now, it seemed like the feeling was real. The northern and southern dynasties were the reincarnations of immortal spirits, which meant that they existed in the immortal world. Now that the Boundless Continent also had a northern and southern dynasties, Jiang Chen couldn't help but connect them to the immortal world. Perhaps, the immortal world still had northern and southern dynasties, or the northern and southern dynasties of the immortal world were the real northern and southern dynasties. However, these were all mysteries. No matter how smart Jiang Chen was and how omniscient he was, he could not determine the true origins of the northern and southern dynasties. I can't be sure, but there's one thing I'm sure of. As long as it's the northern and southern dynasties, they are my enemies. The way he looked at me just now was filled with killing intent. However, he didn't attack me because I was in Dark Surge City. This killing intent came from the bottom of his heart. It's very strange. He treated me as an enemy at first glance. He said that he had a familiar feeling towards me. It's very strange. Therefore, regardless of whether he is directly related to the northern and southern dynasties or not, I can't let him go. Jiang Chen said. As for the true identity of the northern and southern dynasties, perhaps it would be revealed in the immortal world. However, he and the northern and southern dynasties were destined to be enemies. As long as it's the northern and southern dynasties, he would kill every single one of them. If there were real northern and southern dynasties in the immortal world, Jiang Chen was sure that he would still be enemies with them after he ascended to the immortal world. Killing one of the northern and southern dynasties first would only cause damage to the real northern and southern dynasties. I know. The northern and southern dynasties have the body of immortal spirits. He and the northern and southern dynasties are probably the clones of the northern and southern dynasties of the immortal world. It must be so, said Tyrant. It was just a guess, but he couldn't rule out the possibility. All right. Now isn't the time to confront the northern and southern dynasties. Plus, we are no match for them with our current strength. I hope that there will be some treasures in this trade fair. If I can improve my strength, I will have a better chance in Void Triangular Domain. Jiang Chen said. The appearance of the northern and southern dynasties had given him a sense of crisis.
He could tell from the eyes of the northern and southern dynasties that they wouldn't let him go, even if they had only met once. Although Jiang Chen could kill an 8th grade minor saint, it was only against the people of the Dark Generation. Currently, there were so many major powers from the 3 major worlds. The geniuses of the 8 major families were also here. With his current strength, he wouldn't be able to create any waves. His priority now was to find a way to improve his cultivation. At the same time, the northern and southern dynasties who had entered the inner area of Dark Surge City were wearing a cold face. Their eyes were glittering with cold light. "Brother Nanbei, that bastard was too rude to you just now. You should punish him," one of them said. "I don't know why, but this man gave me a familiar feeling, as if I have seen him somewhere before. Although he is only a 3rd grade minor saint, I feel threatened by him," the northern and southern dynasties said with a frown. This feeling was too strange. "How is this possible? Brother Nanbei is unparalleled in the world. Although you are only a 7th grade minor saint, not even a 9th grade minor saint is a match for you. That brat is only a 3rd grade minor saint. I can easily pinch him to death. Even if you give him another 100 years, he still won't be a match for you," another man said with a smile. "Don't be careless. I must kill him, but not now. My goal this time is to take all the wealth of the Dark Generation. I cultivate the Emperor Tyrannical Heaven art, and I want the entire Dark Generation to tremble under my feet. My goal this time is to rule this world and improve my Emperor Tyrannical Heaven art. This goal can only be achieved after the trade fair is over and the experts of the 3 great worlds have left. So don't do anything for now and let that brat live for a few more days. If I want to kill him, it'll be a piece of cake. Killing him is just a piece of cake for me," the northern and southern dynasties said. If these words were heard by others, they would definitely be shocked. They might even associate him with the Dragon Man. The northern and southern dynasties were truly ambitious. The void triangular domain was destined to be chaotic because of the arrival of Jiang Chen. Now, the northern and southern dynasties had joined the fray. The fate of the Dark Generation was unimaginable. The northern and southern dynasties were different from Jiang Chen. In some aspects, they were even more ruthless than Jiang Chen. They didn't care about any race. In their heart, they only wanted to dominate and submit to him. Those who didn't submit to him were destined to perish. Now that the northern and southern dynasties had set their eyes on the Dark Generation, it wasn't a good thing for the entire Dark Generation. After the battle between Jiang Chen and the Dark Generation, he basically had the same thought as the northern and southern dynasties. The Dark Generation was really unlucky to be targeted by 2 monstrous geniuses at the same time. The opening of the void triangular domain was bound to be very lively with the arrival of 2 devil kings at the same time. The battle between Jiang Chen and the northern and southern dynasties was going to start again. It was hard to tell who would emerge as the winner. Jiang Chen and the other 3 entered the Dark Surge City. The scale of the city was much bigger than the previous one. All kinds of people made the city very lively. Hualala! Suddenly, a large group of Dark Surge City's guards appeared in front of them. These guards were wearing black armors. They rushed to the street and shouted at the shops on both sides of the street. "Everyone, listen up. Whoever can catch the De Huang dog or provide any clues about the De Huang dog, report it to the prefecture and you will be rewarded handsomely," the captain of the guards shouted. After that, they left in a hurry and headed towards the other direction of the city. Not only them, the entire city was filled with a tense atmosphere. Guards in black armors could be seen everywhere. Each of these guards looked very angry as if they wanted to kill someone. De Huang dog. Hearing the news, Jiang Chen and the other 3's eyes sparkled. They wondered if the wanted De Huang dog was the same as De Huang. "Brother, why are you chasing after a dog?" A newcomer who didn't know the ins and outs of the city pulled a member of the Dark Generation and asked, "You still don't know? Last night, a dog came out of nowhere and went to the treasury of the prefecture and stole the 9th grade minor demon saint Soul Eater Beast King's demon soul. You should know that the demon soul of the Soul Eater Beast King is one of the treasures that will be auctioned tomorrow. The prefecture lord is furious. He wants to tear the dog into pieces. Damn it. First it was the Dragon Man. Now it's a dog. Motherfucker." There weren't so many incidents when the void triangular domain was opened. That dog is too hateful. He even dares to steal from the prefecture lord. He must be courting death. The prefecture lord will skin him alive if he is caught. Speaking of what happened last night, Many of them were gritting their teeth. Dark Surge City was the second largest city of the Dark Generation. The prefecture lord was also heavily guarded. Because of this, the prefecture lord was able to take advantage of De Huang Dog. Every time the Void Triangular Domain was opened, the Dark Surge City would hold a trade fair before the King City Trade Fair. The auction was the highlight of the event. The geniuses from the three major powers of the three worlds would come in exchange for treasures. But now, a 9th-grade minor demon Saint Soul Eater Beast King's demon soul was stolen by a dog. This was a great blow to the prestige of the prefecture lord and the dignity of the Dark Generation. This time, the opening of the Void Triangular Domain was not peaceful. The matter of the Dragon Man had just calmed down and now, a dog had appeared. Puff Tyrant couldn't help but laugh out loud. Other than Goldie, there wouldn't be a second dog that would do such a thing. De Huang is being naughty again. Yan Chenyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In terms of the ability to create trouble, De Huang Dog's ability was definitely above Jiang Chen's. No matter where this dog went, there would be no peace. A 9th-grade minor demon Saint Soul Eater Beast King. How could De Huang let go of such a demon soul? De Huang has an innate ability called Soul-Devouring Voice. If he could obtain the demon soul of the Soul Eater Beast King, it would be extremely beneficial to him. Moreover, it's a 9th-grade minor demon saint. Jiang Chen smiled. There must be a reason why De Huang stole the demon soul. Haha, De Huang is here. This is going to be fun. Tyrant laughed. Jiang Chen was incomparably happy. Without De Huang Dog, he felt that something was missing. Chapter 830. The entire Dark Surge City was filled with guards. Such a scene reminded Jiang Chen of the time when he was in Red City. He was looking for a dog everywhere in the city. Now, it was happening again in Void Triangular Domain. De Huang has stolen a valuable item from the auction. It would be strange if the city lord wasn't angry. You should know that the auction of the Soul Eater Beast King would be announced in advance to attract people's attention. The Soul Eater Beast King's demon soul must have been announced in advance. Now that it has been stolen by De Huang, it would be shameful if he couldn't bring out the demon soul in tomorrow's auction. The King of Elixirs shook his head. He was speechless at De Huang's actions. Senior Dan King, you don't have much contact with that dog. You don't know much about him. This is the way De Huang does things. If he doesn't cause any commotion, would he still be De Huang? Tyrant said with a smile. Dan King looked at Jiang Chen and shook his head. There was Jiang Chen, Northern and Southern dynasties. And now there was De Huang Dog. It was hard to imagine how lively the Void Triangular Domain would be. Chen Gij, do you think they can find the puppy dog? Yan Chenyu asked. What do you think? Jiang Chen chuckled. Yan Chenyu laughed as well. These people had mobilized so many of them. But if Big Yellow wanted to hide, they wouldn't be able to find him even if they exhausted themselves to death. This dog was extremely cunning. De Huang did this because the demon soul of the Soul Eater Beast King is useful to him. Secondly, he heard about my matter and wanted to help me divert the attention of the Dark Generation. Jiang Chen said. He and Big Yellow were like brothers of life and death. He could roughly guess what Big Yellow was doing. Big Yellow must have a purpose in stealing the treasures of Dark Surge City on the first day he arrived. He must have heard that Dark Generation was hunting him everywhere, so he wanted to use this method to attract the attention of the people of Dark Generation. De Huang Dog's good intention had touched Jiang Chen's heart. The puppy dog is great. Yan Chenyu's face was full of smiles. Let's go. Let's go into the city. If De Huang is hiding in the city, he will definitely find us and find a way to meet us. Jiang Chen said. Then, the four of them strode into the city. Dark Surge City was huge. Jiang Chen and the others soon reached the center of the city. The place was bustling with people of all shapes and sizes. Both sides of the wide street were filled with shops. Many human cultivators were doing business in these shops. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Damn dog, stop right there. The voice came from afar. As the voice faded away, a dazzling golden light moved at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Jiang Chen. When the golden light stopped, it turned into the shape of a big dog. Who else could it be but De Huang Dog? Haha, little Chenzi. Master Dog has finally found you. When De Huang Dog saw Jiang Chen, he immediately laughed out loud. Then, he strode over to Yan Chenyu and showed his affection to her. However, upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was this guy thinking of him? Why did it feel like he was thinking of Xiao Yu? Tyrant was even more depressed. This damned dog didn't even greet him and ran directly to Yan Chenyu, treating him like air. Puppy dog, you're in trouble again. Yan Chenyu patted De Huang Dog's head. You bastard! How dare you show up after stealing the treasure of the prefecture? Tyrant was speechless, but his and Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with astonishment when they looked at Big Yellow. This dog's current cultivation base was too strong. He had already reached the mighty 5th grade minor demon saint. It had only been a short period of time since they parted. Such progress was too terrifying. However, they soon understood that the reason why Big Yellow's strength could improve so quickly was probably because of the Soul Eater Demon King's demon soul. Damned dog, stop right there. The angry voice sounded again. 2 powerful silhouettes were seen flying from the direction where Big Yellow appeared. One of them was covered in red flames while the other was covered in ice. Both of their chi were incomparably powerful. Their cultivation grade had already reached the 6th grade minor saint. Big Yellow. Big Yellow. Both of them stopped in front of Jiang Chen. They didn't retract their chi. Their eyes were fixed on De Huang Dog. Their eyes were about to spurt out fire. Damned dog. Hurry up and hand over the treasure. Otherwise, I will skin you alive and pull out your tendons. The flaming youth pointed at De Huang Dog and shouted. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. Look, it's that De Huang Dog. He is here. It's him. He is the one who stole the treasure of the prefecture. Hurry up and inform the people of the prefecture. What are these two doing? They are humans. Could it be that they are helping the prefecture to catch De Huang Dog for the treasure? For a moment, many people's eyes fell on De Huang Dog, making De Huang Dog the center of attention. Who has seen your treasure? Don't make unfounded accusations. De Huang Dog wagged his sturdy tail like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. Damn you, mangy dog. It seems that I have to skin you alive today. The other youth, who was emitting a cold aura, looked even more irritable. He immediately stretched out his palm and grabbed at De Huang Dog. However, his palm was grabbed by another palm halfway. The youth was stunned. He looked at the person who grabbed him angrily and saw a white-robed youth looking at him with a smile. Kid, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. The youth Lang Lang said. Brother, why are you so angry? Let's talk this out. Jiang Chen said with a smile. All right, it seems that you are in cahoots. Ask this dog to hand over the spiritual fire pearl and the 10 millennia cold crystal. Then we will pretend that this never happened. I am Duan Rong from the Black-Yellow continent. You can't afford to offend me. The youth Lang Lang looked at De Huang Dog. Where did this mangy dog come from? You don't know what's good for you. How dare you steal my Huamiao's things? Who gave you the guts to do so? The youth, who was covered in flames, shouted. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen, Tyrant and Dan King were stunned. It seemed that these two weren't after the demon soul of the Soul Eater Demon King, but the other treasures. What did De Huang Dog do? This guy's name was Hua Miao. In the entire Saint Origin world, there weren't many people with the surname Hua, and geniuses were even rarer. Obviously, Hua Miao was a genius of the Hua family, one of the 8 major families. The other one was a genius of the Black-Yellow continent. After communicating with De Huang Dog, Jiang Chen and the others found out that Hua Miao and Duan Rong were having a trade. Hua Miao used a piece of 10 millennia cold crystal to exchange for Duan Rong's spiritual fire pearl. Duan Rong cultivated a cold attribute cultivation technique, so his physique was incomparably cold. The people of the Hua family all had fire attribute physiques. Therefore, the items they exchanged could be said to be complementary. Unexpectedly, the treasure was snatched away by a dog during the trade. Therefore, the two of them chased each other all the way here. No wonder they were so angry. What? Who said that Hua Miao's things can't be snatched? You can't even protect your own treasures, and you still have the nerve to blame others? Moreover, you are no match for him. You are already lucky that he didn't kill you. Jiang Chen and Lang Lang said. They would never be polite to arrogant people. Moreover, they knew De Huang Dog too well. Once this dog snatched something, he would never take it back. Since De Huang was in trouble, Jiang Chen naturally had to stand up for him.
Chapter 831. What did you say? I can tell from your origin chi that you are from Saint Origin World. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you go against the Hua family? Are you tired of living? After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Hua Miao was enraged. Those who possessed the physique of fire attribute were usually hot-tempered, let alone a genius of the Hua family like Hua Miao. He was strong and had a strong backer. He had been living in the best environment since he was young. In his heart, he was a superior being. He wasn't someone that any ordinary cultivator could compare with. Today, a third-grade minor saint brat had appeared out of nowhere and dared to speak in such a manner in front of him. He said that Master Dog was being merciful. Otherwise the two of you would be dead by now. Of course what he said was the truth. Master Dog just didn't want to lower himself to your level. De Huang Dog said. Although his words sounded shameless, it was the truth. With De Huang Dog's current 5th-grade minor demon saint cultivation, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with 2 6th-grade minor saint geniuses. However, De Huang Dog had robbed them first. Plus, they were in Dark Surge City. If a fight broke out, it wouldn't do them any good. Brother Hua, since they are from Saint Origin World, I will leave this matter to you. Duan Rong said. Don't worry, Brother Duan. I will definitely get the 10 millennia cold crystal back for you. Hua Miao promised. Duan Rong had already said that these people were from Saint Origin World. Given his identity as a member of the Hua family, if he couldn't even deal with these small fries, wouldn't he become a laughingstock in front of Duan Rong? He couldn't afford to lose face and neither could the Hua family. Hua Miao took a step forward. The flame on his body became even more intense. It could be seen that this person's flame was also a strange flame. It was incomparably terrifying, incomparable to ordinary flames. The Hua clan was born with a fire-attributed physique. Some of them were born with a strange flame inside their body. It was precisely because of this innate flame that they had a special physique. This made the people of the Hua clan incomparably powerful, becoming one of the 8 clans of the Pure Land. Kid, I will say it one last time. Hand over the fire spirit pearl and the 10,000-year-old cold crystal. Hand over that dog as well. I cannot let this matter go. I have to skin that damn dog to save my, Hua Miao's reputation. Hua Miao was extremely arrogant. I say, little brat of the fire clan, you want to save face in front of Lord Dog and him? You're really too immature. Isn't your fire clan known to be the best at playing with fire? In my opinion, in terms of playing with fire, a genius of the fire race like you is not even 1/10 of his. De Huang Dog shook his head and added fuel to the fire. What did you say? Are you saying that my flame is inferior to this kid's? Hua Miao was furious. Not just your flames, but the flames of your fire clan. De Huang Dog said. Boom. After listening to De Huang Dog's words, Hua Miao's anger rose in an instant. As a member of the Hua family, the thing he couldn't stand the most was someone saying that his flame was weak. Now, this guy was even looking down on the Hua family. No one in the entire Saint Origin world would dare to look down on the existence of the Hua family. When it came to playing with fire, Hua Miao had a unique advantage. If it was in other aspects, Hua Miao might not have been so confident. Now that De Huang Dog had said so, how could he stand it? Kid, what's your name? Hua Miao looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen revealed his name. It seems like you are an alchemist. Do you really think that you can play with fire just because you are an alchemist? Let me tell you, your flame is merely superficial. It's just an auxiliary tool for concocting pills. The real flame is used to kill and attack. If you can defeat me in terms of flame, I don't want the fire soul pearl anymore. Hua Miao was incomparably confident. He pointed his finger at Jiang Chen, totally not putting Jiang Chen in his eyes. As a matter of fact, if it was someone else, they wouldn't put Jiang Chen in their eyes either. Firstly, there was the gap between their cultivation grade. No 6th-grade minor saint would pay attention to a 3rd-grade minor saint who was 3 grades lower than them. Moreover, it was a competition in their field of expertise. If that's the case, it seems like you won't be able to get the fire soul pearl. Jiang Chen shrugged. He didn't care about his opponent's arrogance. It would be abnormal if the geniuses of the 8 families weren't arrogant. Of course they had the right to be arrogant. Qila Hua Miao swung his arm. A qila sound was heard. A scarlet flame leaped out. The flame was like a fire snake, hovering between his palms. It was incomparably mystical. Raging Inferno Prairie.
Hua Miao bellowed. The flame rushed out with a bang and rushed towards Jiang Chen. It could be seen that Hua Miao was very good at using fire. The flame had completely fused with him. The flame that was shot out by him had turned into a lively fire dragon, as if it had come to life. Let's go. This was a fire attribute combat technique. It was used by Hua Miao using a special technique in his strong physique, making it incomparably powerful. It wasn't something any ordinary alchemist could compare with. Dan King could see it clearly. As an alchemist, he was also an expert in using fire. However, if he were to use fire to fight, the gap between him and Hua Miao was huge. Among the 8 families, the Hua family and the Dan family were experts in using fire. However, if they were to compare their combat strength, the Dan family was obviously at a disadvantage. The reputation of the Dan family was mainly due to their alchemy. Facing the attack of Hua Miao's fire dragon, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. It had to be said that Hua Miao's attack was very powerful. His method of playing with fire was also extremely brilliant. He was indeed a genius of the Hua family. However, it was a pity that this kind of fire attribute combat technique was not on the same level as Jiang Chen's fire dragon seal. Moreover, Hua Miao's flame was incomparable to Jiang Chen's true dragon fire and true thunder fire. Just as the fire dragon was about to reach Jiang Chen suddenly stretched out a big hand. His red palm was covered with incomparably bright flames. A deep dragon roar was heard. Many people saw a fire dragon spurting out from Jiang Chen's palm all of a sudden. In terms of size, this fire dragon wasn't as big as Hua Miao's fire dragon, but its chi completely crushed Hua Miao's fire dragon. After the appearance of the fire dragon, the chi of Hua Miao's fire dragon instantly withered, as if it had met a true king. That's right. Compared to Hua Miao's flame, Jiang Chen's flame was the king of flames. It itself carried a powerful king's prestige. Under such prestige, ordinary flames directly gave birth to fear and submission. Roar! As Jiang Chen's fire dragon let out a roar, Hua Miao's fire dragon instantly shrank. Then, it was swallowed by Jiang Chen's fire dragon in one gulp. Then, Jiang Chen waved his hand and retrieved the fire dragon. He looked at Hua Miao opposite him with a smile. What? Hua Miao was dumbfounded on the spot. What kind of flame is that? It's actually so terrifying. It can actually form a pressure on my flame. It's even more noble than our fire clan's psychic fire. How can such a flame exist in this world? Hua Miao was extremely shocked. He couldn't help but be shocked. If Jiang Chen had suppressed him in other areas, he would have felt better. However, now that he was suppressed in terms of flame, he couldn't accept this reality. However, when he thought of the horror of Jiang Chen's flame, the shock in Hua Miao's heart grew stronger. All of a sudden, Hua Miao's eyes revealed a trace of greed. That's right, greed. Such a small character actually possesses such a high-grade flame. He can be called the king of flames. That's a powerful sacred flame. In his hands, it's simply an insult to the sacred flame. Only our fire clan is worthy of such a flame. Hua Miao's eyes glinted with a hint of ruthlessness. He took another step forward and said to Jiang Chen, "Brat, if you hand over your flame, I will write off everything that happened today. I will also give you the opportunity to cultivate in the Hua family. Once you enter the Hua family, you will have a meteoric rise. You should know that many people in Saint Origin World want to join the Hua family. I hope you won't miss this great opportunity." Upon hearing this, Dan King and the others were stunned for a moment. Then they realized that this bastard was eyeing Jiang Chen's flame and wanted it for himself. However, this bastard was destined to be disappointed. Jiang Chen certainly had no interest in the fire clan. Not interested. You have lost the competition of flame. Just leave as you said. Jiang Chen said in an incomparably cold tone. Jiang Chen, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Hua Miao's eyes flickered with fire. Just you? Jiang Chen was a little angry. He didn't want to cause any unpleasantness with the people of the fire clan in Dark Surge City. But if Hua Miao didn't give up, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Hong. All of a sudden, a strong wave of qi burst out from Hua Miao's body. He had decided to attack. Jiang Chen's flame was just too precious. If he could get his hands on it and hand it over to his family, it would be a great contribution to the Hua family. How could he miss such a great opportunity? Swoosh. However, before Hua Miao took action, Jiang Chen moved. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye,
He was in front of Hua Miao. No one knew when a sword appeared in his hand. It was an extremely cold sword. It was pointed at Hua Miao's throat. The sharp sword light had even pierced through Hua Miao's skin. If it went a little deeper, Hua Miao would be dead. Hiss! Hua Miao took a deep breath. He instantly withdrew his powerful qi. He felt a bone-chilling cold from Jiang Chen's long sword. What shocked him even more was that with his strength, he didn't see how Jiang Chen took action. In other words, if Jiang Chen wanted to kill him, he would be a dead man now. "You, what are you doing?" Hua Miao's voice was trembling. Under the pressure of Jiang Chen's qi, he felt that his soul was trembling. "You should be glad that I don't want to kill anyone now. Get lost." Chapter 832. Get lost. This word had undoubtedly hurt Hua Miao's self-esteem deeply. He was a member of the Hua family. No one had ever dared to tell him to get lost. He had always been the one asking others to get lost. Today he, a dignified genius of the Hua family, was asked to get lost by a rogue cultivator who came out of nowhere. How could Hua Miao bear it? However, he had to accept the situation because his opponent was too strong. He could feel that he was no match for this white-robed youth. If this white-robed youth wanted to kill him, it would only take a moment. Moreover, he could see a trace of coldness in Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen's eyes were as cold as the sword in front of him. If he didn't do as Jiang Chen said, he was afraid that Jiang Chen would really kill him. At that time, he wouldn't even be able to find a place to reason with Jiang Chen. "Haha, get lost. You can't do it." The big yellow dog laughed out loud and swaggered toward Hua Miao. Then, it turned around and lifted its fat butt to shake at Hua Miao's face. Hua Miao staggered and almost fell on the ground. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't believe that he was humiliated by a dog. It was unbearable, but he had to endure it. "Good. Jiang Chen, you are a good man. You will pay a heavy price for what you have done today. No one will dare to attack the Hua family. And you damn dog. I will skin you and roast you on fire sooner or later." Hua Miao Lang Lang left these words and turned into a fiery light, disappearing in an instant. After Hua Miao left, Jiang Chen looked at Duan Rong. This guy from the black-yellow continent should be a genius from a major power. However, Jiang Chen still didn't put him in his eyes. The power behind Duan Rong was the one that posed no threat to Jiang Chen. After all, once they left the void triangular domain, they would have no chance to meet each other. "Aren't you leaving?" Jiang Chen looked at Duan Rong. "Humph." Duan Rong snorted coldly and then turned to leave. He was not a fool and knew that he had met an iron plate today. The white-robed youth in front of him was not someone to be trifled with. Duan Rong and Hua Miao's strength was on par, but Hua Miao was not even able to withstand one move from the white-robed youth. If Duan Rong took action, he would only be asking for humiliation. It seemed that he would not be able to get the 10,000-year-old cold crystal back. As for today's account, he would settle it later. "Kaka, you want to fight with this lord dog? You guys are too inexperienced." De Huang dog cackled, but halfway through his laughter, Jiang Chen slapped him on the dog's face. "Brat, why did you hit me?" De Huang dog glared at him. "You damn dog. You only know how to cause trouble for me." Jiang Chen glared at De Huang dog fiercely. De Huang dog was truly a troublemaker. Wherever he went, trouble would follow. Jiang Chen's plan to deal with the Dark Generation hadn't been realized yet. Now, the Northern and Southern dynasties had appeared. When he entered the Void Triangular Domain, he had already fought with the Dan family. Now, he had offended the Fire family. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had already gotten used to it. As the saying goes, when you have too many debts, you don't need to worry. "Why are you talking about me? You are the one who has caused more trouble than me." De Huang dog stuck out his tongue at Jiang Chen. "All right, you two are the eldest brother. Don't talk about the second brother. However, De Huang, we can understand why you stole the Soul Eater Demon King's demon soul. But why did you take the Fire Spirit Pearl and the 10,000-year-old cold crystal from the other two? These two treasures don't seem to be of any use to you." Tyrant said. "I took them for Xiao Yu. As for the Fire Spirit Pearl, I took it as well." De Huang dog opened his mouth and spat out a fist-sized 10,000-year-old cold crystal. It floated in front of Yan Chenyu. The moment the crystal appeared,
the surrounding temperature dropped. Cold qi filled the air, making people shiver uncontrollably. This 10,000-year-old cold crystal is a high-grade cold attribute treasure. It will be very useful for me to form the heart of the ice god. If I refine it, I might be able to break through to the 5th-grade minor saint. Yan Qinyu's eyes sparkled. She had the 9 meridians. It was imaginable how beneficial this 10,000-year-old cold crystal would be to her. Jiang Chen forgave De Huang Dog instantly after seeing the quality of the crystal. He was afraid that even if he was the one who encountered it, he would also find a way to get it. To Yan Qinyu, this treasure was extremely rare. Xiaoyu, since De Huang has kindly taken it for you, you should just take it. It would be a waste if you don't accept it. Jiang Chen said with a smile. There were people who complained about me just now. It seems like the fire spirit pearl is useless to you. Master Dog, I will eat it myself. De Huang Dog glared at Jiang Chen. Although the fire spirit pearl was a rare treasure, it wasn't very useful to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's flame was the powerful true dragon fire and thunder fire. Even if he got the fire spirit pearl, he would only get the energy contained within it. It wouldn't affect the quality of Jiang Chen's flame. De Huang Dog could digest anything. Eating the fire spirit pearl would be very beneficial to him. Swoosh, swoosh. At this time, powerful qi emerged from afar once again. In just a blink, they had reached the middle of the street. This group of people had extremely powerful cultivation. The leader was a white-haired old man who was a 9th-grade minor saint. The rest of them were 7th and 8th-grade minor saints. When they saw Big Yellow, their anger exploded instantly. Big Yellow, Big Yellow, Big Yellow, Big Yellow. Look, the people from the City Lord's mansion are here. That dog is finished. This dog is too despicable. He even dares to steal from the prefecture. Now that he has been caught, the prefecture will never let him go. That is the great elder of the prefecture. He is a 9th-grade minor saint. Even he has come personally. It shows how much importance the prefecture has placed on this incident. Of course. You should know that the great elder is always in charge of the City Lord's mansion's trade fair. He is also in charge of the treasures. Now that the treasures have been stolen by a dog, the great elder is naturally embarrassed. Many of the people in the shop started to discuss when they saw the group of people. The dog that stole the treasure last night had finally been found. Now that the great elder had come personally, the dog wouldn't have a good ending. Jiang Chen and Tyrant couldn't help but touch their foreheads when they saw the group of people. Another wave had just arrived. It was really a headache. They weren't fools. They could naturally guess the identity of these people. These people were much harder to deal with than Hua Miao and Lang Luo. It's this dog. Someone pointed at De Huang Dog. However, De Huang Dog behaved very casually. Even in the face of so many powerful experts, he could still maintain his composure. Putting aside other things, his temperament was pretty good. The great elder's face darkened. He looked at De Huang Dog, Lang Lang, and said, "Hand over the demon's soul and I will give you a lighter punishment." "I have already eaten it." Big Yellow answered seriously and burped at the same time. "What? Eaten it?" The people of the prefecture were stunned. The great elder's face turned red and he almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. The demon's soul had been eaten by this damned dog. Was there anything more despicable than this in the heavens and earth? Eaten it? You mangy dog. That is the demon soul of a 9th-grade minor demon saint. Soul Eater Demon King. What qualifications do you have to eat it? Cut open his stomach and have a look. An 8th-grade minor saint was infuriated. He's right. The demon's soul has been eaten. Jiang Chen said. Then pay the price. Kill this dog and take out its demon soul. The great elder gritted his teeth and said, I'm afraid you all don't have the ability to kill this master dog. Big Yellow was infuriated as well. The dragon horn on his forehead started glowing. It seemed like a war was about to break out. He was a fearless guy. No matter how strong the enemy was, he would still attack. Big Yellow was a fearless guy. Let me kill him. An 8th-grade minor saint middle-aged man's murderous intent fluctuated. He was about to attack De Huang Dog. Stop! Jiang Chen shouted. Brat, who are you? You'd better not interfere in the matters of the prefecture. The man Lang Lang gave Jiang Chen a glance. I'm Jiang Chen, a friend of this dog. We will buy the demon soul of the Soul Eater Demon King. How about we compensate you? Jiang Chen said. He couldn't afford to fall out with the prefecture yet. Plus, the opponent was very powerful. Once he attacked, he would expose himself. What a joke! Do you know how much the demon soul is worth? Can you afford it? Besides, this demon soul has been announced to the public as one of the last treasures of tomorrow's auction. Now that the demon soul is gone, if we can't bring out the demon soul for tomorrow's auction, it will be a disgrace to the prefecture. The great elder didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. Given his status, it was already very polite of him to talk to a third-grade minor saint. Kang Jiang Chen didn't waste any more time. He had to solve this problem. Immediately, he took out two powerful combat weapons. One was a blade and the other was a sword. These two combat weapons weren't considered as high-grade minor saint weapons, but they were already extraordinary. In terms of value, these two combat weapons couldn't be compared to the demon soul that De Huang Dog had eaten. However, it was different for the people of Dark Generation. What they lacked the most were pills and combat weapons. Even the combat weapon of this 9th-grade minor saint Great Elder was only at this level. I think Great Elder is a man who knows his stuff. Let's consider these two minor saint weapons as buying the demon soul. Let's both take a step back. What do you think? Jiang Chen said with a smile. These two battle weapons are indeed good items. However, I know that among you humans, the value of that demon spirit is not only this much. If we were to put it up for auction tomorrow and let you humans fight for it, its value would definitely be even higher. Furthermore, this dog's actions have already caused our city lord's mansion to lose face. If you think you can just take out these two battle weapons, aren't you taking this too lightly? Chapter 833. After listening to what the Great Elder said, Jiang Chen just smiled. The Great Elder had organized many auctions and had many dealings with the major powers of the human race. His knowledge of pills and combat weapons was incomparable to ordinary people. Moreover, he knew what the human race needed. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't intend to bluff his way out of this. However, the Great Elder's attitude towards Jiang Chen had eased up when he saw Jiang Chen taking out two minor saint weapons. He wanted to get more treasures from Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen wasn't going to take out more treasures as he wasn't a person that could be easily blackmailed. Great Elder, I have to tell you that you better not look down on this dog. Great Elder, I have to tell you that you better not underestimate this dog. You are no stranger to the demon race in Saint Origin World. This dog's status in the demon race is even more precious than your princes in the royal family. You better think twice before you touch him. Given the way the demon race does things, if you touch their princes, you will definitely cause a huge ruckus in Void Triangular Domain. By that time, your auction will no longer be able to proceed normally, and even the trade fair in King City will be greatly hindered. I heard that a dragon man had appeared a few days ago and had caused a great disturbance in your Dark Generation. If the experts of the demon race are added to the chaos, I'm afraid that the Dark Generation will not be able to live in peace. I wonder if you, the Great Elder, can bear this responsibility. Jiang Chen said casually. At this moment, it was necessary to reveal the identity of De Huang Dog. The Great Elder might not care about other people, but he would definitely care about the demon race. After dealing with the demon race for so many years, he should be very clear about the demon race's way of doing things. The people of the demon race were always vengeful and they would fight whenever they felt like it. They were unrestrained and unrestrained. As for what Jiang Chen said about Big Yellow's status in the demon race, it wasn't an exaggeration at all. This could be seen from the time when Peacock King personally brought Big Yellow to Void Triangular Domain. Moreover, Big Yellow had only been in the demon race for a few days and he was brought to the trading fair in Void Triangular Domain. This was an extremely rare opportunity. He was afraid that such treatment was unique in the entire demon race. Moreover, Big Yellow was a powerful divine beast with a complete divine beast bloodline. Naturally, the demon race would treat him like a treasure and focus on cultivating him. If these guys dared to touch Big Yellow, he believed that the demon race wouldn't let this matter go given their usual style. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the Great Elder and the others' facial expression changed slightly. The way they looked at De Huang Dog changed. At first, they thought that De Huang Dog was just a mangy dog that came out of nowhere. They had never thought that he would have such a distinguished identity. They knew very well how powerful the demon race was in Saint Origin World. Plus, the demon race was famous for protecting their own people. Not to mention that De Huang Dog had such a distinguished identity. The Great Elder and the others still remembered clearly that there was once a trade fair in King City where the demon race had a conflict with a major power of the Black-Yellow continent. As a result, the demon race started a war and almost destroyed the auction house of King City. They were truly fearless. Furthermore, the demon race had incomparably powerful divine abilities. Their fleshly body was as strong as the Dark Generation, making them very difficult to deal with. They were the most troublesome existence for the Dark Generation. They could ignore humans, but they couldn't ignore the demon race. Grand Elder, I've said everything I need to say. If you agree, these 2 combat weapons will be the price for the Soul Eater Beast King's demon soul. If you don't agree, I'll keep these 2 combat weapons. I won't get involved in the grudges between you two. You can do whatever you want with this dog. Jiang Chen said again. The Great Elder knitted his brows tightly. He was in a dilemma. Now that the demon's soul had been stolen, the reputation of the City Lord Mansion had been tarnished. However, judging from the current situation, punishing this dog might lead to a series of bad consequences. Great Elder, this brat is right. If this dog is really a member of the demon race and has a certain status in the demon race, it won't be easy to mess with him. You know how the demon race does things. That's right. Great Elder. In my opinion, we should quit while we're ahead. 2 minor saint weapons are already very valuable. It's better than nothing. If we really touch this dog, the people of the demon race will definitely make a big fuss. At that time, not only will our auction be cancelled, it will also affect the trade fair in King City. If the Dark King blames us, we won't be able to bear the responsibility. The 2 people on the left and right of the Great Elder whispered. It seemed like they understood the situation. All right, Jiang Chen, I'll give you face. I'll accept these 2 combat weapons. I hope something like this won't happen again. If not, even if he's a prince of the demon race, I'll still punish him. Great Elder Lang Lang glared at De Huang Dog and kept the 2 minor saint weapons, giving himself a way out of the situation. Great Elder is indeed wise. I will go to the prefecture tomorrow to participate in the auction and witness the glory of the Dark Generation. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at the Great Elder. He knew that the matter had been settled. The Great Elder didn't say anything and left with the people of the prefecture. He had lost all his face today. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Little Chenzi, you did a great job. You used the demon race's chi to make the Great Elder not dare to speak. Tyrant gave a thumbs up to Jiang Chen. Chen Heir, it's best that you could resolve this crisis without shedding a drop of blood. Dan King also gave Jiang Chen a praising look. He had been looking at Jiang Chen's body since the beginning. When he first saw Jiang Chen's battle formation, he was sweating in cold sweat. However, it was great that Jiang Chen was able to resolve the crisis with such ease. Jiang Chen's image in Dan King's mind had risen to another level. Only a brave and resourceful person could achieve great things. Not only was Jiang Chen strong, he was also very wise. He knew how to resolve the crisis in the best way, which was very rare. After such a commotion, Jiang Chen and the others didn't have the mood to continue strolling on the street. They found an inn and waited for the auction in the prefecture tomorrow. In an exquisite courtyard of the inn, Jiang Chen and the others gathered together. Being able to meet De Huang Dog in the Void Triangular Domain, Jiang Chen was very excited. Although De Huang Dog had caused trouble, if he didn't cause trouble, he wouldn't be De Huang Dog. In any case, the arrival of De Huang Dog was very beneficial to Jiang Chen. In Jiang Chen's plan, De Huang Dog was the most indispensable link. He was most interested in those true meta-stone mines. That was the real wealth. Only De Huang Dog could find those hidden mines easily. Chapter 834. De Huang, how are you doing in the demon race? Jiang Chen asked. This was also the question he was most concerned about. De Huang Dog had just arrived in the demon race. It was similar to how Wu Ningzhu had just arrived in the ancient people's territory. De Huang Dog was invited to the demon race. Therefore, the treatment he received was very different from that of Wu Ningzhu. It's all right. Those old men's eyes lit up when they saw me. Master Dog felt uncomfortable when they looked at me. I was afraid that I would be raped by them. Fortunately, there is nothing wrong with their sexual orientation. However, the demon race is actually quite chaotic. That old man Peacock said that there isn't any peace among the various races. Some of them want to train me as the next patriarch of the demon race. Of course, There are also many voices of opposition. I'm so annoyed that I'm going to get some fresh air in Void Triangular Domain. Big Yellow said casually. Although it was just a few simple words, it made Jiang Chen and the others feel that the competition in the demon race was very intense. As a matter of fact, it was imaginable that every major power in the heavens and earth was like this. The bigger the power, the more intense the competition. Now that the demon race wanted to make Big Yellow the next patriarch, it would certainly be very difficult and they would have to face a lot of obstacles. De Huang, if that's the case, you have to be careful. You can imagine how intense the competition will be when it involves the position of the patriarch. There will be people who will protect you, but there will also be people who will harm you. The most important thing is to improve your strength. Jiang Chen said. I know. Master Dog isn't an idiot. I won't let anyone harm me. I stole the demon soul of the Soul Eater Demon King to improve my strength. Apart from the high grade of this demon soul, it will also greatly help my innate ability. After refining the demon soul, my cultivation has reached the 5th grade minor demon saint. Of course, I haven't fully refined the energy of the demon soul yet. If I fully refine it, it won't be a problem for me to reach the 6th grade minor demon saint. In addition to the influence of the Soul Eater demon sound, it won't take long for me to reach the 7th grade minor demon saint. At that time, I will even be able to deal with a 9th grade minor demon saint. De Huang Dog said. Don't be fooled by his carefree manner. He was actually very smart. Who would want this dog to be cheated and suffer some losses? It was harder than reaching the sky. After listening to De Huang Dog's words, Jiang Chen, Dan King and Tyrant couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake their heads. This was the power of a powerful divine beast's bloodline. Plus, De Huang Dog had the bloodline of a dragon horse. This was a unique advantage that no one could compare with. Furthermore, the bloodline of De Huang Dog would become stronger along with his cultivation. De Huang Dog's progress would be faster and faster. Don't talk about me. How did you know about this Void Triangular Domain? When I knew that the domain was going to open, I immediately went to the Nebula sect to look for you. However, I couldn't find any trace of you. When I arrived here, I heard about the dragon men. Needless to say, it was you. Only a brat like you could do such a big thing. De Huang Dog said. Godfather is a famous alchemist. He has been here before. He has a spatial talisman with him. That's why we came here earlier. Yan Chenyu said. No wonder. De Huang Dog shook his head. He then looked at Jiang Chen and said, Brat, you are not a good friend. You did such a big thing but you didn't bring me along. That's so boring. But why did you go and kill those noble young masters? You even destroyed a city of the Dark Generation. How much hatred do you have for them? De Huang Dog was puzzled. He knew Jiang Chen very well. Jiang Chen wasn't a reckless person. He shouldn't have caused such a big scene the moment he arrived. De Huang, those noble young masters deserve to die. Yan Chenyu told De Huang Dog everything that happened in Dark Mulberry City. De Huang Dog was enraged when he heard that young master Lu Yun had plotted against Yan Chenyu and poisoned her tea. He even created a fragrance-dispelling pavilion and enslaved people. Damn it! These bastards are worse than beasts. Good job. In my opinion, the entire Dark Generation should be killed. De Huang Dog was enraged. We have to deal with the Dark Generation. Even if I don't deal with them, they will deal with me. This hatred can't be resolved. Let's see who is stronger. Big Yellow, it's great that you can come. I have a big plan, and it can't be carried out without your participation. Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog. What big plan? Tell me. I know that Master Dog's position is unshakable. If you want to do something big, you will need my help. De Huang Dog said narcissistically. When he heard that Jiang Chen had a big plan, his eyes almost popped out. He was a guy who wanted to see the world in chaos. The bigger the mess, the happier he would be. You know that my cultivation method consumes more energy as I progress. This disadvantage hasn't been revealed yet. But when I reach the Great Sage level, I will need an endless supply of holy elixir for every advancement. This consumption is astronomical. I can't even estimate it myself. Moreover, holy elixir is rare and precious. Even the 8 big families might not be able to support me. The supreme grade true metastones here are comparable to holy elixir. You have probably heard that I have stolen the treasuries of 3 cities and a mine. Now, I have 200 million supreme grade true metastones. But this is far from enough. My goal is to get all the true meta stones here. When he said the last sentence, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This was his ultimate goal. What the fuck? You are too greedy, but I like it. Big Yellow was taken aback at first, but then he beamed with joy. But if that's the case, we'll have to fight against the Dark Generation. But the Dark Generation is still very powerful. Both of us aren't a match for them. And you're not strong enough. De Huang Dog was worried. Of course I can't do it now. Of course, I can't fight them now. First, I don't have enough strength. Second, there are people from the 3 major worlds here. Once we start fighting, the situation will be out of control. I am a 3rd-grade minor saint now, but I have a large amount of dark spirits in my hands. If I refine all of them, I will have no problem advancing to the 4th-grade minor saint. However, I need to strengthen my foundation, so I won't use this method unless it's the last resort. Then, there will be the 2 major auctions in Dark Surge City and King City. There will be many wonderful treasures in these auctions. Jiang Chen said. My flame can greatly restrain the people of the Dark Generation. If I transform into my dragon form now, I can already deal with an 8th-grade minor saint of the Dark Generation. If I advance to the 4th grade, I will be able to deal with a 9th-grade minor saint. However, there are too many 9th-grade minor saints in the Dark Generation. I won't be able to deal with all of them by myself. So, I need to advance to the 5th-grade minor saint in order to have enough confidence. The auction will be my chance. After I advance to the 5th-grade minor saint, I can transform into my dragon form and it will be hard for me to find a match for a 9th-grade minor saint. After the auction is over, the people of the 3 major powers will leave. This was Jiang Chen's perfect plan. Dan King couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It turned out that Jiang Chen's ultimate plan was to deal with the entire Dark Generation. Such audacity could no longer be described as audacious. He was afraid that only Jiang Chen could do such a thing in the entire heavens and earth. If these words were spread out, no one knew how big of an uproar it would cause. Good. This plan is truly earth-shattering. Master Dog likes it the most. However, what role do I play in your plan? Why do I feel like I am useless? De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen. Of course it's useful. My ultimate goal is those mines. I got a small mine from Dark Mulberry City. There are 50 million high-grade true metastones in it. If it's a super big mine controlled by King City, the amount of true metastones in it will be terrifying. However, their mine is very well hidden. Only the people of the Dark Generation can find it. Other than them, I'm afraid that you are the only one who can find it. Do you think this role is not important? Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog. Wakaka, of course. There is nothing in this heavens and earth that Master Dog can't find. No matter how well hidden their mine is, it won't be able to block Master Dog's senses. De Huang Dog burst into laughter. He really felt that he was very useful. Not necessarily. When the time comes, little Chenzi can show off his power and force King City to reveal the location of the mine. Won't you be useless then? Tyrant ridiculed. Damn you, bald donkey. How dare you say that Master Dog is useless? Do you know the consequences of saying that? De Huang Dog immediately bared his teeth at Tyrant. That won't do. There might be a battle between me and the Dark Generation, but there are too many variables. Moreover, if we really fight, they will destroy the mine even if it's a life and death struggle. The loss outweighs the gain. Now we have to focus on the mine. Before the Dark Generation finds out, we have to quietly collect all the mines. At least, we have to find the specific location. Jiang Chen said. De Huang Dog was the most important part. In other words, compared to dealing with the Dark Generation, the mine was more important. This was Jiang Chen's biggest goal. All right, it's settled then. De Huang Dog was very excited. However, there is still a big variable in our plan. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly became dull. You mean the Northern and Southern dynasties? Tyrant also thought of a person. What? Isn't that bastard dead? Could it be that he has appeared again? De Huang Dog jumped up. He had seen Jiang Chen annihilating the Northern and Southern dynasties with his own eyes. But now, he actually heard the name of the Northern and Southern dynasties from their mouths. The Northern and Southern dynasties are indeed dead. But now, another Northern and Southern dynasties have appeared. The Northern and Southern dynasties of the Boundless Continent. Tyrant said. Chapter 835. Then, Tyrant told them everything that had happened outside Dark Surge City. Thinking of the northern and southern dynasties in the boundless continent, they still couldn't calm down. Moreover, they could tell from the eyes of the northern and southern dynasties that even though they were not from the same world, as long as the northern and southern dynasties existed, they would still be mortal enemies. Motherfucker, how many northern and southern dynasties are there? Could it be that this guy still has a doppelganger? De Huang Dog was incomparably gloomy. He knew all too well how difficult it was to deal with the northern and southern dynasties. Back then, in order to kill the northern and southern dynasties, Jiang Chen had spent a great deal of effort and almost caused the entire Nebula sect and Mayin cult to perish in the hands of the northern and southern dynasties. In the end, he finally managed to kill the northern and southern dynasties. But now, another one appeared. Who knows, what we killed might just be a doppelganger. The real northern and southern dynasties might be in the immortal world. Jiang Chen said his bold guess. Is that possible? This is too shocking. Dan King's eyes widened. The immortal world was such a distant existence. Just hearing these two words made one couldn't help but have the heart to worship it. It's just a guess. Let's not think too much about it now. The existence of the northern and southern dynasties is a great threat to us. They are also the biggest variable in our plan. If there's a chance, we must eliminate them. Jiang Chen clenched his fist. He would definitely not be courteous to the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Chen's ultimate plan had been made, but he couldn't have guessed that the northern and southern dynasties were also planning the same thing. These two were indeed mortal enemies. They were destined to collide again. In Jiang Chen's plan, the appearance of the northern and southern dynasties was indeed a big variable. However, Jiang Chen didn't care. No one could stop his plan this time. The true metastones here were related to Jiang Chen's advancement to the great sage level in the future. He must get them. Otherwise, his advancement to the great sage level would be extremely difficult. Therefore, he must get the true metastones here no matter what. After a night's rest, Jiang Chen and the others left the inn early the next morning, heading towards the direction of the prefecture. Today was the day of the large-scale auction in Dark Surge City. The entire city was bustling with people from all walks of life. Void Triangular Domain was opened once every 3 years. Dark Surge City and King City were the two biggest trading markets and also the two biggest auctions. However, compared to King City, Dark Surge City wasn't as attractive as King City. Those who came to participate in the auction were the geniuses of the major powers and the elders who didn't have high cultivation. The true 9th grade minor saint experts wouldn't show up. They would only trade and participate in the auction in King City. The prefecture of Dark Surge City was very big. There was a huge open-air auction house in it. However, those who wanted to enter the auction house had to pay a certain fee. Jiang Chen and the others followed the crowd into the prefecture and arrived at the huge entrance of the auction house. Currently, there was a black armored guard every 3 meters around the auction house. The security was very tight. Those who participated in the auction weren't just humans. There were also a lot of people from Dark Generation. Dark Generation was a world of its own. Naturally, there were many powers in this world. There were also a lot of exchanges and transactions between them. Jiang Chen saw that every human who entered the auction house had to pay a pill to the guard. Godfather, I saw that many of the medicinal pills they handed over were different. Jiang Chen asked. This is just the fee to enter the auction house. The Dark Generation doesn't specify the type of pill. It's fine as long as it's a human pill. Dan King said. Jiang Chen and the others were enlightened. From this, it could be seen that the Dark Generation had a great desire for pills. No matter what kind of pill it was something that they needed. However, the auction house of the prefecture was very profitable. Putting aside the price of the treasures in the auction house, just the entrance fee alone was already a considerable amount of wealth. With so many people, the number of pills would increase exponentially. Moreover, most of the people who could enter the auction house were minor saint experts. The pills they had wouldn't be trash. Jiang Chen and the others soon reached the entrance of the auction house. The leader of the guards frowned when he saw De Huang Dog beside Jiang Chen. He then looked at Jiang Chen's group and immediately guessed the identity of De Huang Dog. Thieves can't enter? The guard said loudly. Who are you calling a thief? De Huang Dog was enraged. I'm talking about you. You stole the demon soul of the soul-devouring beast. Don't you want to admit it? The guard Lang Lang said. Haha. You are the dignified prefecture, but you can't even protect your own treasure.
How dare you say it out loud? Master Dog has entered your prefecture as if it was an uninhabited land. Besides, I have already given you the price of the demon's soul. De Huang Dog laughed loudly. His words were directly ridiculing the prefecture. The surrounding people looked over and one of them laughed out loud. Haha. The dignified prefecture can't even protect their own treasure. This is really shameful. I think we shouldn't participate in any auction house in the future. We should just go to the prefecture and take the demon's soul. The one who spoke was a youth with blue hair. He looked like he was in his 20s. His cultivation grade was very strong. He had already reached the 6th grade minor saint. Moreover, the demonic chi on his body was soaring. Apparently, he was from the demon race. You people of the demon race really know how to invert right and wrong. You are still so confident in stealing. I admire you, another youth said. He was wearing purple clothes. His chi was extraordinary. Obviously, he was from one of the 8 major families. Humph. We of the demon race don't care about trifles. If you don't agree, you can fight me. The youth of the demon race harumphed coldly. His demonic chi fluctuated. Although the youth in purple clothes looked angry, he chose to remain silent. He knew very well that if he got entangled with the people of the demon race, there would be no end to it. This was an unreasonable big family. Now that the auction was about to begin, he didn't want to be entangled with the people of the demon race. Jiang Chen smiled. He looked at the guard and threw a few pills to him. I advise you to stop while you're ahead. This dog isn't someone to be trifled with. If you infuriate him, he might just tear you apart and eat you. Given his identity, I believe the demon race will destroy your auction house if you dare to touch him. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Jiang Chen looked at the guard and said, You should stop while you're ahead. The guard looked very angry, but there was nothing he could do. He had heard about the demon clan's way of doing things. He also knew about yesterday's incident. Even the great elder had compromised, which was enough to show that the dog's status in the demon clan was extraordinary. If it was really as the white-clothed young man had said, and the dog came up to tear him apart and eat him, then he would have died in vain. The city lord mansion would not offend the demon clan just to avenge him. The auction had not started yet, and he did not want to cause a big mess because of a dog. Go in, the god said coldly. For God's sake, what kind of attitude is this to Master Dog? De Huang Dog wasn't easy to deal with. Seeing the guard's bad attitude, he opened his mouth and was about to bite him. Fortunately, Jiang Chen grabbed his ear and dragged him in. Otherwise, the guard would definitely be bitten badly. There were so many people behind them. It wouldn't look good if the situation got out of hand. Jiang Chen didn't want to stand out too much as it would be detrimental to his plan. Why are you pulling me? Master Dog wants to teach him a lesson. De Huang Dog was extremely dissatisfied. Don't forget our plan. Jiang Chen patted De Huang Dog's head. The auction house of Dark Surge City was huge. It was an open-air auction house with a ring-shaped design. There was a huge auction stage at the front and seats around it. On the second floor, there were rooms, which should be the so-called VIP area. The seats below were for ordinary people. Those who could enter the VIP area on the second floor weren't ordinary people. Little Chenzi, where are we going? Tyrant asked. Just find a random place. Jiang Chen walked towards the scattered seats in front of him. At this time, the blue-haired youth came to Jiang Chen and said, De Huang, our monster race has a VIP area here. Let's go to the second floor. These are your friends, right? Let's go together. The blue-haired youth seemed to be in a good mood. It seemed like his impression of De Huang Dog wasn't bad. It's fine. We'll just sit here. Jiang Chen cupped his fists at the blue-haired youth. He was very polite to the people of Monster Race. Did you hear that? He said no. Then we'll just sit here. De Huang Dog said, That's fine. I'm Blue Lion. May I know how to address you, brother? The blue-haired youth looked at Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen was just a third-grade minor saint, he wasn't an idiot. De Huang Dog seemed to be obedient to this white-robed youth. It showed that their relationship wasn't ordinary. Although De Huang had just arrived in Monster Race, his status would be very respectable in the future. The Lion Race was very willing to have a good relationship with De Huang Dog. Jiang Chen said with a smile. All right, Brother Jiang. If you encounter any trouble, feel free to look for me.
After saying that, Blue Lion walked to the VIP area on the second floor.
De Huang, who is that?
Tyrant asked. I've never seen him before, but he should be from the lion race. This guy's true form is a blue flame lion, a 6th grade minor demon saint. He is considered a rare genius. The lion race has a good relationship with the patriarch. They are my supporters. De Huang Dog said. Although he had just entered Monster Race for a few days, everyone in Monster Race knew about De Huang Dog. He was a divine beast that was brought back by Peacock King. Naturally, Blue Lion was one of them. Although De Huang Dog hadn't seen him before, he knew De Huang Dog. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's left index finger twitched. Jiang Chen was startled. Then his index finger twitched more and more violently. It was the saint bone. Ever since Jiang Chen obtained this piece of saint bone, he had been very calm. He didn't expect that it would suddenly twitch today. Along with the twitching of his index finger, Jiang Chen immediately sensed something. His eyes shifted to one of the VIP rooms on the second floor. Chapter 836. The finger bone is throbbing. My finger bone is there. Jiang Chen's mind was shaken violently. He could clearly sense that there was a piece of his finger bone in the VIP room on the second floor. Along with the throbbing of his finger bone, his soul was trembling violently. It was the feeling of the fusion of blood and meridians. His finger bone was in someone else's body. This made Jiang Chen's soul feel extremely uneasy. Jiang Chen's face was solemn. That year when he was in the St. Cliff, his body could be said to have been smashed into pieces. He didn't know how many parts of his body were left, but as long as there were any, he could sense that it was a very powerful saint bone. Once he could fuse with it, it would bring him endless benefits. Swoosh! Jiang Chen's soul power spread out and penetrated the VIP room. He saw that there were 7 to 8 people sitting in the room. There were 3 old men and 5 young men. The leading young man was dressed in white like Jiang Chen and had a golden silk belt around his waist. He had thick black hair and looked extraordinarily handsome. His cultivation had already reached the 7th grade minor saint. He was the one with the highest cultivation in the room. Even the 3 old men were only 7th grade minor saints. However, a 7th grade minor saint like them couldn't be compared to a young man. If they were to fight, they wouldn't be on the same level. This young man was the youngest among them, but his cultivation was the highest. It showed how much of a genius he was. There was an obvious difference in his right index finger. That finger was emitting a faint wave of energy. Ha! The young man frowned. His eyes were like torches as he looked at the venue below through the glass. The place he was looking at was where Jiang Chen was. Jiang Chen quickly retracted his soul power. This man has a very keen perception. He could even sense my soul power. But because of the finger bone, my mind was affected and I didn't circulate the great soul derivation technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to find me no matter how keen his perception is. Jiang Chen thought to himself. However, through his perception just now, he had already seen that the young man's finger was actually his own finger bone. A faint killing intent instantly burst forth from Jiang Chen's body. Daring to fuse his own finger bone into his body was a blasphemy against the world's greatest saint. Just this alone was enough to sentence this young man to death. Moreover, Jiang Chen was determined to take back what belonged to him, so he would definitely clash with the young man. At that time, it would be a battle of life and death. De Huang, ask Blue Lion which clan is in that room. Jiang Chen said. It's Shao clan. De Huang said after a slight hesitation. He had already transmitted his voice to Blue Lion, and learned that the people in the room were all geniuses of the Shao clan. Shao clan. Jiang Chen frowned again. Among the 8 families of Pure Land, the one with the greatest influence wasn't the Dan family, Bin family or demon race. It was the Shao clan. It was said that the Shao clan had inherited the bloodline of an ancient foreign race. They possessed powerful innate abilities that made them very difficult to deal with. Each of the 8 families had a profound foundation, but if there was a ranking, the Shao clan would definitely be ranked first. What's wrong, Brother Chen? Yan Chenyu couldn't help but ask when she sensed the change in Jiang Chen's expression. De Huang, ask Blue Lion what's the name of the young man in the room. Jiang Chen said. De Huang Dog communicated with Blue Lion for a while and said, his name is Desolate Ning, a rare genius of the Shao clan.
He's not even 30 years old, but he has already reached the 7th grade minor saint. He is the person that the Desolate clan is focusing on. I heard that he had defeated an 8th grade minor saint elder of the clan before he came out. No wonder the Desolate clan is willing to give him the saint bone. It turns out that he is the person that the Desolate clan is focusing on. Humph. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. He didn't get along well with the Desolate clan in his previous life because this clan was too arrogant. However, they had suffered a lot when they met Jiang Chen. The old ancestor of the Desolate clan was killed by Jiang Chen. Therefore, the Desolate clan and Jiang Chen had a deep grudge. Little Chenzi, why are you paying so much attention to that guy? De Huang Dog didn't understand. He has something that I want. A smile was revealed at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. Initially, he didn't want to have any conflict with the Desolate clan in Void Triangular Domain. However, it seemed like it was impossible for him to get along with the Desolate clan peacefully. A person like Desolate Ning would be even harder to deal with in Saint Origin World. Therefore, Void Triangular Domain was Jiang Chen's best chance. He must get the phalanx back. He already had a phalanx, but the power of the phalanx had been completely suppressed by the dragon form. In other words, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to unleash the full power of the phalanx while he was in his dragon form. However, if he could get another phalanx, he would still be able to unleash the full power of the phalanx, which would further improve his combat strength. More importantly, if Jiang Chen could refine the phalanx, he would be able to stimulate the potential of the dragon transformation skill using the origin bloodline. A phalanx would be enough to advance his cultivation grade to the next level. One of the main reasons why Jiang Chen came to Void Triangular Domain was to improve his cultivation grade. The discovery of the phalanx was a huge surprise. How could he miss such an opportunity? Chen Heir, the people of the Desolate clan are not to be trifled with. They are much stronger than the Dan clan. Dan King reminded. Initially, I didn't want to have any conflict with the Desolate clan. After all, I already had some conflicts with the Dan clan and the Hua clan. However, I have no other choice now. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. If it wasn't for the phalanx in Desolate Ning's hand, he wouldn't have created a conflict with the Desolate clan at this critical moment. He already had a lot of enemies. Unfortunately, there were some things that he had to do. He cultivated the dragon transformation skill and walked on the path of a supreme expert. Although he wasn't that strong yet, he needed to have the heart of an expert. Now that his phalanx had fallen into the hands of an outsider, if he remained indifferent, it would go against the will of the dragon transformation skill. Once his heart of an expert wavered, his future cultivation grade would be greatly affected. At the same time, in the VIP room of the Desolate clan, Desolate Ning looked at Jiang Chen's back and said faintly, "Who is this? How dare he scan me with his divine sense? I don't know him. He's just a nobody. Don't take him seriously." A young man beside Desolate Ning said. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. Dong dong dong. At this time, 3 bell-like sounds were heard in the sky above the auction house. Then, 3 silhouettes flew down from the sky and landed on the auction stage. Standing in front of them was a woman who was wearing revealing clothes. She was a woman from the dark generation. Apart from her revealing clothes, she also had a very charming face. Her skin was as white as snow. A casual movement of her would ripple a myriad of amorous feelings. A woman like her would have a fatal attraction to any man. She should be the auctioneer. There were 2 elders standing behind her. They were squinting their eyes and clasping their hands behind their back. Their cultivation grade was very strong. Just by standing there, people could feel an invisible pressure. Both of them were powerful 8th grade minor saints. Their presence alone was enough to stun everyone present. You're right. You're right. You're the 8th grade minor saint. Welcome, friends from the 3 great worlds. My name is Wei Er. I am today's auctioneer. The voice of the woman was very sweet. It made people feel very comfortable. Wei Er bowed to the people on the stage, showing her standard manners. Some of you have come to Void Triangular Domain before. Some of you are here for the first time. According to the usual practice, Wei Er would like to introduce the rules of the auction. During the auction, the price will be based on the highest grade true meta stones. After the auction, you can use your treasures as payment. Pills would be the best. At that time, there will be a professional appraiser who will evaluate the value of your items. Wei Er said. Her meaning was very easy to understand. When everyone shouted a price, they would shout in top grade true meta stones.
Then, they would use their own pills to replace the price. The specific value of the pills would be estimated by the auction house. In other words, top-grade true metastones were equivalent to a kind of currency here. However, because there were very few top-grade true metastones in the hands of humans, and they had come here for true metastones, in the end, they could only use pills as a substitute. Of course, true metastones would not be auctioned in an auction like this because true metastones were very common in this domain. If people wanted to exchange for true metastones, they could go to any city to exchange for true metastones. Apart from the treasures collected by the Dark Generation, there were also many treasures that were entrusted by the people from the three great worlds to be auctioned. For example, if Jiang Chen wanted to exchange a good treasure with someone, he would entrust the auction house to auction it in order to get the most out of it. The auction house would take a certain percentage of the profits. A treasure that was originally worth 10,000 true metastones could be sold at double or even several times the original price. This was the reason why the auction had always been so popular. In order to let everyone have a better understanding of the value of a top-grade true essence stone in the auction house, Wei Er can give everyone a standard. Here, a top-grade true essence stone is equivalent to a heavenly yuan pill of your human race. I think everyone has no more questions. Then, let's begin the auction. Next, let's begin the first treasure. Wei Er turned her palm and a crystal the size of a human head appeared. After the crystal appeared, it floated above Wei Er's palm and emitted an incomparably bright light. Even though it was far away, people could still feel the vigorous energy emitted from the crystal. This is a true meta crystal. It's the crystallization of a true meta stone mine. The energy contained in this crystal is at least equivalent to 10,000 true meta stones, and the grade is even higher. Wei Er said. Chapter 837. Many people were looking at the true elemental crystal. Some people's eyes were filled with excitement. Those who were interested in the true elemental crystal were the humans from the three big worlds. As for the people from the Dark Generation, they were not interested in it at all. This true elemental crystal is a rare treasure. I'm afraid it can only be found in the void triangular domain. Yeah. This is a huge true elemental crystal. The energy it contains is enormous. It would be very beneficial to have it. Beauty, hurry up and tell us the starting price. Someone shouted. The starting price of this true elemental crystal is 5,000 high-grade true elemental stones. The bidding starts now. Wire said. What? The starting price of such a treasure is only 5,000? Are you kidding me? Yeah, it's too cheap. But it's understandable. After all, this thing is priceless to us. However, it's just a common item for the people from the Dark Generation. This. Many people exclaimed when the starting price was announced. The starting price of 5,000 was too low. Wire had already said that in the eyes of the people from the Dark Generation, a high-grade true elemental stone was equivalent to a heavenly elixir. However, in the eyes of humans, a high-grade true elemental stone was equivalent to a holy elixir. I bid 10,000. 10,000 is too low. 15,000. 30,000. 500,000. Finally, this large piece of true essence crystal was auctioned off for 500,000. This price caused Wire's face to be covered with a smile. She thought that these humans were truly rich and overbearing. The starting price was 5,000, and the final price had reached 500,000. This was truly a pleasant surprise. The next few treasures were all relatively mediocre. The VIP area on the second floor didn't bid, but the people below shouted more enthusiastically. The VIP area wouldn't bid so easily. They had a strong foundation, and ordinary treasures weren't even worth their attention. Those who had participated in the auction knew that the treasures that appeared at the beginning were basically just passing stages. The truly good treasures wouldn't appear at this time. The auction lasted for half an hour, and finally, it came to an end. From the beginning until now, Jiang Chen hadn't called out a single bid. The surrounding people were shouting excitedly, but Jiang Chen turned a blind eye to them, because those treasures that appeared just now weren't worthy of his attention. What's wrong with you guys? You haven't bid once in half an hour. Are you here to play? Yeah, if you don't bid now, you won't have a chance later. The real treasures are the games of the VIP area. We can only watch from the sidelines. Alright, let's stop talking. I think they're all poor bastards. Why would they come to the auction when they have nothing better to do?
Seeing that Jiang Chen and the others were too calm, even the people around them could not stand it anymore. However, Jiang Chen only grinned and pretended not to hear them. The next treasure was obtained by our city lord by accident. Everyone can take a look. Wire continued to speak. She flipped her palm and another treasure appeared. It was a broken piece of metal floating in the air. This piece of metal was rusty and did not look special. However, from its appearance, one could tell that this piece of metal was a broken sword. It was just that it was too ordinary. There was no aura being released from it. It was hard for people to associate it with a treasure. Swoosh. However, after seeing this broken sword, De Huang Dog's eyes shot out two bright rays of light. Jiang Chen, who was beside him, also widened his eyes. Back in the whirling sun city of Qi province, they found a treasure vault. There was a piece of such a broken sword in there. It looked ordinary, but De Huang Dog treated it as a treasure. As it turned out, this broken sword was indeed a rare treasure. In the hands of De Huang, it could unleash an unimaginable might. De Huang Dog had used this broken sword to save his life twice. The first time was when he dealt with Lord Bloodmoon, and the second time was when he dealt with the temple lord of Shura Temple, Li Tianyang. Damn it! When I stole the demon's soul, I didn't even notice this treasure. De Huang Dog was incomparably depressed. Thinking that such a peerless treasure had slipped away from his eyes, he simply had the urge to vomit blood. Haha, Miss Wei Er, don't joke around. A piece of scrap iron is treated as a treasure by your city lord's mansion. Could it be that your auction house can't take out any real treasure? That's right. We have already carefully sensed this piece of scrap iron. There's nothing special about it. It's completely a piece of scrap iron. Yet, your city lord's mansion is taking it out for auction. Are you treating us as fools? No one wants this piece of scrap iron. The auction house instantly boiled up. Many people laughed out loud and began to ridicule the city lord's mansion for using a piece of scrap iron to deceive people. They were treating them as fools. Everyone, please calm down. This broken sword has been evaluated by an expert. Although we, the Dark Generation, can't be sure what kind of treasure it is definitely a treasure. Real treasures should be given to those who know their stuff. Now, I will announce that the starting price of this broken sword is 100,000. Wei Er said. Damn it, this broken thing costs 100,000? Isn't this extortion? I'm sure that no one will bid for it, unless they are fools. However, as soon as this person finished speaking, a voice rang out. 110,000. The one who spoke was none other than Jiang Chen. However, as soon as his voice faded away, the crowd instantly burst into laughter and ridicule. Motherfucker, there are really fools here. I say, brother, you have been silent for so long. It's not easy for you to open your mouth. Is it because of this piece of scrap iron? Don't say any more. I think there must be something wrong with this person's IQ. Spending money to buy a piece of scrap iron. Jiang Chen had a smile on his face. He turned a blind eye to the people around him who were looking at him as if he was an idiot. It was good that no one was bidding against him. That way he could get the best treasure at the lowest price. Wei Er, who was on the auction stage, also revealed a trace of a smile when she heard someone calling out a bid. One could feel that she was clearly relieved. As a matter of fact, taking out this broken sword for auction had caused a lot of criticism because even the city lord's mansion couldn't be sure what kind of treasure it was. However, they still took it out in the end. What if someone really treated it as a treasure and auctioned it? Now, it seemed that someone had really bid for it. This young master has called out a bid of 110,000. Is there anyone who wants to bid a higher price? Wei Er looked around. On the second floor, in the VIP area of the Shao clan, an old man stared at the broken sword in Wei Er's hand and pondered. Then he said, Shao Ning, this broken sword feels a little unusual. It might really be a treasure. Shao Ning exclaimed in surprise and immediately looked at the broken sword. However, he couldn't see anything special about it. However, since this was said by the elder beside him, he had to pay attention to it. The elder's status in the Shao clan was not ordinary, and he had a unique understanding of rare treasures. Since even he said that this broken sword was probably not an ordinary item, he had no choice but to take action. 120,000. Shao Ning shouted. As soon as this was said, the entire hall was boiling again. Even Wei Er was stunned.
It was obvious that even she didn't expect this broken sword to attract the bidding of the VIP area. Even the people in the VIP area have called out a bid. Could it be that this thing is really a treasure? No, it's definitely a piece of scrap iron. I have a deep understanding of rare treasures and can be considered to be extraordinary. Even I can't see what's so special about this thing. 150,000. Jiang Chen almost didn't think and immediately called out a bid. 200,000. Xiao Ning raised the price by another 50,000. 1 million. However, as soon as Xiao Ning's voice fell, Jiang Chen directly raised the price to a high price of 1 million. What? This guy is crazy. Damn, a real person doesn't show his face. I couldn't tell at first that this guy is so rich. However, it seems like his brain isn't too good to spend 1 million on this thing. His brain must have been kicked by a donkey. The entire auction house was once again in an uproar. Even Wire, who was on the auction stage, was stunned. But shortly after, a smile blossomed on Wire's face once again. When she took out the broken sword, she was still nervous. If no one bid for it, she would lose face. But she never would have thought that someone would bid 1 million for such a broken thing. Boom! At this moment, a wave of anger rushed out from the Xiao clan's VIP area. Xiao Ning's eyes were looking at Jiang Chen through the glass. The anger in his eyes was about to materialize. A nobody who came out of nowhere actually dared to compete with him. He must be courting death. 1,100,000. Xiao Ning raised the price. 2 million. Jiang Chen's tone didn't change in the slightest as he raised the price to 2 million. Crazy, this guy must be crazy. Let's not talk about whether this thing is worth the price. He actually dared to compete with the people in the VIP area. Isn't he courting death? You have to know that those who can go to the VIP area on the second floor are all powerful forces. Yeah, this guy doesn't know the rules. Under normal circumstances, as long as the people in the VIP area bid, the people below will not compete anymore. Firstly, they can't compete with them. Secondly, they are giving the VIP area face. That's the people from the Xiao clan. The people from the Xiao clan are already angry. This guy's bid will not benefit him. The originally playful atmosphere suddenly became heavy as the price soared to 2 million. Xiao Ning's anger was undisguised as he hovered above the auction house, causing everyone to tremble in fear. In the entire auction hall, the happiest people were none other than Wei Er and the 2 old men behind her. It was good that someone was competing with the guests, but it was even better that someone was competing with the guests. Now, Wei Er was looking at Jiang Chen with a smile in her eyes. 2,300,000. Xiao Ning gritted his teeth and raised the price again. 3 million. Chapter 838. Hua. The whole audience was in an uproar again. The people of the Desolate clan were obviously angry. They thought that this white-robed youth would quit while he was ahead. They didn't expect that he would become even more aggressive. Judging from his appearance, it seemed like he was going to go against the Desolate clan to the end. Not to mention that the price of the broken sword was already enough to make people sigh. Just the fact that he dared to go against the Desolate clan so openly showed his courage. However, in the eyes of many people, Jiang Chen was simply a hothead. He was just a nobody sitting in the audience hall, yet he dared to go against the Desolate clan openly. If he wasn't a hothead, what else could he be? Fuck. Could it be that there is someone in the Xiao clan who can tell the value of this treasure? However, this toy is useless in their hands. Only I, Master Dog, can truly control this broken sword. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! De Huang Dog was also very depressed. He thought that no one was interested in this broken sword. If that was the case, Jiang Chen would be able to get it easily. He didn't expect that the Desolate clan would interfere. It doesn't matter. I have a lot of money. I'd like to see how long Desolate Ning can last. I will definitely get this broken sword for you, Jiang Chen said in a flat tone. There was no way for him to back down now because he knew the power of this broken sword too well. De Huang Dog had already obtained a fragment of the broken sword. If he could get another fragment, its power would be even more unimaginable. This broken sword was just like his heavenly saint sword. Every fragment he obtained would bring him great benefits. How could Jiang Chen let go of such a treasure? More importantly, he could take advantage of this opportunity to confront Desolate Ning. Desolate Ning had his phalanx, so the two of them would clash sooner or later. Once Desolate Ning entered King City and met up with the experts of the Desolate clan, it would be extremely difficult for him to obtain the phalanx. Undoubtedly, this was a great opportunity. According to Desolate Ning's arrogance, he would definitely not let him go. Perhaps after the auction ended, he would directly deal with Jiang Chen after leaving Dark Surge City. This was exactly what Jiang Chen wanted. He wanted Desolate Ning to take the initiative to deal with him. In that case, he would be able to choose the location of the battle in advance and retrieve his phalanx. Therefore, in Jiang Chen's mind, the more intense the confrontation between him and Desolate Ning, the better. He wanted to make Desolate Ning want to kill him. Only then would he be able to trap Desolate Ning. Damn it, who is this bastard? How dare you openly oppose me? Desolate Ning was enraged. Desolate Ning, I think we should forget about it. I can't be sure if this piece of scrap metal is a real treasure. There's no need to pay such a high price. The old man beside Desolate Ning said with an ugly expression. No, how can I, Desolate Ning, be defeated by a nobody? I would like to see how much money he can take out. Desolate Ning gritted his teeth. It was no longer a matter of money. It was a matter of face. The foundation of the Desolate clan was not something a nobody could compare with. 5 million. Xiao Ning's voice sounded again. At this time, everyone could hear the anger in Xiao Ning's voice. Everyone knew that Xiao Ning directly increased the price to 5 million just to vent his anger, to save face for Xiao Ning. Fuck, let Master Dog deal with this bastard. De Huang Dog couldn't sit still anymore. He barked twice towards the VIP room of the Desolate clan. This guy didn't know what a low voice was. His loud voice could almost be heard by the entire auction house. Plus, De Huang Dog's action was simply a blatant provocation to the Desolate clan. Hiss. Many of them sucked in a breath of cold air. They had the impulse to faint. This dog actually dared to call Desolate Ning a bastard in public. His audacity was simply heaven-defying. Bastard, I'm going to skin you alive. A furious voice came from the VIP room of the Desolate clan. How dare a dog provoke the Desolate clan? This was simply lawless. However, De Huang Dog didn't fall for it. He became even more arrogant. He raised his leg and shouted at the VIP room of the Desolate clan. Listen up, bastards of the Desolate clan. Master Dog rules the world and has boundless prestige. If you dare to oppose Master Dog, you can only wait for death. Master Dog is going to fight you bastards today. 10 million. Plop. Someone fell from his seat. This dog was too heaven-defying. Those who came from Saint Origin World had their eyeballs popping out. Others might not know how strong the Desolate clan was, but they knew it all too well. In the entire Saint Origin World, no one dared to call the bastards of the Desolate clan a bastard. It wasn't just scolding one person, but the entire Desolate clan. Moreover, the price was 10 million. Motherfucker! Did he think that this was just a number? Wei Er and the two elders on the auction stage had their mouths wide open. They wouldn't have thought that the scrap metal that they didn't have high hopes for today would rise to a sky-high price because of the battle between the two parties. A powerful energy overflowed from the VIP room of the Desolate clan. The two elders' facial expression changed. It seemed like something bad was going to happen. Friends of the Desolate clan, please abide by the rules of the auction house. If you have any grudges, you can settle them after the auction. The two 8th-grade minor saints were still very intimidating. Apparently, the Desolate clan didn't want to cause a scene here. They slowly retracted their chi. However, the faces of the people of the Desolate clan had turned ashen. Their faces were filled with murderous intent, especially Desolate Ning. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Kill! We must kill them. It will be their time of death when the auction ends. Going against the Desolate clan won't end well. The people of the Desolate clan were brimming with murderous intent. The people in the VIP rooms also shifted their attention to Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. They began to pay attention to this youth. It was impossible for them to ignore a person who dared to go against the Desolate clan. In the VIP room of the Hua family, Hua Miao sneered. What a reckless bastard. It seems like I don't need to do anything. Desolate Ning is going to tear him apart. Is he the one who has a powerful flame? In front of Hua Miao was a youth in red robe. His chi wasn't any weaker than Desolate Ning's. He was the leader of the Hua family. His name was Hua Yuan, a rare genius of the Hua family. Currently, He was a 7th grade minor saint. That's right. It's him. His flame is very powerful. It contains the power of the heavens and earth. It's even more powerful than the psychic fire of our Hua family. Hua Miao said. After the auction ends, we will catch up to him and make a deal with Desolate Ning. We will extract the flame before Desolate Ning kills him. Hua Yuan sneered. That's right. Only our Hua family is qualified to possess such a flame. Hua Miao laughed. In the VIP room of the Dan family. I heard that this man had killed our people at the node of Void Triangular Domain. It seems like he has a lot of guts. A genius of the Dan family looked at Jiang Chen. That's right. There is only one ending for those who kill our people. Death. But it seems like we don't need to do anything now. Someone said. At the same time, the Bin family, Ancient People, Demon Race, Narang family and Shi family all shifted their attention to Jiang Chen. None of them had thought that such an audacious young man would appear in this auction. Miss Wei Er, let's not waste any more time. Hurry up and ask someone or some family if they want to increase the price. Jiang Chen said to Wei Er. Yes, young master. Wei Er bowed slightly at Jiang Chen. Her attitude was really good. She could easily enter the VIP area by taking out 10 million gold coins. This piece of scrap. Cough cough. Someone has already bid 10 million for this broken sword. Is there anyone who wants to bid a higher price? Wei Er was so excited that she almost blurted out the word scrap iron. The Shao clan was silent. It seemed like they had decided to give up. After all, the money they brought this time was limited. It was not worth it to spend 10 million to bid for something that they did not know was a treasure. There was still a large-scale auction to be held in Monarch City. Moreover, in the eyes of the people of the Desolate family, Jiang Chen was already a dead man. There was no need for them to compete with a dead man. In the VIP room of the Desolate family, the old man looked at the angry Desolate Ning. He was afraid that Desolate Ning would act impulsively again. He quickly said, Desolate Ning, there is no need to fight with them anymore. The old man was still worried. The price of this broken sword had exceeded their budget. If Desolate Ning made another bid and the other party stopped bidding, it would be a waste. It was better not to take this risk. After I kill them, this thing will still be mine. Desolate Ning gritted his teeth. Since there is no one else bidding, then I will announce that the broken sword has been bought by this young man for 10 million. Congratulations. Wei Er smiled at Jiang Chen again. However, she did not give the broken sword to Jiang Chen immediately. Instead, she kept it. After the auction, she would distribute the treasures. At that time, she would have to estimate the value of the elixirs in Jiang Chen's hands. Sigh. 10 million for a piece of scrap iron. That's enough. Moreover, he has offended the Desolate family. He will probably die the moment he leaves Dark Surge City. What a weirdo. Young people are always impulsive. Many people were sighing. However, no one laughed at Jiang Chen. They had no right to laugh at a person who could easily take out 10 million to buy a piece of scrap iron. All right. The next treasure will be the highlight of this auction. Everyone, please take a look. The auction continued. Wei Er's voice resounded again. Another treasure appeared on her palm. It was a crystal box the size of a palm. However, this treasure was not the box but the thing inside the box. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, Wei Er gently opened the box. Suddenly, a pure light energy overflowed from the box. It carried the aura of righteousness. A pearl the size of a fist appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This pearl was pure gold and was covered with runes. It was extremely mystical. At the moment when the pearl was opened, many people could hear Sanskrit chanting. It made their souls feel purified. Sarira. Chapter 839. That's right. The golden bead that Wei Er took out was a relic of Buddha sect. Its surface was covered with Sanskrit of Buddha sect. On the surface of the relic, there were shadows of Buddha. More importantly, there was a hint of lightning in the relic. The energy it contained was enormous. This is a relic left behind by a 9th grade minor saint. It contains the power of lightning. It should be a relic left behind by a 9th grade minor saint who failed to break through to the great Saint Buddha realm. This relic contains all the essence of a 9th grade minor saint monk. Plus, it has been tempered by lightning. It is many times stronger than the relic of an ordinary 9th-grade minor saint. I never thought that the Dark Generation could get their hands on such a treasure. Jiang Chen was shocked as well. It must have been entrusted to be auctioned by someone. Dan King said. Tyrant didn't say anything because he didn't have the mood to talk anymore. Ever since the relic appeared, his eyes had never left it. His gaze was fixed on the relic without blinking. His gaze was even more intense than when De Huang Dog saw the broken sword. I must get this relic. Tyrant has already obtained the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. His foundation is very strong. If he can get the help of this relic, his cultivation grade will certainly improve by leaps and bounds. Jiang Chen was shocked. He didn't expect that he could get so many benefits in this auction. He found the phalanx, De Huang Dog found the broken sword, and now there was a relic. It was as if it was specially made for Tyrant. However, both Jiang Chen and Tyrant knew very well that it was impossible to get this relic without spending a lot of money. The competition would be much stronger than the previous ones. In other words, this relic was the most important part of today's auction. A powerful relic of Buddha sect was not only beneficial to Tyrant, but also to anyone who could get it. Even the people of the devil religion could use the energy of the relic to purify their demonic nature and make them stronger. This is a relic of the Buddha sect. It was left behind by a powerful 9th-grade minor saint monk when he was going through his tribulation. I'm sure those who are knowledgeable have already noticed that this relic contains a trace of lightning power. I'm sure all of you have an idea of its value. Wire's sweet voice resounded throughout the auction house, entering everyone's ears. Hua! As soon as Wei Er's voice faded away, the entire auction house was in an uproar. Most of them were just guessing about this treasure. How could they not be shocked after listening to Wei Er's words? A relic left behind by a 9th-grade minor saint was priceless. Not to mention the monks of Buddha sect, it would bring great benefits to any ordinary person. To put it bluntly, even a pig would become a peerless genius if it were to get its hands on the relic because of the Buddha's qi that was permeated by the relic. This Sarira is mine. Let's see who dares to snatch it from me. An arrogant voice rang out from a VIP room on the 2nd floor. That was a genius from a major power of the boundless continent. What a joke! Such a treasure naturally depends on who has the ability to obtain it. Do you think you can afford such a high price for it? That's right. Anyone can talk big. Why don't you measure your own strength first? The VIP area on the 2nd floor was already filled with the smell of gunpowder even before the auction started. The geniuses of the 3 major worlds were getting restless. This was destined to be a fierce competition. It wasn't just limited to the 8 major families of Saint Origin World. There were countless major powers of the 3 major worlds that had gathered together. It was rare to see such a scene. Wire revealed a satisfied smile when she saw the reaction of the auction house. Obviously, such an atmosphere was what she wanted to see. All right. Everyone, please calm down. I will now announce the base price of this relic, 5 million. The base price of 5 million wasn't too high for a relic that was left behind by a 9th-grade minor saint. Of course, this was just the base price. According to the current popularity of the auction, the price of the relic would definitely be raised to a sky-high level. It would be far beyond the value of the scrap iron. 6 million. 7 million. 8 million. 15 million. In just a few breaths' time, the price of the Sarira had soared to 15 million, and it was rising by the millions. The VIP area on the 2nd floor was incomparably lively. In the face of such a tempting treasure, no one wanted to retreat. At this time, the cultivators in the scattered seats basically didn't speak. They were self-aware that even if they bid, the relic would have nothing to do with them in the end. Compared to those people in the VIP area on the 2nd floor, there was a huge gap between them. Moreover, even the VIPs were filled with the smell of gunpowder, so how could they interrupt? If they angered the geniuses of these major forces, they would be slapped to death with a single slap, and that would be their death in vain. 20 million. 20 million. 30 million. In the blink of an eye, the price had skyrocketed to the height of 30 million. At this time, some of the VIP rooms had become silent. The entire auction house had become deathly silent. Even though 30 million was equivalent to the heaven elixir, it was still a considerable amount of heaven elixir. After all, it was the heaven elixir, not the earth elixir or the human elixir. On the ground, Tyrant seemed a little nervous. The benefits of the Sarira were self-evident, and at the same time, Tyrant's eagerness to obtain this Saraira was self-evident. However, if Tyrant relied on himself, there was no way he could compete with those geniuses in the VIP area. Right now, he could only rely on Jiang Chen. Tyrant, you can't sit still anymore, can you? De Huang Dog came to Tyrant while licking his face. Don't worry. I will gift this relic to you, Jiang Chen said casually. He had a large number of pills, combat weapons, devil souls and demon souls in his hands. What he didn't lack was wealth. At least, compared to those geniuses in the VIP area, he was much wealthier. The price of a 9th-grade minor saint's relic reaching 30 million wasn't a big deal. The price would surely rise even higher. 50 million. The Desolate family made their move again. Desolate Ning raised the price to 50 million. As soon as the price was raised, the entire auction house became silent. Many people in the VIP area became silent. Some of them were already calculating the price. 50 million wasn't a small number. We must get this relic. If Desolate Ning refines it, he will be able to break through to the 8th-grade minor saint or even reach the peak. The elder beside Desolate Ning said, Brother Ning has raised the price to 50 million. I don't think anyone will compete for this price. A youth said. He was older than Desolate Ning, but he still had to respectfully address Desolate Ning as Brother Ning. This showed Desolate Ning's status in the Desolate family. This was a world where strength was everything. As long as you were strong, everyone would respect you. 60 million. However, as soon as Desolate Ning's voice faded, a voice was heard, increasing the price by 10 million. What? Desolate Ning's eyes burst into flames. This voice came from the individual seats below. Desolate Ning looked at Jiang Chen, who was sitting leisurely on his seat. If his eyes could kill, Jiang Chen would have been dismembered by now. It was him again. Desolate Ning had the urge to kill someone. The faces of everyone in the Desolate clan turned incomparably ugly. Their anger soared to the heavens. It seemed like that guy was going to fight it out with them to the end. Now, even the geniuses in the VIP area had stopped bidding. Yet he did it after them. Wasn't this targeting them? Swoosh, swoosh. At this time, countless eyes fell on Jiang Chen again. Compared to the broken sword, everyone was more shocked. My God, how can there be such a person in this world? 60 million. Can he afford it? Can't you see it? This kid is purposely going against the Desolate family. He didn't raise the price until the Desolate family raised the price. He's obviously going against them. This guy is sick in the head. Let's stay away from him. He won't have a good ending if he goes against the Desolate family like this. No one in the hall could remain calm anymore. No one knew where this silly kid came from. He was simply a hothead. In the eyes of many of them, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to fork out 60 million gold coins. The reason why Jiang Chen raised the price was to target the Desolate family. After the Desolate family raised the price to a very high level, he stopped bidding, making the Desolate family become a sucker. This is getting more and more interesting. Desolate Ning is going to die from anger today. A genius from the Narang family crossed his legs and looked like he was watching a show. 70 million. Desolate Ning gritted his teeth. This was his bottom line. 80 million. Sure enough, Jiang Chen didn't give him any face. Almost as soon as Desolate Ning's voice fell, he raised the price of 80 million. His tone was incomparably calm, as if 80 million wasn't a fortune at all. Damn it! 90 million. Xiao Ning shouted the number 90 million at the top of his lungs. Everyone heard the sound of tables and chairs shattering in the Xiao clan's VIP room. Then, cracks appeared on the glass in front of the room, like a spider web. It wasn't hard to imagine how angry Desolate Ning was right now. If it wasn't for the rules of the auction house, he would have gone down and killed Jiang Chen right now to vent his anger. To Jiang Chen, the angrier Desolate Ning was, the happier he was. This was the result he wanted. The atmosphere in the auction house had reached a freezing point. The Desolate clan had become a laughingstock after being bullied by a rogue cultivator who came out of nowhere. Everyone could feel that Desolate Ning was on the verge of going berserk at this moment. Chapter 840. After the price of 100 million was shouted out, the entire hall didn't burst into an uproar. Instead, it became even quieter. Everyone was looking at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at a monster. Damn it! Do you think 100 million is trash? This is too cruel. The competition in this auction is even more exciting than a fight. We are going to watch a good show this time. That's right. I wonder where this white-clothed youngster came from. To think that he would be so rich and overbearing. The people from the Xiao clan are probably going mad with anger. If it weren't for the rules of the auction house, they would have already attacked him. I really don't know what he is thinking. How dare he go against Desolate Clan? Doesn't he know the consequences of provoking Desolate Clan? Everyone sighed. They couldn't understand Jiang Chen's action at all. What happened today wasn't just for the treasure. They weren't fools. This white-clothed youth was obviously targeting the Desolate family. Some of them guessed that this white-clothed youth must have some kind of great enmity with the Desolate family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone against them recklessly. Crack crack. Desolate Ning clenched his fists so hard that his veins were exposed. He couldn't control his anger anymore. For a long time, no one had ever disobeyed him like this. No one had ever dared to go against him in public. Although they didn't have a direct confrontation, what Jiang Chen did was no different from slapping his face. Brother Ning, that bastard has already called out the bid of 100 million. Does he have that much wealth? Should we continue? You should know that it is a relic left behind by a cultivator who wants to become a Buddha. If you can get it, it will definitely be beneficial. A young man said. No need. Let him get the relic. It belongs to me, Desolate Ning. It will be mine sooner or later. Desolate Ning's tone was incomparably cold. He decided not to continue bidding. His opponent was a madman. If he continued to compete with him, it would only make him angrier. At that time, only the auction house would benefit. As for the relic and the broken sword that Jiang Chen had snatched, Desolate Ning would make Jiang Chen spit them out sooner or later. Looks like Xiao Ning won't be bidding anymore. Desolate Ning is really depressed to meet a madman today. However, this brat's cultivation is too weak. He's just a mere third-grade minor saint. He won't even have the strength to protect his treasures after leaving Dark Surge City. Desolate Ning won't let this go. I'm going to teach that brat a lesson after the auction is over. For this person to be able to spend 100 million to auction a Saraira, it means that he has a lot of wealth on him. Since he killed the people of our Dan clan, he has offended our Dan clan. When Desolate Ning comes to deal with him, let's go together. This kid has so many treasures on him, we can't let Desolate Ning monopolize them all. The geniuses in the various VIP rooms had already made up their minds. Many of them were prepared to join in. They could already see that the white-robed young man below was a nouveau riche. To be able to take out a treasure worth 100 million to auction a Saraira, he must have a lot of wealth on him. All right. Since no one is bidding anymore, then this Saraira will belong to this young master. Wei Er looked at Jiang Chen. Her attitude towards Jiang Chen couldn't be any better. They had never thought that the main customer of this auction wasn't from the VIP area, but a young man in the individual seats. One really couldn't judge a book by its cover. What appeared next were still endless treasures. However, Jiang Chen didn't continue bidding because these treasures weren't of much use to him. It didn't matter to the others. However, the cultivators in the individual seats didn't bid either. At the end of the auction, it would be the competition between the major powers in the VIP area. No one else could intervene. The auction lasted for an hour and finally came to an end. Dear friends, the auction has now ended. Friends in the VIP area, please don't move. Just stay in your room. We will send someone to bring the treasures to you. Friends below, please proceed to the hall in front of the venue to receive your treasures. Wei Er said. She then looked at Jiang Chen and said, Young master, we have also prepared a VIP room for you. Wei Er will bring you there personally. This was special treatment. The city lord's mansion must be very polite to their biggest customer. They had specially prepared a VIP room for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen and the others stood up and walked towards the VIP room on the second floor. They could feel numerous divine senses surrounding Jiang Chen. These divine senses were filled with anger, killing intent, and greed. All of these divine senses were treating him as prey. Dan King couldn't help but sweat. This time, he really didn't expect to offend so many people. How was he going to deal with this? However, Jiang Chen still had a calm expression on his face, as if nothing had happened to him. He strode towards the second floor. Young master, this way please. Wei Er gestured to Jiang Chen and brought Jiang Chen and the others to the VIP room. Jiang Chen said, "Miss Wei Er, we are in a hurry. Please send our treasures here as soon as possible." "Young master, don't worry. The treasures are in Wei Er's hands. Our appraiser will be here in a while." Wei Er said, "Young master, you can take a seat and rest first." Jiang Chen nodded and found a chair to sit down. "Little Chenzi, what should we do after the auction ends? I don't think those guys will let this go easily, especially the people from Shao clan." Tyrant was a little worried. "I have my ways. De Huang, get ready. The plan might have to be brought forward." Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog. Swoosh. After hearing what Jiang Chen said, De Huang Dog's ears pricked up, filled with excitement. At the same time, Jiang Chen secretly mobilized the Dark Soul, Demon Soul and Devil Soul in his Qi and began to refine them bit by bit. His next target was Desolate Ning to get his finger bone. Desolate Ning was a genius of the Desolate family, a powerful 7th grade minor saint. He wouldn't be an easy opponent. Jiang Chen was only a 3rd grade minor saint. Even if he used his dragon form, it would still be hard for him to deal with a genius like Desolate Ning. Moreover, if he used his dragon form, it would attract the attention of the Dark Generation and his identity would be exposed. Therefore, Jiang Chen had no choice but to use extreme methods to advance his cultivation to the 4th grade minor saint as soon as possible. The amount of dark energy he had was enough for him to break through to the 4th grade minor saint. The reason why he didn't do it before was because he didn't want to use this method as it would affect his foundation. Jiang Chen was very confident. However, he couldn't care less about that now. In order to deal with Desolate Ning, he had to increase his cultivation grade first. If his foundation was shaken, refining the fingerbone would be enough to make up for it. Everything was under Jiang Chen's control. Wang Jiang Chen's Qi began to churn. Due to his deliberate restraint, the people outside didn't know that he was breaking through to the next grade. The Dark Soul was rapidly refined under the circulation of the Dragon Transformation skill. New blood-red dragon marks began to condense in his Qi. Soon, an elder in gray robe walked into the room. He had a smile on his face. He was an 8th grade minor saint. After he entered the room, he clasped his fists at Jiang Chen and said, "I'm sorry for making you wait for so long. I am the appraiser of the venue." After the elder appeared, Wei Er took out the broken sword and the Saraira, but she didn't hand them over to Jiang Chen immediately. I don't like to waste time. The total value is 110 million. What I have here should be enough." Jiang Chen said. He waved his palm casually. Huala la la, all kinds of pills flew out from his palm and floated in front of the elder. These pills were emitting colorful lights. The entire room was filled with dense medicinal energy. Profound elixir, 5 elemental pill, healing pill, jade dew pill. The elder's eyes shone with the same brilliance. It wasn't easy for him to recognize the names of these pills. Good. Each of these pills is a high-grade pill with 100% effectiveness. It seems that young master is also a great alchemist. However, I'm afraid that these pills alone aren't worth 110 million. As soon as the elder's voice faded, Jiang Chen waved his hand again. A total of 20 minor saint weapons appeared. This scene made the elder and Wei Er widen their eyes in shock. Minor saint weapons were what the Dark Generation lacked and needed the most. "With these it should be enough," Jiang Chen said with a smile. Most of these minor saint weapons were obtained from the young masters of the Dark Generation. He didn't feel distressed about using them to exchange for treasures. "It's enough. It's enough. Young master is really a straightforward person. Our transaction this time is very enjoyable." The elder waved his hand and kept all the pills and combat weapons. He then turned to Wei Er and said, "Wei Er, hurry up and give the treasures to this young master." Wei Er smiled sweetly and passed the Saraira and broken sword to Jiang Chen. She then said, "Young master can have a rest here. You can leave the auction house at any time." After saying that, Wei Er and the elder turned and left, closing the door for Jiang Chen. De Huang Dog didn't hesitate and kept the broken sword. Jiang Chen took the Saraira and gave it to Tyrant. "Tyrant, this is for you." "All right, I won't be polite." Chapter 841. De Huang Dog had obtained the broken sword and Tyrant had obtained the Saraira. The auction was finally over. However, they were going to face a bigger problem next. Countless divine senses with malicious intentions were sweeping around their rooms. All of them were locked on Jiang Chen. They were sure that these divine senses would follow Jiang Chen. Once he left Dark Surge City, it would be the doomsday of Jiang Chen. Brother Chen, what should we do next? It seems like many people are going to harm you. Yan Chenyu was worried. Yeah. We have already offended the Dan family, Hua family and now the Desolate family. We have offended 3 out of the 8 major families. Especially the Desolate family. They will never let you go. You have shown your wealth in the auction just now. The Dan family and Hua family will definitely join in. Even the other major powers, including the experts of the Boundless World and the Black-Yellow World, want a share of the spoils. This is unimaginable. You are now a prey in their eyes. Dan King was even more worried now. Just thinking about the upcoming situation made his scalp numb. It didn't matter if it was the experts of the 8 major families or the other 2 major powers, none of them would be easy to deal with. Each of these major powers had unimaginable resources. They couldn't afford to offend them. It doesn't matter. Since I have offended them, I will clash with them sooner or later. As for the experts of the Boundless World and the Black-Yellow World, they better not provoke me. Otherwise, I will make them suffer unimaginable pain. Jiang Chen's eyes glinted with cold light. He was destined to go to the Pure Land in the future. It was only a matter of time before he clashed with the experts of the 8 major families. Staying in Void Triangular Domain was advantageous to Jiang Chen. Moreover, Desolate Ning possessed his finger bone. This grudge was unavoidable. As for the Hua family and Dan family, it didn't matter anymore since they had already offended him. As for the major powers in the Boundless World and the Black-Yellow World, Jiang Chen didn't put them in his eyes at all. It would be fine if they didn't provoke him, but if they did, Jiang Chen wouldn't be polite to them. Anyway, their great saint experts wouldn't be able to enter Void Triangular Domain. Once he returned to Saint Origin World, they wouldn't be able to find him even if they wanted to take revenge. Therefore, Jiang Chen cared the least about the people from the Boundless Continent and the Black-Yellow Continent. If he killed them, then so be it. No matter how powerful their forces were and how deep their foundations were, they wouldn't even have the chance to take revenge. So, why would Jiang Chen be afraid of them? But that Desolate Ning isn't easy to deal with. Not just him, none of the geniuses from the 8 families are easy to deal with. Every one of them has extraordinary talent and powerful techniques. They are far beyond the average cultivators at the same level as them. I'm afraid that it will be very difficult for you to deal with them with your current 3rd grade minor saint cultivation. Dan King said. I am breaking through to the 4th grade minor saint. After saying that, Jiang Chen closed his eyes and stopped talking to Dan King and the others. Dan King rolled his eyes, expressing his admiration for Jiang Chen's ability to advance. One should know that this was the advancement of a minor saint. After reaching the minor saint realm, every advancement was incomparably difficult. To put it bluntly, every level of minor saint was a bottleneck, but this bottleneck didn't seem to exist in Jiang Chen's case. However, Dan King felt relieved when he thought about it. A monstrous genius was indeed a monstrous genius. In this heaven and earth, there would always be some things that couldn't be judged by common sense. Jiang Chen's existence itself was a miracle. Jiang Chen casted out his 5 elemental sphere and surrounded his body. In this way, even if those divine sense could lock onto him, they wouldn't be able to tell that he was advancing. Jiang Chen had killed all the minor saint experts in Dark Mulberry City, and so many young masters of noble families. The amount of dark energy in his storage was too much. Although none of the dark energy was above the 8th grade minor saint, it was enough for Jiang Chen to advance to the 4th grade minor saint. As Jiang Chen's cultivation continued to improve, the dragon transformation art became more and more terrifying. Under the high-speed circulation of the dragon transformation art, the dark energy was refined by Jiang Chen. The dark element in them was purified by the dragon transformation art and turned into the purest energy for Jiang Chen to absorb. In just a dozen minutes, a surge of energy that was countless times denser than before overflowed from Jiang Chen's body. However, the moment this surge of energy appeared, Jiang Chen kept it back. It was the chi of advancing from 3rd grade minor saint to 4th grade minor saint. If it was released, the entire auction house would be destroyed. So fast. Dan King was shocked once again. Jiang Chen only took a dozen minutes to advance from 3rd grade minor saint to 4th grade minor saint. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it. However, after Jiang Chen advanced to the 4th grade minor saint, Dan King felt relieved. One should know that when Jiang Chen was still a 3rd grade minor saint, he could easily kill a 7th grade minor saint by transforming into his dragon form. Now that he had advanced to the 4th grade minor saint, he could easily kill an 8th grade minor saint. It wouldn't be difficult for him to deal with a genius like Desolate Ning. Very good. The number of dragon marks in my body has increased from 65,000 to 67,000. My cultivation grade has also advanced from peak 3rd grade minor saint to peak 4th grade minor saint. I have no idea how much stronger I am compared to before. Jiang Chen's qi fluctuated. His eyes sparkled. After advancing to the 4th grade minor saint, he had become more confident. His qi was natural. A trace of superior qi seeped out from his body. No one dared to look at him directly. Father, Xiao Yu, Tyrant, you all stay in Dark Surge City. De Huang and I will leave the city to meet those geniuses. Jiang Chen said to Dan King and the others. Brother Chen, I will go with you. Yan Chenyu said. No. There are too many variables in this battle. I don't know how the situation will develop. After Desolate Ning and the others have been lured away by me, you all will leave Dark Surge City immediately and go to King City to seek refuge with the demon race. Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably solemn because he wasn't sure how the battle would develop. It was highly possible that his identity would be exposed. At that time, Yan Chenyu and the others could only stay with the demon race to ensure their safety. The true experts of the demon race were all in King City. De Huang Dog had said that the leader of the demon race was an elder of the lion race. For the sake of De Huang, the elder of the lion race would certainly protect Yan Chenyu and the others. As for De Huang Dog, Jiang Chen knew that this dog would definitely follow him when he was going to do something big. Plus, De Huang Dog was a 5th grade minor demon saint and had powerful innate abilities. It wouldn't be a problem for him to protect himself. Desolate Ning wanted to kill him. To Jiang Chen, this was the best chance to get the phalanx back. It was also a great opportunity to improve his strength. As long as he got the phalanx, Jiang Chen would be able to advance to the 5th grade minor saint. At that time, no ordinary 9th grade minor saint would be a match for him if he transformed into his dragon form. He would then have a strong foundation. At that time, no one in the entire void triangular domain would be able to kill him. All right, then be careful. Yan Chenyu nodded. She knew that Jiang Chen was doing this for their safety. Plus, they wouldn't be able to do anything even if they followed him. They would only distract Jiang Chen. Tyrant was only a 2nd grade minor saint. He needed time to refine the Saraira to improve his cultivation. It would be best if he had the protection of the demon race. Don't worry. Everything is under control. Dealing with Desolate Ning is the most important part of my plan. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he left the room with a sway. He and De Huang Dog were flying crazily towards the outskirts of Dark Surge City. He was right. The opening of Void Triangular Domain was coming to an end. In order for Jiang Chen to obtain a large amount of true metastones, he needed to have enough strength to deal with the Dark Generation. He needed to improve his strength at the last moment. The phalanx in Desolate Ning's hand was the best chance. It might be the only chance. If he missed it, he would lose everything and his ultimate plan wouldn't be able to be carried out anymore. Moreover, putting aside the ultimate plan, Jiang Chen's current situation required him to increase his cultivation base in order to deal with those powerful enemies. Without sufficient strength, he would only be at the mercy of others. Not good. That brat is trying to run away. In the room of the Desolate family, someone sensed that Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were leaving Dark Surge City. Don't worry. He won't be able to run away. Let's go. Desolate Ning sneered. In the blink of an eye, the VIP room of the Desolate family was empty. Everyone was running towards the direction where Jiang Chen disappeared. It seems like that brat is afraid. He wants to run away secretly. How is that possible? Come, let's go and get a share of the loot. The people of the Desolate family are chasing after him. Let's go and watch the show. That brat has a lot of treasures. Since he is going to die, we can't miss this great opportunity. For a moment, silhouettes flew out of the auction house like lightning. In a blink of an eye, they were out of Dark Surge City. Look, the geniuses of the major powers are going out. They must be chasing after that white-robed youth. Let's go and have a look. This is a big deal. Let's go and watch the show. I think that brat is going to die. Desolate Ning will not let him die easily. This scene shocked many people. Many people who had participated in the auction also flew out of Dark Surge City. They were not going to participate in the battle, as they did not have the ability to do so. However, it would be a pity if they did not go and watch such a big event. Many people wanted to see how the white-clothed young man would die. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.